Just remind me that the past is real. I tear my heart open just to feel. Just to feel. Oh boy, dude. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do we have a doozy for you guys today? We have a doozy of a stream today. Let everybody just come up on in here. Just trickle up on in here. Let me get over to the YouTube video real quick. What's up, Team Human? It's Monday. I know normally we haven't really been doing live streams early in the morning, bro. But I figured, it's actually probably... Oh, let me turn this off. It's actually probably the perfect segue to let everyone know. Thursday evenings, okay? Thursday evenings, we stream on the Twitch. We get up on the stream on Thursday evenings. We decided that the best way for us to start our weeks, if I'm being honest with you, is I'm just going to start every Monday. Monday mornings are going to be the early ones. So everybody who is up in here, could you just please say hello? What's up? Where's everybody at? We got a whole gang of people already up in here on the kick. We got Marie Moon, Vox, Pretty Ricky, C. Dean, Release and Transforms already up in here. Let's go. We've got somebody up over here on freaking YouTube already. How's it going, YouTube? What's up, YouTube? Oh, man. We got some shit to get up into today, bro. I'm telling you what. I got some weird-ass little rabbit holes we could go down in the beginning. We are going to continue and start all the way from the beginning. We're getting back into Humonculus, dude. I think it's been 2 months, 2.5 months. I just need, at least for myself, a little bit of a refresher on what the Humonculus and how deep the layers go. Speaking of Humonculus, after the opening message, we've got some stuff to... Is Palm Beach Pete buying Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion? I don't know. I have some clips I want to go over with you. What's up? Queen Trip is at work today. She should be joining us up in here. What's up, Jacob P? Oh, yeah. Queen Trip is up over on Kick, guys. For some reason, when she's at work, it won't let her use Kick for some reason. You're not going to believe what I found, bro. Okay? We're going to get into the mindful message. I'm just letting everybody trickle up on in here. If you're here, you could just say, hey, what's up? Rain, Jonathan, I see you guys on Facebook. What's good? How's it going, guys? Grand Rising, it's Monday morning. What's up, everybody? Let me get some hand hearts. Woo, she boy. Let me take a little blinker real fast while everybody's just coming up on it. Dang, Vox. Bro, Vox has gifted 28 subs on freaking Kick, bro. Damn. Thank you so much. What's up, Ricardo? How's it going? If you're here, say what's up, bro. Say hello. Don't be shy. What's good? What's happening? How's it hanging? Where are you at? What's your neck of the woods? Where are you at on planet Earth? I'm currently in Utah. Yeah, like 10 minutes north of where Charlie Kirk got Charlie Kirked. Where are you at? I would love to just kind of get a little head count of where everybody's watching from. Today we are, like I said, getting right into the Humonculus. We're starting over from the beginning. That's pretty much what we're going to do this whole week, because I feel like there's some information in there that I wasn't able to completely digest the first time, because the information was just so mind-blowing and just so compelling that I literally I don't think I really grasped the whole concept the first time around. You know what I'm saying? What's up, New Mexico? Mike Salazar. What's up? Lisa's in the house. What's goody, Koi Fish? We got some people from Rhode Island. We've got Tennessee up in the house. We've got Ogden, Utah up in the house. We've got New Mexico in the house. Where are you at, bro? Florida. Oh, we got Missouri's up in this hizzy. Madison, Wisconsin is up in the house. British Columbia's up in here. Damn, duty. Damn, daddy. We got some people up in here. What's up, Ray? It has been a while. Okay, so if it has been a while, I need to do this then. I'm going to drop it in every chat. You guys, I'm trying to get everybody to come up over to Kick. If I'm being honest, Kick is just the best platform for the content creator. Let me turn this down a little bit. I'm a little bit too loud. I'm like yelling in your face. Okay. Let me copy that. Come over to Kick, you guys. I just dropped the link in all the chats. Come over to Kick, bro. Come over to that Kick stream. If you come over from the Kick stream from Facebook or from YouTube and it's your first time over on Kick, my goal is to get 100 individuals to chat inside of the chat before I can reach like the next tier of where I'm going. So if you do come over to Kick, could you please just drop a red, green, and a yellow heart in the chat? Mike Salazar from on Facebook is from New Mexico. What's up, Angel Blue? What's up, dude? I think that the reason Ray, you're saying Kick isn't a good platform, so because it has like the not safe for work, is because Kick is like free speech, bro. Free speech. 99 stars, Lisa. Oh my gosh, thank you for the stars, bro. They help more than you could ever know. I want you to know, bro. I want you to know. I want you to know. I want you to know. Yeah, that's cool, huh? Let's get rated again. Some random person on the stream rated me last time. It was awesome, bro. Okay, guys, you guys ready to get into today's mindful message, bro? Because we've got, what's up, Full Send? Let's go. Thank you. Release and transform for the 100 kicks. I don't know what those are. I think those are like stars or like bits. You know what I mean? Thank you, you guys. We've got a doozy today. I'm telling you right now, bro. I've got two little rabbit holes that I'm gonna show you guys, and you guys are gonna have to fucking, maybe you guys haven't heard of this stuff yet. I'll be willing to bet that you may not have seen these two little rabbit holes that we're gonna go down right after the mindful message, and then we're going down the only rabbit hole that fucking needs to be gone down by every human fucking on this gosh darn planet, is the fucking ancient occult alchemical magical ritual called creating a Humonculus, which is an artificially created human, like the Christ child. Wait a second, did you just say Jesus was a Humonculus? Yeah, I did actually. We're gonna get down there at the end of the stream. Okay, so hopefully you guys are still here. If you guys are still here or are here right now, you could either do one of two things. Can we just drop something that you're grateful for in the chat? Because every day I want to come up on here and I talk about all of these positive things. And at the end of the day, I'm here to tell you that gratitude is your fucking superpower. The universe will only allow the things that you wish to happen to come to you within abundance when you actively tell the universe that you are grateful and content for the things that you already have. Do you know what I'm saying? So please, we're going to get into this. Remember, if you guys have heard me talk about the Humonculus video, bro, I'm telling you right now, it's a 10-hour documentary, bro. $10-hour documentary. That's 45 more stars, Lisa. Thank you for the stars. I love you, dude. I love you, dude. I love you, dude. Let's get some balloons. All right. Okay, we got 3 people up over here on YouTube. We got a bunch of people up over here on Kick. We got 11 people up over here on Facebook, bro. Thank you, Facebook. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. If you are new here to one of my live streams, bruh, this is basically how it goes. I've been live for about 10 minutes to get everybody up in here, to trickle on up in here so we can get a little bit of a audience going on in here. And then the very first thing that we do is what I like to call a mindful message, or the opening message, you could say, right? And the purpose of this mindful message is because as a human, I understand that planet Earth needs a lot of things right now. And sometimes a little positive message heard from somebody else can change your perspective on your entire life, your entire day, the struggles you might be going through. So in the beginning of every stream, I just want to give you something that your soul can take with you after you close out of the app, even if you don't even go down these crazy rabbit holes with us. Okay? Can we just, if you guys are ready, I'm just trying to get a head count of everybody who's in here. If we are ready, can we just get some hearts? Can we just spam every single chat with a ton of hearts of all colors, red, green, yellow, purple, black, white. Let's just, we just get the chat to just boom, 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 boom. Hearts. Don Juan Wayne, what's up? I don't think I've seen you, bro. Liberty of the Untold. Hey, bro, I just told you I was live. I appreciate you dead ass coming up in here, bro. Thank you. I just got linked up with y'all through Adam Butler. If you don't know, my homies at Outside Minds podcast. There's like another metaphysical podcast that's kind of like in communications. I got informed by someone named Adam Butler that they seen my episode on Outside Minds. He reached out to me, connected me with some other people. I have a feeling there's some beautiful things happening that are going to be coming to fruition. Thank you, Liberty, for even being here, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you all, for real. Thank all of you guys, everybody who is even up in here. Thank you for just showing up and clicking on my live, pushing the buttons, coming up here every day, because at the end of the day, it's all you guys. I just get on the internet and talk shit, bro. It's really the success that my channels have and do have, dead ass, is literally because you guys click on the video, bro. I mean, if you didn't click on the video, do you think this would be all this whole Tripoverdrip Team Human thing would be even successful, bro? Nah, because that's really not how the algorithm works. It actually just only works as if people resonate with it. So every time you show up here, whether it's early morning, in the evening, in the middle of the day, on YouTube, on Kick, on my social media platforms, pushing the like, commenting on the videos, none of this would be possible without all of you. And so I just have to give it up to you guys. Thank you so much. Every time you hit the like button, comment something, share a video, you're telling the algorithm that my channel, the information I'm providing, it has value, it has worth, and people enjoy watching it. So again, thank you guys for being here. But we got a lot to get into today, so we're just going to jump right up into the mindful message. Let me take a little blinker real quick. Let me just cough my ass off in front of all of you real fast. Cheers. But what if the heaviness that you're feeling today isn't random at all? It's actually your spirit reacting to the world that you're living in. If that right there already just hit something, you can just comment the words, "I feel this way," so you can mark the moment that you stop calling it just a bad mood. Because look around, bro. The world is so loud right now. The news is constant. The pressure is real. The conflicts, the tension, the uncertainty, and the constant stream of information telling you what to fear next. So if you feel heavy today or have felt heavy over the last few weeks, maybe it's not a malfunction. Maybe that's your inner world registering the impact of everything that you've been walking through, globally and personally. Heaviness is often treated as if it's like a flaw. You're too sensitive. You're just overthinking. You just need to stop caring so much. But what if the part of you that feels deeply is not actually the problem? What if that's like the sensor that you're just categorizing as bad? What if your sensitivity is the part of you that refuses to go numb in a world that keeps saying, just keep scrolling, just stay distracted, just keep moving? What's up, crazy truth? You're not broken, bro, because you feel this weight. We all feel it. You're just aware, bro. And that awareness will always feel heavier than the denial at first. Because if I'm being honest with you, awareness doesn't just see headlines, it sees people. It doesn't just see trends, it sees the impact. It doesn't just see your routine, it sees where your spirit is starving inside of that routine. Awareness notices what your autopilot tries to ignore. The conversations that drain you, the spaces that shrink you, the habits that numb you, the compromises that each and every one of us make every day that slowly start to erode who we actually are. So if today does feel heavy, it might be because you've just stopped lying to yourself. You stopped pretending that constant chaos is normal. You stopped pretending that you're fine when you're not. You've stopped pretending that scrolling past the pain is the same thing as healing. And oh boy, I'm here to tell you, the heaviness all in itself can literally just be the message, bro. It can be your spirit saying, pay attention. It can be the signal that the way you've been carrying life is no longer sustainable. It can be the holy friction between the life that you're tolerating and the life that you were actually built for. And that friction starts to hurt, bro. But it's also your compass. The world will tell you to fix the heaviness by numbing it. You can drink something, you can buy something, you can scroll something, you can post something, you can do anything as long as you just don't sit with it. But spiritually, heaviness is often the doorway, bro. It's the place where you finally slow down enough to hear what's been trying to speak to you. It's where the buried grief starts to come up. It's where ignored truth starts to surface, where unspoken needs rise all the way to the top, where the quiet voice that's been saying, this doesn't feel right, finally gets loud enough that you can't silence it anymore with distractions. And if you're here right now, you can just comment, I'm listening. So me, you, everyone that's watching this, we can decide that you're not going to waste this feeling anymore by numbing from it or by running from it. Because once you start listening, bro, the heaviness becomes information. You begin to see the patterns. You notice where your boundaries are too low. You notice which people leave you empty, bro. You notice which environments make your chest tighten. You notice what habits you have that leave your soul feeling quieter, smaller, and further away from who you even actually are. Heaviness points to those things. It simply just says, look, this is costing you more than you think. And that's where your power starts to return. Because you can't change what you refuse to name. You can't heal what you won't admit hurts you. You can't shift a life that you keep calling fine because you're afraid of what honesty will require. Awareness is uncomfortable, bro, but it's honest. And honest is what transformation needs. It doesn't mean that you live in the heaviness forever. It just means you stop fighting what it's trying to show you. You start asking better questions. Like, what part of my life feels heavier than it should? What am I carrying that doesn't belong to me? What have I normalized that my spirit has never actually agreed with? You might find that some of the weight you feel isn't even yours. It's like a collective. It's the atmosphere of fear, the outrage, the noise that we're all just swimming in. But even then, your awareness matters because it lets you choose how much of you you're willing to let inside of your heart. It lets you say, I can care without collapsing. I can be informed without being consumed. I can feel deeply without letting this heaviness define me. So here's what I want you to remember, bro. Feeling the weight of the world does not make you weak. And if it does, then you're just like me, because I feel the weight of the world too. But I believe that it doesn't make you weak. I think it makes you human. I think it makes you awake. I feel like it makes you someone who is still capable of compassion in a time where apathy is way easier. And if you're awake, you're already ahead of the trance. So don't rush to medicate every heavy day. Don't bury every uncomfortable feeling under productivity, noise, and performance. Some days aren't meant to be fixed. They're meant to be listened to. They're meant to be honored. They're meant to shift you. What if instead of asking, how do I stop feeling like this? You just simply asked, what is this feeling trying to tell me? What if instead of blaming yourself for feeling off or being off, you just thanked your spirit for refusing to go numb? Because the heaviness that you probably and might feel today, it might not be random. It literally might be your spirit reacting honestly to a world that is anything but light. And that reaction, uncomfortable as it is, might be the beginning of you living more truthfully, more intentionally, and more awake than you ever have before. And with that, Team Human, I love you. Shit, dude. Fuck, dude. Shit, dude. Fuck, dude. Shit, dude. Fuck, dude. Ugh. Here we are again on my own. Can we get some Team Humans in the house? Team Humans, Team Humans, Team Humans. Dang, we got a whole bunch of people up on Facebook, bro. We got Cheryl, Sheila, Caro, John, Lisa, Julia. What's up? We got Ray up over and Queen Trip. We got Santa Rique, Koi Fish, Jacob P, Release and Transform. Melissa's up in the house. What's up, dude? What's up, Team Humans? Let's go, Marie Moon, McDougal, motherfucking Menace, Scotty Wheels up in here. Let's go. Okay. First and foremost, I'm just going to ask, dude, Vox, thank you so much for gifting subs, bro. You're the best, bro. Thank you. You have no idea how much they help, bro, for real. But let me just, here's a rabbit hole we're just going to send you down right on the very beginning of the stream. You ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I heard the craziest conspiracy. Is there actually a band called I Am the World Trade Center?
Yes, there really was a band called I Am the World Trade Center. It was an American synth-pop duo made up of Daniel Geller and Amy Dykes. They formed in the late 1990s, and their name was chosen before the events of September 11th, 2001.
Yeah, but they did drop an album 2 months before September 11th, 2001, correct?
Yes, their debut album called Out of the Loop was released on July 17th, 2001, which was less than 2 months before the September 11 attacks.
Could you please tell me what the title of track 11 is?
The title of track 11 on that album is September.
Y'all picking up what I'm laying down? What the fuck, dude? Everybody else heard that? Can you just signify, just put some poop emojis in the chat if you heard what I just heard? Okay, so let me get this right. There is a band, American band, whose name of the band is I Am the World Trade Center. 2 months before 9/11, they dropped their debut album, and track 11 is named September. September 11 by the band I Am the World Trade Center. What the fuck? Oh my God, I need a grown up. I'm tripping, dude. Well, I don't want. We can't really necessarily hear it because it might be copyrighted, and I don't want to get copyrighted up in here. Up in here. Okay, you guys ready for the next one? You guys ready for the next little rabbit hole before we go into the Humonculus? Let me see. Let me see. I'll play a little clip of it. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube, on the boob tubes, the YouTubers. Okay, let's see here. I am the World Trade Center, September. Oh man, here it is. Weird, right? I don't fucking know. Check your Insta inbox. Let's check my Insta inbox real quick, dude. I'm not sure which one of you. His name is John. Oh, I think right here. John, I think, yep, that's you. What's up, John? I see you. I'll answer you later, bro, okay? Now, here's another weird rabbit hole. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention as of recently, but do you know what this place is? This place. Do you know what this place is? I'll wait. Don't worry. This is the front door to Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan townhouse. Okay? Epstein's New York home. You guys want to see something that for some reason, I'm telling you right now, I cannot let this just sit. Okay? This just feels so fucking wrong to me, and I don't know why anybody can't see this. We're talking about Humonculus today. So
Palm Beach Pete's DNA. Hey guys, it's Palm Beach Pete.
we're just gonna let Palm Beach Pete talk. I don't think you guys had sound. Let's run that back. Sorry.
Hey guys, it's Palm Beach Pete. And when I went on stake, because I usually went on stake, I'm gonna buy this beautiful townhouse in New York City. Probably the best townhouse in New York City. And I'm a winner. Always a winner on stake. Peace out, Palm Beach Pete.
Okay. You're telling me Palm Beach Pete just said that he is going to buy Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan townhouse. It gets weirder, bro. Okay? This gets weirder.
Palm Beach Pete.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for coming.
Back in the day, we had a lot of fun.
Is that Bill Gates and Palm Beach Pete? Bill Gates, Epstein's homie. Okay, that looks like a young Bill Gates to me. Am I wrong?
Parties were insane. We made a lot.
I'm also pretty confident that he's actually sitting while I will mind you. I will remind you while eating pizza. Okay? This is Epstein's kitchen, bro. This is Epstein's kitchen.
Come to the party.
It's a party. What's going on here? You're having a lot of people.
Dude, no way. Dude, no way. He's alive. Hey, Jeff, thanks for coming to the party.
I thought there was a party. What's going on here? I thought you're having a lot of people. Dude, what is all this? Oh, it's pizza. I love pizza.
Dude, what is he doing?
Oh my God, I'm gonna win so much money. This is insane. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Dude, it's like
Steak diet, and we're gonna go after.
it's fucking, it's just like in our face, bro. Like, dead ass. Why in the fuck is Palm Beach Pete meeting with Bill Clinton, bro? Like, dead ass. That's so weird to me. It doesn't seem right to me. Oh yeah, Bill Clinton, who was like buying children from Epstein, and Epstein just so happened to show up to the fucking White House 17 times or something. Epstein came to the White House. Now let me just prove this to you. We all just seen that kitchen. Let me just see if we can verify this real quick. Can you please find me images of the kitchen of Jeffrey Epstein's New York townhouse? Let me get the kitchen. Oh yeah, don't forget. Don't ever forget about this one. It's fucking disgusting, bro. Fucking disgusting, dude. All right. Are you guys ready to get right into Humonculi? I don't know about y'all. Who's up in here? If you're here, say, hey, what's up? I'm right here with you. All right. I do got to go get some more Boffy. Hello, Spring. It's all right, babe. We're right back at it. We were just going over the fact that Palm Beach Pete is going to buy Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion. That's what Palm Beach Pete said on his own video. That it's probably the best piece of real estate in all of Manhattan. Palm Beach Pete said that himself. He's going to buy Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. And then there's just like a whole bunch of videos of him eating cheese pizza. It's fucking weird. Seems fucking sus to me, bro. Okay, but we're watching. I don't know if any of you guys know about this. I don't know if you guys even know what a Humonculus is. Some of you for sure do. Some of you for sure know what a Humonculi is. Look, we are right there, live streaming, 6 people watching on YouTube, getting ready to get into this Humonculus, bro. Shit's gonna change your life. I promise you, bro. I'm telling you, if you never seen this shit, it's gonna blow your mind. But I'm just trying to find you a little clip for something just to watch while I run and go to the potty and I go get me some more coffee, huh? We can watch Base Forge. Let's do that. I'm gonna put him on 2 times speed or 1.25. We're gonna get into this. Humonculus, just so you know, is a artificially created human. They get super trippy and weird. Let me get this. Where's the chat right here? Let me fix this right here. Fix the chat. There we go. I get that right there. I get that right there. All right, I fixed it. They're a little crooked on Facebook. Fixed it. Let's go.
That box is showing you what that magnetic field looks like. Now, if you imagine those field lines as little paddles Now when those little paddles hit another magnet, it influences the other magnet. There's one on that ping pong ball right there. Its motion's creating an electromagnetic field that makes power. Does this solve the energy crisis if we put speakers on buildings? No. It can't solve the learning crisis. What you're seeing is the projection if you were to look down the poles of a magnet, right there. That forms that pattern. We're going to use that later. And if you rotate the magnet, then you see the poles of the magnet. That's what the two sides are. Magnets are just a perturbation of the field in the form of a torus. You know it as a donut, they know it as a pole. The poles spin in two opposing directions. One pole is from the center out. This is centrifugal, growth force. The other is outside to in. This is centripetal, like a hurricane. Together, these form a perfect balanced circle as they rotate, illustrated perfectly in the yin-yang. This is the inward-outward breath of the universe. Those lines that you're seeing are actually an interference pattern. It's like the peaks and the valleys of the field forming those little paddles. And when you look at the field straight, you see the motion around. It's actually illustrated perfectly in the Ionic columns from ancient Greece. Two counter rotations flowing around the center. Makes you wonder where Tesla got his ideas for the Tesla coil. Tesla coil works by resonating a primary coil with a secondary coil. You do this to amplify the signal like getting a microphone too close to a speaker, creating crazy electricity. It does this because of harmonics. It works exactly the same. They're linked by proportional geometry. This is the division or harmony of spheres. A harmonious relationship is how pretty much everything in nature actually works. We gave it meaning and therefore can manipulate it with math. The invisible world of waves and the physical world of geometry are linked through you. If all things are the same thing, it's pretty easy to create stuff, right? We used to learn this just by looking at those. The building's literally the book. Now you and your kids are locked in one of these for 4 years and 6 figures. What you're looking at up here is a beetle shell. It's called the elytron. And if you did not know, beetles levitate. They don't fly, they levitate. Watch the wizardry of the beetle. So a moth flies exactly how you would expect, like it swims through the air. Same with flies, they fly horizontally. The beetle flaps out his levitators, jumps in the air, and hopes for the best. You don't really notice it because it happens really fast. But when they are about to take off, they flap out the elytra. Moth wings move in a wave, and fly wings move up and down, but beetle wings move side to side just to change the rotational direction that they're going. Elytra react to electromagnetic fields as small as the one that your body produces because of these guys. They're literally little vortex generators inside the shell. Inside the shell are little resonator cavities. A pulse in the cavity creates a wave that can be directed. In our antennas, we direct the beam by delaying the pulse, but the beetle has a shell that's already curved. When you face them together downwards, they create a reflection back up. This was first discovered by Viktor Grebennikov. He studied these beetles and then glued some of their wings to the bottom of a platform and created a levitating platform. You have to lay it out in a certain pattern, but he even had controls on the footboard like a 3D scooter. Now, if you're observant, you might see where he got his inspiration for this little device. Who learned that one in school? You're not ready for this one. We're in Avatar world at this point. This is a plant talking to another plant. This one's probably not saying anything good because the caterpillar's eating it, but a team of researchers used some creative fluorescent lighting and some microscopes to watch this all happen. The results of this are beautiful. Among other things they measured if a plant gets damaged, what happens then to, and sure enough, they communicate pretty much anything that comes in contact with them. They do this with glutamate, kind of like how our body communicates with us with chemicals that get translated into feelings. You can even see it going through the channels in the cells. That is wild. But it's not just with damage, it's with a variety of things. Even touching the plants can cause them to glow. The electromagnetic field of a plant also responds to damage, and even bees.
A fire causes them to lose electrons. As a bee approaches a flower, the charged fields around the flower of the bee interact, and the sound changes.
All right, guys. All right. Who's up in here? We up in here. Team Human forever. I love Base Forge. He's so smart, bro. He's taught me so much stuff, bro. He's a genius, bro. He's so smart, bro. Okay, before we begin, Tripoverdrip.shop, bro. Okay? I'm going to drop it in all the chats. You literally might be seeing a tie-dye shirt right here, bro. There's only 10 of them being made. 5 of each design. We've had a few purchased. There's only about 8 left. They're just the regular tie-dye, trip over drip, you know what I'm saying? But they are going to be signed by me and Queen Trip. There is a limited amount, only 10 of them. Oh look, we also got a trip over drip tumbler over here. Hell yeah. Where's that other tie dizzle? Right there? You know what I'm saying? Make sure you grab yours today, bro. I dropped the link in all the chats. There's only 10. They're going fast. Limited supply. There's only going to be 5 made. 5 alien trip over drip, 5 third eye bears. They will be signed with permanent marker by me and Queen Trip somewhere, probably up on the arm sleeve or somewhere, or maybe on the collar. Yeah. Vox, I know you how about this, bro? You go and buy one of the shirts. If through the website, it will force you to you got okay, then I'll reach out to you on Discord after the live stream, and then we can just actually link up. There's no reason for me to have to ship it or deliver it to you. You know what I'm saying? We can just link up and have coffee, and I'll just hand deliver it to you myself. But we got some new stuff too. We got the Divine Masculine tank top, bro, matching with the Divine Masculine with these matching Tripoverdrip shorts. We got the Divine Feminine with the same thing, matching shorts. We got the long tank top for girls and the crop top for girls. We've got the matching Tripoverdrip shorts. They also do have pockets. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually even wearing this shirt right now. You know what I'm saying? You see that right here? You see that? That 99% over 1%. Team Human Tripoverdrips up in the house, bro. But yeah. Tripoverdrip.shop. Get yours today. Like I said, these tie-dye ones, I'm only making 5 of each. So once 5 orders have gone through, they will be removed off of the site, and I don't know if or when or what, if we're going to do something like this again. You know what I mean? But let's get right into the Humonculi. Now this video, okay? If I'm being if I'm being honest right now with you, okay? This video is absolutely insane. It's insane, bro. This one video fucked me up for like a month. Hell yeah, C Dean, you're gonna get a shirt. Let's go. We got we got like 5 people up on here. I think these shirts are gonna go quick. 5 people are live on tripoverdrip.shop. I think they might be getting all these tie-dyes, bro. All right. Hell yeah. So we are watching Humonculus again. Yes, Melissa. You know, oh my gosh, there's an order right there. Boom. Someone just bought it. Someone just bought the tie-dye bear shirt. I'm telling you, these are going to go quick, bro. These are going to go quick. Anyways, what's up, guys? You might see here. Do you know who this individual is up over here? Old Hermes Trismegistus. You ever heard of that? Hermes Trismegistus. This is a 10-hour documentary, and my plan is to knock it all out this week, okay? So if we're going to get into this, we got to get right up into this, boy. Because we got to get at least two hours in today. 2 hours today. Let's get right into it. Just before we get going, can we just get some aliens in the chat? Part 1. You're right, C Dean. Part 1. Tomorrow will be part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5. And here we go.
This video is a long time in the making, and we're really excited to present it. Today, we're diving deep into the mysterious and strange world of the Humonculus, a being that has captivated the minds of alchemists, mystics, and philosophers for centuries. It has been referenced throughout history by several reputable historical figures of science such as Paracelsus and John Dee. But is this simply a made-up story? The Humonculus was said to be a tiny, fully formed human created through mystical and/or alchemical means. But the question is, was the Humonculus ever more than just a myth? Was it only possible to create tiny humans? What was this process of creating this supposed miniature man?
Okay. Bro. I appreciate you so much, Vox, for buying one of those shirts. I just pulled your finger, Dave Smith. Yeah, I feel like these tie-dyes are going to go quick. There's 8 people on the site right now. Hell yeah, let's go. Humonculus forever, bro. This shit changed my freaking outlook on life, dead ass. Because after we went down this Humonculus rabbit hole as a stream, bro, we created a little just like a little talisman for the long journey that we went through. Because this one, oh yeah. Speaking of which, Melissa, I reached out to Mind Unveiled, bro, and I told him, I said, bro, when you drop the Bible Unveiled Part 2, just give me a heads up of like when you're going to post it, bro. And I will be live on stream and we will watch it right when it freaking drops, bro. It's sick. I don't know if he's going to do it. I don't know if he's going to tell me or say anything, but we'll see. Just like we did the last time, though. Once it drops, we'll watch it. But let's get right back into this. We've got a lot to cover, bro. So a lot of this is going to be last time we really just watched. We did have some commentary and stuff about like some crazy stuff, but definitely going to like give a little bit more chatter and process this a little bit more, because last time we were just watching and my mind was blown the whole time. Remember that? This is the video where all of a sudden I'm like, bro, my fucking brain is vibrating. No, I'm not a Christian, but Jesus is my favorite person out of all of human history. Or I guess, I mean, his name's not really Jesus, but Yeshua from Nazareth. Yeah.
Or could this even be a reference to some type of ancient...
Yeah, Melissa, we will do that. I agree with you 100%. I agree 100%. We are throughout this whole week, bro, is going to be heavy. Some of the stuff we're going to cover in this video is going to be some really heavy information. Lots of information to process. And so just know that every day this week at the end of the stream, we'll take the last 10 to 15 minutes of the stream and do like some guided breath work or like a guided meditation at the end, because I just can't do it, bro. There's no reason why I can't have you come on my live stream and give you this like just super heavy energy and then be like, bye, see you tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I just wouldn't sit right with me. Knowing that like how much it affects me, at the end of every stream this week, we are going to do some breath work, some guided meditation, just some energy balancing and all of that stuff. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure that there's like in the Discord, I could drop the Discord channel right now real fast. I'm pretty sure some of the people up on Team Human, they asked me to create a voice chat, and I'm not sure how often this happens because I'm just kind of relatively learning about it right now, but I'm pretty sure everybody jumps on the voice chat after the streams and shit, and they talk to each other and shit, you know? If you want to help find community inside of the Tripoverdrip Team Human Discord, you know what I'm saying? So if you want to join the Discord, bro, click the link that we just dropped. It's basically, 300 people are all up in here, bro. 300 peeps, all sorts of different chats. If you do jump up on the Discord, bro, like I said, when you come over to if you do come over to Kick as well, please just drop a red, green, and a yellow heart somewhere so we know that you came today. It's an active community. You're right. It's up and down. Sometimes it's quiet. Other times at 7 o'clock in the morning, there's 20 people just, what's up? Good morning, everybody. What's good, dude? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I'm excited to make for her to make your shirt. You're almost there from Custom Art. Hell yeah. You guys ready to get into this thing? We got 5 people. DMT, yay. Dimethyltryptamine is one of the most complex, interesting chemical compounds that I feel is on the whole entire planet. Actually, if I'm being honest with you, if I go ahead and just do this right here and turn that over, I actually have all the chemical compounds for LSD, psilocybin, and dimethyltryptamine on my leg. I have a hard time doing that with the camera, but yeah. Hello, let's fix the camera up. I'm sorry, I don't know why I was trying to show you the camera when it's all freaking weird. It was all freaking weird. Okay, just kind of give everybody a little bit of time to trickle up in here because this shit's gonna be fucking crazy, bro. This shit's gonna be crazy. I only got 10 seconds into the video and all of a sudden I have to chat and do all that shit. But let's just get right back into it. There's no dilly-dallying anymore.
Form of cloning or artificial reproduction for full-sized humans, the ancients were known to be curious about the secrets of life in the natural world. Could it be that they had devised a method to artificially create humans without the need for sexual intercourse? An early form of a test tube baby that could lead to the creation of a human being? Keep that question in mind as we continue to explore. I want to give a big shout out to Juan from the Juan on Juan podcast. He sent me some books and a bunch of notes that really assisted us in creating this video, and I really couldn't have created the video without him. He's the guy that knew the most about Humonculus in the community, so definitely go check him out on Instagram, YouTube, and just go show him some love. Also, before we start, make sure you check out the Cabbage Patch video series playlist as it connects with everything we will be discussing.
Who was here? Who's been here? Who watched some Cabbage Patch stuff with us, bro? The Cabbage Patch goes crazy. Physical proof that Cabbage Patch postcards were talking about a repopulation agenda after one of the last resets. What the fuck? So if you know and understand about Cabbage Patch, this all ties up into the World Fair, the incubator babies, like all that shit, bro. I love you, Queen Trip.
And this video is a continuation of the series. With that, enjoy the show. Warning, what you're about to watch is the most insane video you'll ever see. Now's your chance to turn back.
He's not being facetious right there. Like, when he says this is the most insane video you were ever about to watch, bro, I've watched it. It's the most insane video I've ever watched, bro. It changed everything, how I see everything, to be 100% honest with you. If you're here for it and you're going to be here for it, just put, I'm here for it. I'm down with voice. I'm down to do like a once a week voice chat with everybody, bro. Hey, this beat's hard as fuck, right? What's up, Veronica? I see you.
Most people in the modern day are very familiar with the concept of a homunculus. A tiny...
Wait. He just bullshitted you, bro. Most people in the modern day are familiar with the term humonculus. No, they're not. If you're here and you have no idea what a humonculus is, somehow signify that. I'm just trying to get a gather because there are people who are here that have been with me that might know about this. Maybe they wouldn't have known about this unless we watched it all together. But I'm telling you, bro, most people in the modern world do not know what this is, bro. That's why in the beginning of the video, he literally said, this is the most insane video that you have ever fucking seen, and it's going to change everything. Be here every single day this week. If you see me live, we are watching this video every single day this week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's so insane.
Artificial man created in a jar.
We'll just run that back.
Most people in the modern day are very familiar with the concept of a homunculus. A tiny artificial man created in a jar. It's one of the most searched terms on Google, and in 2016, the term was revived due to viral videos under a Russian YouTuber who insisted he had discovered the method of creating a homunculus. These videos convinced millions, but it wasn't long until they were proven to be fakes. This ended up with the term losing credibility and leading many to believe that this entire subject is just a joke. The idea of the...
Oh, C. Dean said, sorry. C. Dean's comment said, we are going to be in the chat pretty frequently. Just pop in. No schedule needed. We all try to sit in chat when not busy, but for the Oracle, definitely join the group to see what we're about. That's what it said. Basically said, come join the Oracle voice chat on Discord.
Homunculus in the scientific community in the modern day has been denounced as the mere fantasies or imagination of medieval writers in the 17th century. Yet, these mainstream historians are not willing to explore some areas of thoughts on this topic, specifically esoteric secrets, as it is outside their expertise, where this knowledge delves into the science and art of the alchemist. Alchemy is the foundation of modern science, so it's important for one to take the subject seriously, especially when we can read what the scientists of that time actually wrote on the subject. We must remember as we begin to dive into this material that the term homunculus may have dual-fold meaning that it's not so singular in its definition. It may have multiple layered meanings. We know the homunculus...
First of all,
it may have multiple...
Let's just point out that this is some Freemasonic artwork with the light coming down. There's two towers on each side with the sun and the moon. You can tell very quickly that this is all Masonic art, correct?
Layered meanings. We know that homunculus is Latin for little person, culus meaning little, and homo for man, or mankind. Interestingly, the origins of the word go back to Proto-Indian European term dogomon, meaning of the earth, similar to the Old Irish mdena. This connects to the clay references that we will see later, as the homunculus is also said to be depicted as small statues made out of clay. One of the earliest historical references to the concept of the homunculus is found in the work of the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. He explored the notion of abiogenesis, or the idea that living organisms could emerge directly from non-living materials. This is referenced to as spontaneous generation. In his work De Generatione Animalium, Aristotle examined the belief that certain life forms like mice and maggots could spontaneously arise from inanimate substances such as soil or grains. It gets really interesting because many, if not all, the ancient Greek philosophers believed in a form of this abiogenesis or spontaneous generation. This was based off an ancient biological science known as preformationism. Preformationism states that organisms develop from miniature versions of themselves. It's important to note that preformationists believe that the form of the living thing exists prior to their development. We'll connect this later. Also, Pythagoras is credited as one of the earliest thinkers to explain the origin of form in biological production, suggesting that the father...
Okay. I just have to ask. We all know who Aristotle is. Everybody knows who Pythagoras is. The Pythagorean theorem, geometry and shit. That's like the godfather of sacred geometry. It does say ball at the top, actually. That's kind of insane.
contributes the essential characteristics of the offspring, while mothers contribute only a material substrate. It's important to note the similarity between supposed ancient Greek Neoplatonic thought and the magical systems used by the alchemists. The question is, were the Greek philosophers secretly alchemists?
The only thing I can think of is that it's because you're literally saying the word oracle. I don't understand that. Why in the fuck does it keep deleting your chat? That's weird. Try and type it without the word oracle.
Discussing a different type of biological production. This will all be brought to question. Spontaneous generation can be found in ancient works by revered poets like Ovid. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, he describes the creation of life through alchemical elements, the earth, the air, and water, bring forth, suggesting that living organisms originated from inanimate elements, wind combined with fire. Another ancient Greek author on this subject is Anaximander, who believed that life originated from a primordial mixture of earth and water, and that simpler organisms emerged first, followed by more complex life forms.
1 second.
This arguably is the precursor to modern evolution, as Anaximander suggested that humans initially arose from a different type of animal, possibly a fish or fish-like creature, and that the early human ancestors underwent a process of gradual development and adaptation to life on land. The key difference, other than natural selection, being Anaximander believed in a primordial mixture and the concept of spontaneous creation. There are other authors who speak on this. Interestingly, the Greek philosopher Empedocles, who lived in the 5th century BC, proposed that heavy rainfall mixing with the earth would become fertile and spontaneously generate various life forms. He believed that the combination of water and earth produced a wide range of organisms, including insects and other small creatures. The idea is that these ancient authors, including Aristotle himself, were just simply mistaken, according to these mainstream historians. Interestingly, in Homer's Iliad, there's a section in Book 19 where it discusses a body being defiled by flies and the possibility that worms would come from them digging into the wounds. What this shows is that they were well aware of the life cycle of a fly, so obviously they were discussing some other matter here when it comes to the spontaneous creation of other animals such as mice and frogs. They knew about the fly life cycle, but it would take over 2,000 years from this first reference to supposedly debunk spontaneous generation.
Okay. First of all, everybody can acknowledge this is the Christ child. You see what I'm seeing? So, there have been lots and lots of philosophers throughout history that have written work that lead the readers to believe that these individuals believed that there was actual spontaneous generation of life, specifically when it comes to like how flies are created, right? Was everything that we just went over. Anybody have any questions? What's up, Dell? What's up? Anybody have any questions? What's up, Cynthia? I see you. What's up, girl? What's up, dude? Okay, we're getting into this Humonculus thing, but he has to lay the groundwork that there were lots of philosophers from Aristotle to Pythagoras to these other Greek and Roman philosophers that all believed in their writings that there was such thing as spontaneous generation, spontaneous creation of life. You might be confused why there's the Christ child right here, but we'll get into that. It's deep up. That's deep up into here. We'll probably hit Jesus and Mary Magdalene and stuff like Wednesday.
I'm not so sure if I buy that whole story. Before we get into the details of the homunculus, it's important to understand that there was an entire debate on this subject. This is a matter that had already been discussed for thousands of years, and then took hundreds of years of debate. But even in the mid-1800s, when Darwin...
Wait a second. I didn't notice this the first time. What does that say up on the top?
published on the origin years of debate.
What does that say up there on the top, bro? From Tartary? Vegetable lamb of Tartary? From Tartaria? It said that it was grown in Tartary. There's proof right there that there's this thing that says it was grown in Tartaria. This plant literally is called Agnus sithicus or Planta tartarica barometz. Dang, I didn't see that the first time, bro. I didn't see the Tartaria reference. Insane.
But even in the mid-1800s, when Darwin published On the Origin of Species, his entire theory depended on spontaneous generation.
Wait a second. So Darwin, he's like the person who, I guess, created or fucking mainstreamed the idea of evolution and shit. He believed that life was created spontaneously. How can the guy who believes in evolution believe that life is created spontaneously? How does that work?
Or as Thomas Huxley termed it, abiogenesis. According to the skeptics, the late 1600s experiment by Francesco Redi supposedly debunks the notion of spontaneous generation entirely. This really isn't a fair argument, as it's debatable whether or not this experiment completely debunks spontaneous generation as a tool. First, it's important to note that Redi was a Jesuit with a mission to debunk spontaneous generation, a belief that was widely held at that time. And interestingly, during the 17th century, around the same time as Redi's experiment, the concept of the homunculus began to fade from the mainstream scientific discourse. Redi is often considered a turning point in disproving the theory of spontaneous generation. But the subject of spontaneous generation is not limited to simply flies and worms. 1. It was an experimental design, and it really was not comprehensive enough to fully debunk spontaneous generation in its entirety. Yet, it is constantly referenced in that manner. It is possible to argue that this experimental design did not account for all the possible scenarios. 2. There are numerous historical references to spontaneous generation from respected figures such as many Greek philosophers and even Roman poets. Yet, they were aware of the life cycle of the fly. 3. It really is a subjective interpretation of the outcome of the experiment and could be argued flawed completely. For example, the reason the maggots did not form in the sealed jars is because the necessary conditions for their formations were just not met. In many cases, the instructions for spontaneous generation are cryptic and ritualistic in nature. Who's to say he performed the ritual
Okay. I hear you, Julia. What if Mary was a hermaphrodite and impregnated herself? That's an insane idea, huh? What the fuck? We're dead. My little blinker's dead. That's an insane to think about, though, Julia. Actually.
correctly. These experiments were in the late 1660s. It is an important experiment to note, as it initiated further scientific study, but of course, that's just the mainstream narrative. Ironically, modern mainstream historians scoff at the idea of spontaneous generation, but in many cases, they are willing to consider alternative sci-fi ideas.
What does panspermia mean? Panspermia is the hypothesis first proposed in the 5th century BCE by Greek philosopher Anaxagoras that life exists throughout the universe, that it is thought to be distributed by space dust, meteorites, asteroids, comets, and planetoids, as well as by spacecraft carrying unintended contamination by microorganisms. The theory that basically that it's spontaneously generated, right? Panspermia. Have you guys heard that word before?
Such as panspermia that suggest life could have originated from extraterrestrial sources, which could be considered a type of spontaneous generation.
Okay. This is my idea of panspermia, okay? This is panspermia, dude. An asteroid fucking into the ocean and shit and had some like weird fucking alien microbiomes, weird fucking organisms and shit that over hundreds and thousands of years potentially grew in the ocean to become this fucking beautiful, insanely fucking insane animal, bro. I don't know. Any of you guys like octopus, bro? I think octopus are aliens for sure, bro. Anyways, that's like where I would like classify, like that's kind of maybe how I could see panspermia, you know, like these organisms on an asteroid came and hit our Earth and went into the ocean, and those organisms then did evolve through whatever, I guess, processes, and then eventually became the octopus.
This presents an intriguing point for consideration, as there appear to be some contradictions within the mainstream explanation. The prevailing view is that alchemy began to fade following Reddy's experiments and the increasing prominence of research using modern scientific methods. Supposedly, these experiments started to challenge the ideas held by alchemists a few centuries prior during the Renaissance. However, this time period was also known as the Enlightenment. So which is it? Were the alchemists simply misguided? The situation seems paradoxical because even after alchemy had begun to fade from mainstream science, prominent scientists in the 1700s, such as Isaac Newton, remained interested in alchemy as if it were a lost secret knowledge awaiting rediscovery. Why was Newton studying alchemy even hundreds of years after it declined in scientific thought?
We have to stop there. We have to stop there for just a second. You guys know what the Philosopher's Stone is, right? Like, we can't really go any further into this if we can't acknowledge what it is that that he's talking about. Why was Isaac Newton, who is like a famous figure in history of engineering and inventing and physics and science and stuff, right? What is the Philosopher's Stone, bro? If you don't know, we're just going to allow old Perplexity to just refresh our minds, because I know what it is, but I just need a refresher myself so later time I can regurgitate the information as well. Okay, please explain to me what Isaac Newton and the Philosopher's Stone means. Like, I know who Isaac Newton is, but what is this supposed Philosopher's Stone that all of these alchemists people were like in search of or talking about?
Sure thing. The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary concept from the medieval practice of alchemy. Alchemists believed it was a magical substance that could turn base metals, like lead, into precious metals like gold. It was also said to grant immortality or eternal youth through something called the elixir of life. Newton, although we know him mostly for his laws of motion and gravity, also dabbled in alchemy. He spent a lot of time exploring these ideas, hoping to uncover nature's secrets. So, in short, the Philosopher's Stone is a mythical quest for transformation and immortality that fascinated many thinkers of the time, including Newton.
Right. I knew the part, yeah, on atomic gold or mana. You know, on atomic gold, what the Anunnaki came here from Nibiru to mine. That's why humans were even created, so they could mine gold. But it was this on atomic gold, actually, because their atmosphere in the star system of Nibiru, they were going to put gold flakes in it so they could protect it from the radiation. Now that's a whole nother fucking rabbit hole. But yes, it's gold. It was to turn lead into gold. Allegedly, though, this Philosopher's Stone has a lot more allegories and connections to other occult or supernatural concepts in this like esoteric lore that we actually are in like this magical world, not like this material world that we're all led to believe that it's all just like matter and atoms and TVs and cars and just like the 3D realm, where a lot of these people from our past believed wholeheartedly. When I say wholeheartedly, it's like literally their entire being and everything they did their whole life was revolving around these concepts of alchemy and all of that, you know? So let's just keep going. Oh, Isaac Newton and the Philosopher's Stone granted immortality, did it? I wonder, you know, if you guys saw my cloning video last week, you know, towards the end of the video, it was like suggesting that is Erica Kirk a clone? It's not necessarily saying she's a clone. It's just weird that there was also an Erica Kirk that in like the governor of Florida's wife in like 1967, I want to say her name was Erica Kirk, and they just look too much alike, you know? And so is it cloning, or did these motherfuckers really find the Philosopher's Stone? And do we think that why does Celine Dion still look like that? Holy shit. You know what I mean? How are you like 75 years old and still look like you're 40 and shit? Did they find the Philosopher's Stone? Have they found immortality? I mean, I know they didn't find the Philosopher's Stone. They just consumed the blood of children filled with adrenaline, and then it gives them immortality or the elixir of life, actually. But that's for another time. Let's get back into Isaac Newton.
He would even correspond with Robert Boyle, the first chemist and one of the founders of modern chemistry, discussing the subject of alchemy in secrecy. Not only did they keep their interest secret, but it also became their life's work. Newton was the president of the Royal Society for over 20 years. That's a pretty big deal.
Okay. Sorry, we're just hitting all this stuff, bro, because this is my second time going through this, so it's a little bit different for me. So I have a lot more share as well. You know, there's a whole bunch of them I think that have found the elixir of life. We might not think it's the elixir of life. We might call it drinking kids' blood. But regardless, can anybody in this imagery right here, this is supposedly an image of Isaac Newton, right? Who has eyes to see? Who is it that has eyes to see? Just a second. Just a second. I'm just posting a story saying, come watch Humonculus with us. The silence shows what I'm about. All right, back into this. Sorry, I just started vibing out for a second. Just started vibing out for a second, dude. So who do we got up in here? What does it say? It says, keep within compass and you shall be sure to avoid many troubles which others endure. Wow. That's like screaming. Keep within compass. What the fuck? What the fuck?
And although there isn't any specific proof that Newton was a Freemason, there are
Wait a second. Wait, what?
many arguments
He just said that there isn't like definitive proof that Isaac Newton was a Freemason. But this is a picture of Isaac Newton with the compass, bro. Crazy. Crazy mofos.
Although there isn't any specific proof that Newton was a Freemason, there are many arguments that support that he could have indeed been connected or associated with a secret order of some kind. I mean, the Royal Society itself, as well as the foundation of modern science, was influenced by Masonry, so it's a pretty fair question. Now, as we progress, we'll be taking a look into the history of secret societies and the use of cryptic occult symbolism. This will assist in understanding how some of this information may have been lost or suppressed over time.
Who has seen this before? Who knows about this device? Boyle's self-flowing flask. You understand how it works, correct? The weight from the water in the big container pushes the water up to the top, and so it just continuously cycles. That's like, it's basically uses the same physics as like siphoning. You know how like you can like siphon gas and get it to come out of a hose? You know what I'm saying? It's like similar type physics.
Royal Society was founded by Robert Boyle, who we know was deeply associated with alchemy, and by another figure named Christopher Wren, the famous English architect responsible for rebuilding 52 churches after the Great Fire of, oh, what a coincidence, 1666. Which, that's a whole story of its own on how it was possibly a setup by the Masons. Forgetting all.
Wait, run that back?
No, was deeply associated with alchemy, and by another figure named Christopher Wren, the famous English architect responsible for rebuilding 52 churches after the Great Fire of, oh, what a coincidence, 1666.
The Great Fire of 1666? Can you please provide me information about the Great Fire of 1666?
The Great Fire of London in 1666 began around 1 a.m. on September 2nd in a bakery on Pudding Lane. It was a long dry summer, and strong east winds helped the fire spread rapidly through the wooden buildings. The Lord Mayor initially underestimated the danger, but soon firefighting efforts included pulling down houses and even using gunpowder to create fire breaks. By September 4th, the fire had reached its peak, stretching from the Temple in the west to near the Tower of London in the east. Changing winds and new techniques eventually helped bring it under control, and by September 6th, it was extinguished. The fire destroyed 13,000 private homes, 87 parish churches, and numerous public buildings, leaving hundreds of thousands homeless.
How many churches?
Based on historical accounts, around 89 parish churches were destroyed in the Great Fire of London. If you have any more questions or need additional details...
That's insane.
Which, that's a whole story of its own on how it was possibly a setup by the Masons. Forgetting all that, it's well established that Christopher Wren was a Freemason. Therefore, what we're looking at with this revival of alchemy is that during this later time period of the early 1700s, knowledge from a previous generation of elite brotherhoods were lost and discussed between the higher echelons of society. In this case, the scientific elite of the later Enlightenment period were attempting to rediscover or preserve the secret of the sciences of earlier brotherhoods. So, some people are willing to believe that in the present day, that aliens have the ability to clone, and we've seen this in many movies many times, or that the government is secretly cloning individuals and that there are hidden underground cloning laboratories.
I don't know why, but it just that shit just fucking affirmed so much to me, because earlier I was talking about cloning. If I'm being 100% honest, bro, I think it's probably not correct. Peter Semel, or Palm Beach Pete, is probably just some dude who's just grifting off the fact that he looks like the most nefarious and infamous sex child trafficker pedophile of all time. Actually, he's just getting famous off of the fact that he looks like the most disgusting human any of us have ever seen in our entire lives. But he also could be a clone. He could be a Humonculi. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All of the shit looks weird, but this Humonculus stuff all is just it's all going to unravel right in front of your eyes. I'm glad that you're here. We still got like 2 hours left of streaming, bro. We're getting in today.
Whether this is true or not, if you're willing to consider such possibilities in the modern time, well, it's only fair to consider that similar activities may have occurred in the past as well. Cloning? This could have been the most closely guarded secret of the esoteric societies, which were controlled by the royal elite families during that time. Of course, some may argue that this is because we possess a different technology and scientific understanding today. However, that art...
Marie Moon says, I found out I have the same B-day as Epstein. Well, you don't even have to let that negatively affect you, because of the laws of duality and polarity, we obviously have seen that on that specific date that a demon or some evil being was created. So you are probably the opposite of that, because that's how the universe works, is that there was a demon born on that day, and the same day you were born, and you're probably just like the rest of the females that are up here on Team Human, which are also like just divine feminine, embracing their inner divinity every single day. You know what I'm saying? So you got to think of it like complete opposites, yin and the yang. Yep, he was born, he's an evil human, he did horrible things, but you were also born on that day as well, and you're probably the opposite spectrum of that, which is just what you are always meant to embrace, which is your divine feminine, you know?
Argument originates from a perspective fed to us by these royal societies, Rosicrucians, Jesuits, and Freemasonic brothers, or the 17th century scientists unveiling new scientific advancements and technological progressions. But many of these...
I agree with you, Monica. We got to stop acknowledging the day that you incarnated on the planet as your birthday. Every time you acknowledge your earthly age, or how long you've been on Earth, or what the year was, you are secretly telling every cell in your body subconsciously that you are closer to when the average human life ends. Every time, you know, the average expectancy is like 80. So every time you tell everybody that you're like 40, 45, 50, 32, 27, whatever it is, every time you say it, your mind and every cell in your body literally subconsciously acknowledge that you're getting closer, and your body will just start to age even more. We shouldn't even just be talking about birthdays. You know what I mean? I like to call them your happy B Earth Day. Happy B Earth Day.
And Freemasonic brothers, or the 17th century scientists unveiling new scientific advancements and technological progressions. But many of these scientists and their findings are funded by these royal elite institutions, which can be clearly identified through their coat of arms. Even if we trust the mainstream...
But, sorry, let's just go. I'm going to pull back a little bit because I want to make one more comment, and then we'll get deep into this. She says cloning, yes, Pete could have been the first attempt, or they aren't going to grow just one at a time. They would clone thousands at a time. What if Palm Beach Pete is just like a meme? You know, something tragic or traumatizing happens, and then, you know, the internet sleuths do their things, and next thing you know, there's like this funny meme that goes around, and everybody just reposts that same meme to make a humorous frequency out of something traumatic. Palm Beach Pete literally is like, I look like Epstein, but I'm just a good guy. You know, you don't think that there's like some psyop there? Why the fuck is Palm Beach Pete going on like mainstream news channels to talk about how I'm not Epstein, I'm just Palm Beach Pete living my best life. I'm running for governor of mayor. I'm running for the governor of Florida. You know what I'm saying? It seems like a complete psyop to desensitize us to the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was like Satan. Like real evil demon shit. Do you know what Kuru is? Go look up what Kuru is. Go do some research on images of Jeffrey Epstein and Kuru.
But many of these scientists and their findings are funded by these royal elite institutions, which can be clearly identified through their coat of arms. Even if we trust the mainstream narrative and the level of technology presented for each age, we should always consider that the highest forms of technology would be guarded by the elite of its time. For example, something like the Ark of the Covenant. Perhaps the science didn't involve or depend on the need for modern machinery or electronics, but instead, it was an advanced occult art whose technique had been guarded for ages. The homunculus can essentially be divided into multi-layered definitions because it simply does not refer to one thing. This will be clear as we progress. The ancient practice of creating a homunculus far precedes alchemy, but we'll highlight that the subject of the homunculus is deeply integrated with the deepest secrets of the alchemical and hermetic tradition. Many have interpreted the Philosopher's Stone as simply a means for creating gold from base metals, but the bigger secret is that the Philosopher's Stone was used for creating artificial life. The homunculus represents far more than just a tiny man or creature created in a jar. 1. It refers to a secret ancient art and knowledge of generation in combination with alchemy or the capturing and moving of souls. 2. A secret occult double, a double body, another vehicle for consciousness. 3. The capturing of a soul into a non-living object. 4. Esoteric secrets, which we'll get to towards the end. There's much to cover, and every definition will be explained. But this is a huge subject because the homunculus embodies humanity's quest for forbidden knowledge and our curiosity to uncover the mysteries of life. Many different subjects connect, especially when we connect it with an understanding of alternative history, false timelines, and other subjects we have covered in the past. In this investigation of the homunculus, we will cover some of the most prominent subjects associated with this concept, shedding light on their historical significance and impact on the development of modern science. We will focus on the contributions of several influential scientists who were captivated by the mysteries of the homunculus and the principles of alchemy, and how their work significantly shaped the course of scientific inquiry. I'm sure that most of you have heard about John Dee, or the real 007, the advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, who was also known for his heavy association with the cult, attempting to communicate with angels using an Enochian language, which he claimed.
Yeah, we got to stop right there, right? Queen Elizabeth. You know what I'm saying? Her assistant was using this thing to communicate with angels. Did you notice that did you notice that he said using the Enochian language? What do you think that is? I'm sure some of you automatically hear the Enochian and know exactly what that reference is to. But some of you might not. Just waiting. The Enochian language. The Anunnaki, homie. Why would Queen Elizabeth's spiritual advisor be talking about the fact that he was speaking Anunnakian to talk to angels? That's weird, right? Just the simple fact, we're not even talking about necessarily the homunculus. Like, we could just get rid of the spontaneously generated human and just get rid of all of that. We just talk about the fact that Queen Elizabeth's spiritual assistant was saying that he knew the Anunnaki language.
was used by supernatural beings. He was deeply interested in alchemy and amassed a massive library of alchemical texts for his studies. He's a very interesting figure because it shows the connection between the governments or elites at their time and how the courts were filled with high-ranking figures well-versed in alchemy and the occult. He is claimed to be the founder of the Rosicrucian Order, a secret society preceding the Masons, said to be founded around this time period.
Isn't that crazy? Dr. John Dee, the same guy that was supposedly talking to angels speaking the Anunnakian language, who was the spiritual assistant to Queen Elizabeth, the whatever number of whatever one it was, the third, I think, Queen Elizabeth III, was the same person who founded the Rosicrucians. I appreciate you, Scotty, for joining up in here, bro. We love you over here, Scotty Wheel.
But it's very likely that they're a secret ancient Catholic order, and we will show this later. But it can indeed be quite shocking, as the Rosicrucians are typically associated with Protestants after the 1600s. But there is more to that story, much more to connect when it comes to secret societies, their ancestry, and their relation to this knowledge.
Thank you, Scotty, for the watch time, bro. I appreciate you. If none of y'all know, dude, let me just...
Rosicrucians are...
While we're here, bro, I am trying to get... I'm trying to get freaking... I need 3,000 hours watch time on YouTube, bro. If y'all could just head over to the YouTube, if you don't already, hit the subscribe button, you know what I'm saying? Facebook, you might have a better time watching this on YouTube and on Kick. If you have Kick, it's Trip_drip_ or Trip_over_drip. But yeah, we're up over here on YouTube. If you guys want to come up over on YouTube, I would very much appreciate it. Very much so.
Fascinated with alchemy, hermeticism, and blended these ideas with Christian motifs. Some say that there's no evidence.
What's up, Cobra Kai, Melissa, Jacob, Koi Fish. We've got Tony, Cynthia, Julia, Monica. What's up, Eternity? Release and Transform. Who's up in here? Marie Moon's in the house. Where are you guys at? Claudia. Oh, we're gonna get there, bro. Just hang out with us for a little bit. Okay, I'll tell you right now what I need on YouTube. If I refresh this page, it says out of 3,000 hours, I have 971. So, yep, I still got like roughly 2,000 hours of Facebook time. So that's why when we do live stream, I like to say, if you miss the stream, it's always on YouTube, bro. Every day it's on YouTube. You just have to go to the live tab instead of like videos or shorts, whatever. You just go to the live tab. It'll be right there. So if you miss the stream, it's always on YouTube. What's up, Jeremy? What's up, Julia? Who's here where? Brittany's in the house. Let's go. What's up, Kate Cleo? What's up, Veronica? Pretty Ricky's up in here. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
This suggests that Dee was a Rosicrucian, but Dee's writings were responsible for an occult revolution in Europe. But the question is, did this interest in alchemy and the homunculus really all start in the...
No, so the watch time doesn't have to be live. It just collectively, my channel on YouTube needs to reach 3,000 hours viewed. So like all my viewers watch. If realistically, I have over 1,000 viewers, or I have like almost 1,500 subs on YouTube. If every one of them just watched my channel for 1 hour, boom. It would just jump drastically. If every one of my subscribers on YouTube just watched for 2 hours, bam, I would hit it in 1 day. You know what I mean? So if every one of my followers just fucking watched one live stream, it would hit it. But that's just not realistic. That's not really how it is. You know what I mean? So I'm just putting it out there. The YouTube, you know what I mean? If you missed the stream, watch it on YouTube. If you, Kick gives issues. I'm on Kick at Trip_over_drip. I'm on Twitch at Tripoverdrip. You know what I'm saying? You can watch us anywhere, but let's get back into this.
Early 17th century? Or does this tradition go back from before the creation of religion? Well, there's much more to that story, and there were many other prominent figures from that time period.
Thank you, Ray Ray.
Who not only had a massive impact on science and history, but were deeply associated with secret societies. We have an entire section where we dive into the Elizabethan era later and explore his other associates. It would be a great task to cover occult philosophy in its entirety, but it may be important to note for a moment some key points. Hermeticism, an ancient philosophical and spiritual tradition, traces its roots back to the legendary figure Hermes Trismegistus.
We have to pause here. We have to pause here, okay? We have to pause. Do you know why we have to pause? Who knows who? Can we just get aliens in the chat if you know about Hermeticism and Hermes Trismegistus? I don't know. I'll look more into it, Julia. If you're playing my videos all the time in your house to help me get it, for one, I just have to say I love you. Thank you so much. Like, if you really... Damn, I love you for real. That the fact that you do that. She says, I leave your stuff playing in my house, even if I leave the house. I've played all of your videos. I just want you to know I just felt the hug from the universe hugging me right there. What's up, Kelly? What's up, Kelly? You're on YouTube. What's up, dude? What's up? Okay, so I need to know. Can we get some aliens in the chat, bro? Aliens in the chat. Do you know who Hermes Trismegistus is? Or who... have you heard of the Emerald Tablet? Not the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean or the Anunnakian, who lived in the ancient city of Kemet, which is now Egypt, where chemistry came from, is this place called Kemet, which is now called Egypt. Supposedly they have a list of kings, and one of the kings was Thoth, and Thoth served as king over Kemet for 40,000 years. The layers go deep, homie. But anyways, back to Hermes. Hermes, yeah, from Greek mythology, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it's pretty much like the same person, you know, Hermes. This is the person who I think Hermes is Thoth, actually. You're right. I think that potentially, I think that's a reincarnation, or potentially if you actually do any research into Thoth the Atlantean, he talked about regeneration chambers underneath the pyramids where they would be able to recycle their consciousness into different human avatars. Oh my gosh. It goes deep, bro. Sammy Sweetheart is in the house. What's up, Sammy? But yeah, the layers go deep. I'm super obsessed with this stuff, bro. And I hope that I'm able to regurgitate the information as accurately as possible. I'm just a human who is like super autistic and neurodivergent, and I find certain categories of academia and knowledge, and I just obsess over them, if that makes sense. And so I try to gather as much information as possible. I definitely enter the frequency of a student way more than I do the frequency of a teacher. I think that's super important about someone who enters the frequency of healer or teacher is the fact that you're always actually a student first, because I don't know everything. And in just 1 second, something could come up, or I see something or read something that allows me to affirm to myself with ease, because I'm always a student first, that I was wrong, and to be able to evolve my thoughts and beliefs and my informational grid, right? All these connected dots all over all these things. So I always try to remain a student first. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not a historian. I'm not a Mason. I don't know any occult magic rituals or nothing. I just am a human out here trying to figure all this shit out myself. And some of the stuff I like to talk about, I just don't know of any content creators that talk about all of it. If I'm being 100% honest with you, most content creators I watch like stick to like a specific niche, like a spiritual content creator really just, you're going to have to chill out, eternity, bro. I'm just giving you heads up. If I'm being 100% honest with you, we've had actually quite a few individuals message me and say, hey, can you tell eternity to chill out in the chat and in the Discord? So this is me telling you to your face, eternity, please chill out. There's no reason for you to come up on in here and just talk about how you need drugs and stuff. Like we're all trying to raise the vibration. You know what I'm saying? I don't need no drugs. Life is a drug. You know what I mean? But yeah, that you're right. I'm not afraid to be the voice for people who don't have a voice. But I feel like there's not a lot of content creators that are like, yeah, bro, you're God. You can do anything you set your mind to. Quantum physics says that where your attention goes, energy flows. I believe in you. I love in you. And then all of a sudden his next video is like, don't forget about Epstein. He was eating children. And then the next one is like, bro, did you know that there's clones? You know what I'm saying though? Like my shit's all over the place, bro. It's so funny, bro. I'm a troll, bro. If you have been watching my Facebook, bro, I be posting memes and shit literally to troll motherfuckers, to trigger motherfuckers, bro. Because when you're triggered, that's when growth happens, bro. You know what I mean? That's when change starts to happen. You don't grow or change when you're comfortable. You know what I mean? So like one day I'll have like this whole day where I'm just like posting like this super spiritual stuff. And then the next day it's just like Epstein, 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 Epstein. It's funny. I love it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, bro. Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to make people trip out mentally, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to fucking trigger something, whether it's like a positive thought or a question, or it makes you uncomfortable, or it makes you mad because what I said, whatever, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to trigger emotions, because a lot of us are disconnected from that word emotions, and we're all just like zombied out and shit, you know what I mean? And you're right. There's so many people that stop talking about fucking Epstein, bro. Like what the fuck? That's why I be posting these every day. If you guys see them, please blow them up. Please help blow them up. Every day, bro. Every day I'm going to go find a fucking little Epstein email, bro. And I'm just going to make a video about it every day. You know what I mean? every day, bro. It's like, you're a god. You can do anything. Just love yourself. But don't forget about Epstein. Don't forget about Epstein. I love you guys. This is fun as fuck. But anyways, I get sidetracked. I don't think ADHD is real. I think that was just what they first called autism, to be honest. And it was like super high functioning, because the autism just got worse and worse and worse. And then now we got to the point where like there's like nonverbals, and the nonverbals are actually like psychic and shit and can like read your mind and crazy stuff. Do your research. But anyways, So I think that the neurodivergents have evolved over time. There was a generation of neurodivergents or like autistic or whatever you want to just say. And each generation, as the autism got worse physically, the mind expanded in different ways. There was a generation of pattern recognizers. And then like after the autism physically started to get worse for your body, the psychic abilities shifted, and all of a sudden now there's like telepathy and like clairvoyance and emotional intelligence and shit. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So like it's like different strains of the gene as like the toxic chemicals that they are poisoning us with. Every like different generation has like a different psychological ability that they have. That's the reason why they're poisoning us, is because if us as humans become too spiritually connected, not only to our higher self, but to each other collectively, as well as the environment, there's like this three-way trifecta of God energy that would basically make us superhumans. Maybe that's why the people in the Bible lived to be 900 years old. Maybe that's why we find these ancient structures that seem impossible to move these stones, but they were using psionics and frequency techniques to move these large stones. And they very quickly realized that we are superhumans, bro. Like the fact that we were created from a fucking super being, in that being's image, that being that, I mean, you could call it Sumerian, Anunnaki, whatever you want to, whatever lore you want to talk about. It's like the Jesus God or the Bible God or whatever it may be. We came and were made in the image. A lot of cultures talk about like us in a way being like a carbon copy or a replica of the creator who created us. Not all, and there's lots of ones that are different, but there's a lot of them that were like, we were created like them. Well, if we were created like them, that's what makes us different from the primate they made us from, is that the primate is obviously, if evolution is real, then how come over the thousands of years that we as humans have history of, at least, there's not like some half monkey, half human, like the halfway between, because that monkey is evolved slower, but we're able to actually observe the evolution of it slowly starting to turn into a human, right? That's like how evolution allegedly should supposedly work. I don't know. But I wanted to talk about Hermes Trismegistus, and I want to just remind everyone, okay, this individual is a super occult, super esoteric, alternative spirituality concepts, Hermes Trismegistus. He's in, I do believe that, like you said, Mercury, he's Hermes in the Greek mythology. Like, this person has connections in like all sorts of different parts of the world and different histories and different lores. But I want perplexity. I can't remember them all off top, but I do know all of them. Like, everything is mental, everything is vibration, the law of polarity and duality and gender and correspondence and all of that stuff. But I want perplexity to tell you what the Hermetic principles are. Once you hear all of them, you could just drop I hear you in the chat if you vibrate with that specific set of rules spiritually within your being. Because if we can actually acknowledge that that's what happens, then if this person was talking about this type of spirituality and this type of conscious perception of reality, then what we're about to hear from him makes it a little bit more, I guess, credible, because you kind of already understand like where his mindset is, right? Because the best way to understand any human is realistically to find out what kind of spiritual person are they. Do they believe in a polytheistic religion where they believe in multiple gods, potentially like Hindu or like Hinduism, right? Or Norse mythology, which is now just like kind of like Odinism. There's like old Viking religions where they have multiple gods. They're not mythology really, but just listen, okay? And if you believe in the Hermetic principles and already know about them, you can just put I hear you already, but let me just let this talk. Okay, so I need you to give me a breakdown in chronological order of the Hermetic laws or the Hermetic principles of Hermeticism, and give me just a little brief synopsis in 1 to 2 sentences of each law?
Sure thing. The Hermetic principles are typically presented as 7 timeless concepts. Let me list them out in order and give you a quick summary of each. First, the principle of mentalism. It suggests that everything in the universe originates from the mind, that the universe itself is mental in nature. Second, the principle of correspondence. It's captured by the phrase as above, so below, as below, so above, meaning patterns repeat across different levels of existence. Third, the principle of vibration. It says that everything is in constant motion and vibrates at its own frequency. Fourth, the principle of polarity. This highlights that opposites are actually just different degrees of the same thing, like heat and cold. Fifth, the principle of rhythm. It states that everything flows in cycles with natural highs and lows. Sixth, the principle of cause and effect. It asserts that nothing happens by chance, every action has a reaction. Seventh, the principle of gender. It indicates that masculine and feminine elements exist in all things, promoting balance and creation. That's the chronological order usually presented with a brief snapshot of each.
Well, I mean, if I'm being honest about everything he just broke down right there, that's probably almost exactly how I perceive reality. In a nutshell, in so many words. Did you notice, though, that the very end, I just want to remind you, the very end, that us men and women on planet Earth, the need and necessity for divine feminine and divine masculine is an absolute need. We are equals as humans. We need women to be women just as much as we need men to be men. What do you actually feel when you hear the words divine feminine and divine masculine? If you're here with me now or you're seeing this later, can you just comment maybe like 1 or 2 words that describe whatever gender you are, that either the divine feminine or the divine masculine, just like 2 words that would describe what that is. What is divine feminine? What is divine masculine? Because I'm a man, I will say and do the divine masculine. I think the energy of protector is a divine masculine energy. Because everybody could say that they would protect you in a situation. You know what I'm saying? But people will say whatever it is to whatever, you know what I mean? But like there's a certain energy about specific men that naturally make everyone around them feel safe. Even if nothing ever even happens that causes that man to enter the protector frequency. It's almost as if like he doesn't need to ever portray himself as this strong or effective protector. It's just kind of just understood based off of that person's energy. Another word I could say for the divine masculine that is absolutely necessary for the divine masculine to fully enter the divine masculine is that he has to be soft, bro. You notice how I used protector and soft? Those 2 words could also be determined as in polarity, the opposites. Because to be a protector in a time that needs protection, I mean, I hate to put it like this, but I'll say it exactly how it is. Violence probably is necessary. If a protector feels like he actually really needs to protect, then violence is not off of the table to protect whatever he feels he needs to protect. But at the same time, bro, in order for that protector energy to even exist in its full capacity, the divine energy of like protecting something you love, there has to be the opposite. And really, that individual has to actually just have a really soft heart. Because if he doesn't have a soft heart, that protector energy turns into something else. Something low vibration. Aggressive, territorial vibrations. But that's where it is. I embody both, right? The protector energy that could result in violence if I felt the need to protect. is not at all what it could be if I didn't have the soft feminine energy of like having empathy and caring and loving and not ever really wanting to hurt anything, not even just humans. I've never even went fucking hunting before, bro. I couldn't kill an animal, bro. Hell no. I went fishing a few times, you know what I'm saying? Fishing, I feel just energetically is a little bit different. I think that humans have been eating fish for all of our lives versus hunting. It wasn't as easy to be done as soon as we created guns. When we had to go hunt with a bow, bro, there wasn't animals going extinct, bro. You know what I mean? There was no animals going extinct when you had to hunt with a spear and a bow. But as soon as, yeah, they didn't use hooks, they used traps and stuff. Like, we've been eating fish for a long time. So energetically, I feel like fish is different. But I have never even shot a gun at an animal before, bro. Never, ever. I couldn't even do it. I wouldn't be able to do that. Even, I mean, unless it was like 100 and actual, like, no bullshit. It was like actually fucking necessary for me to survive. I would try fishing way first. I would try for fishing for days and days before I even entertained the idea of trying to kill a larger animal. But that's just me. Let's get right back into this, bro. We still got, I got like another 90 minutes on stream. Dang, bro, another hour and a half, a 3 hour and 30-minute stream today. Shee, boy.
Often described as the founder of the tradition, Hermes is believed to have authored the Emerald Tablets, a collection of texts that laid the foundation for Hermetic philosophy. These teachings, which have persisted for centuries, delve into the concepts of duality, the union of opposites, and androgynous symbols. At the core of Hermeticism lies the Emerald Tablets, a series of writings that outline the key tenets of the philosophy. Among these principles is the idea of the union of opposites that suggests that everything in existence possesses a dual nature. This concept of duality is further explored through the symbolism of the sun and moon, which represent positive and negative forces respectively. In addition to the notion of duality, Hermeticism also encompasses androgynous symbols, signifying the perfect balance between masculine and feminine energies. This union is often depicted through the marriage of the sun and moon, embodying the harmony of opposing forces. Hermes Trismegistus is said to be the messenger of the gods and can be traced back to Thoth, who was believed to be an Atlantean. This ancient ancestry links Hermeticism to a lineage of knowledge that dates back thousands of years. During the medieval ages in the 1600s, Hermeticism gained prominence among scientists and thinkers who were intrigued by its ancient wisdom. The teachings of Hermes Trismegistus were passed around and studied, fueling a revival of interest in the Hermetic tradition. This resurgence of Hermeticism had a significant impact on various fields, including alchemy and the exploration of the Humonculus. The Humonculus embodies the Hermetic principle of the union of opposites, illustrating how the fusion of opposing forces can give rise to new life. Even the origin of the term hermetically sealed, or the process of creating an airtight container, which was crucial to the progression of the scientific enlightenment, can also be traced back to Hermes. We're going to see a lot of 3 symbolism in this video, as Hermes Trismegistus means
Melissa. I'm pretty sure, don't quote me if I'm wrong, but look at, so he posted a video, alchemywebsite.com, Melissa, saying that there was a excellent resource for this video. A large portion of all the occult engravings that are colonized are done by Adam McLean in watercolor. So he like tried to post the source for it. He's got all of the book references and everything in this Google Drive here too. So like that's one of the reasons I like Mind Unveiled, is because he like dead ass drops his sources and stuff, and at least Mind Unveiled's the shit. Go subscribe to Mind Unveiled if you don't already. I'm telling you, y'all need to.
thrice greatest Hermes. This figure was believed to be the divine scribe credited with authoring the sacred hermetic works that explored both the material world and the pursuit of spiritual perfection. Alchemists, or the leading scientists of their time, were deeply interested in these subjects, and they adopted Hermes Trismegistus as their patron. Another aspect to consider is the mandrake.
Wait a second. Wait 1 second. You're telling me that this thing just popped out Harry Potter reference of a mandrake, bro? I dropped a motherfucking mandrake reference?
As interestingly, it's brought up many times during this period, but this lore, although not exactly the same as the homunculus, is definitely connected, and most of us are well aware of this plant. But the mandrake has been associated with this concept of the homunculus, and according to the occult tradition and alchemical philosophy, the mandrake acts as a homunculus and can be sealed in a bottle to serve or represent the magician themselves. It is also said to have hallucinogenic and supernatural properties. If uprooted, it would scream, killing anyone who heard it. This is very similar to another story we'll hear later. It also seems that this has alchemical applications in the forms of potions and spells, and that the power of the mandrake extended beyond ingesting it. To use it as a fertility...
The labyrinth? The labyrinth? The story of the babe. What babe? Dance, magic, dance. I love that movie, dude.
aid. A root could be placed under a person's pillow, or it could be kept close to someone ill to treat their condition. In the film Pan's Labyrinth, for example, the heroine places the root in a saucer of milk under her sick mother's bed. Roots were sometimes carved to enhance their human form, and could be carried on the person as a charm or talisman, not only to help with conception, but to help find love and bring good fortune. It had a long history of medicinal use, and one of the oldest and most common uses was a fertility aid. In Genesis, the first book of the Old Testament, Jacob's wives, the sister, Leah and Rachel, compete to provide him with children with the help of a mandrake. In the 1st century, the ancient Greek physician and botanist Pedonius Dioscorides noted the human-like form of the mandrake's roots and indicated its use as an anesthetic for surgical procedures such as amputation. The golem is also connected with this. There are some differences, but it's important that we cover it. A golem is an anthropomorphic being crafted from lifeless materials like clay or mud, and is brought to life through ritual incantations and sequences of Hebrew letters. In many golem stories, the creature serves as a helper, companion, or savior of an endangered Jewish community. However, in some tales, the golem spirals out of control and becomes a threat to its creator. The most renowned golem legend takes place in Prague and features the scholarly Rabbi Lowe. The first practical instructions for creating a golem can be found in medieval commentaries on the Sefer Yetzirah. It is believed that fashioning a golem was a means for medieval Jewish mystics to draw closer to God. The story of the Golem of Prague is set in the late 16th century during the reign of Emperor Rudolf II. At this time, the Jewish community in Prague was under threat due to anti-Semitic attacks and accusations of blood libel. Rabbi Lowe, a respected leader and scholar, sought to protect the Jewish community from these threats. According to the legend, Rabbi Lowe created...
Wait a second. The Labyrinth? Which one? Pan's Labyrinth? I've seen Pan's Labyrinth. But it's been a long time, actually. The one with David Bowie or the weird, crazy one? What's up, Lacey Lane? Lacey Lane's in the house. What's up, dude?
the golem using clay from the banks of the Vitava River. He then performed a series of rituals, including the use of divine names, to bring the golem to life. The golem, named Yosel, was tasked with protecting the Jewish community from harm. Yosel, the golem of Prague, was said to be immensely strong and able to
Congratulations on the job, dude. Panasonic, what's up?
turn invisible. It patrolled the streets of the Jewish ghetto at night, protecting its inhabitants from anti-Semitic attackers and even foiling blood libel plots.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You see this crazy ass dude right here? You see this crazy ass looking ass motherfucker right here? What's this right here, bro? See my mouse? See the mouse right here? Right there. What is that, dude? Isn't that the seal of Solomon? Wait, no, wait. Isn't that on the Israeli flag? Weird. And this dude was doing magic and shit.
However, the golem could not speak and eventually became uncontrollable, leading Rabbi Lowe to deactivate it. The golem is brought to life by inscribing Hebrew words on its forehead, such as the word emet, which means truth in Hebrew. To deactivate the golem, one could remove the aleph in emet, changing the inscription from truth to death, met meaning dead. The history of the golem reaches back to early Judaism. In the Talmud, Adam is initially created as a golem when his dust is kneaded into a shapeless husk. Just like Adam, all golems are created from mud by those close to divinity, but no anthropogenic golem is fully human. Essentially, it is a story of the magical power of the Hebrew language. Its origins can be traced back to the Sefer Yetzirah, which is a book attributed to the biblical Abraham. Medieval commenters on the Sefer Yetzirah have even believed that Abraham and Jeremiah were able to utilize the knowledge within the book to create, quote, living beings. The fact that Abraham was aware of these methods of creating artificial life will be relevant later in the video. Albertus Magnus, sometimes referred to as Albert the Great or Saint Albert, was a German Dominican friar, bishop, philosopher, theologian, and scientist. He was born in Lauingen, Swabia, present-day Germany, and was a well-known figure in the intellectual and spiritual spheres of the 13th century. Albertus Magnus was a prolific writer. His works covered a wide range of topics, including logic, metaphysics, ethics, natural sciences, and theology. He was a key figure in the development of...
Yes, Veronica. The Star of David is actually the Seal of Solomon, actually.
Scholasticism, a philosophical and theological system that sought to reconcile faith and reason by integrating Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology. Albertus Magnus is also linked to a very mysterious piece of ancient technology, the brazen head.
Whoa! I just pooped my pants, dude. The brazen head. I was just actually thinking right here while we're talking about Albertus Magnus. You know, words have meaning and shit, you know? Like the etymology of words. I would like to assume that your title, where you are from, or who your dad is yes, Lilith was before Eve, actually. You are right. It was Adam's first wife before Eve was created from his rib. You are right, Claudia. But the name Magnus, remember how we've been talking about like fucking how the three magi, right, that traveled across the desert following the Star of David to Bethlehem? Yeah, they were magi, which means like magician. They were like wizards, bro. And so when I see Albertus Magnus, that seems to me that his name was Albert the Magi, or the Mage, the magician, the talking head of Albertus the magician. Maybe I'm just a little weird. That's just not, maybe you guys resonate that way. If you resonate that way, can you just put one green heart just so I can get a little head count? One green heart. Albertus Magnus. I think he was a mage, especially if we're going up in here and to talk about the brazen head. Do you know what the brazen head is? Because this shit is, like I said, when I was making silly little poop sounds, bro, It was in anticipation for about to what's going to happen if you don't know what the brazen head is. You're about to poo your pants because this shit is insane. And if you do your own research after this video, it's going to affirm everything we're about to learn. And this shit just changes everything. It does, dude. It changes everything. It changes everything. Here we go.
This mysterious head, supposedly made of brass or bronze, was believed to answer any question and provide wisdom to its creator.
Wait. Let's just run that back one more time.
This is also linked to a very mysterious piece of ancient technology, the brazen head. This mysterious head, supposedly made of brass or bronze,
This mysterious head that could answer any question for the person who created it. One more time.
is also linked to a very mysterious piece of ancient technology, the brazen head. This mysterious head, supposedly made of brass or bronze, was believed to answer any question and provide wisdom to its creator. Some say Albertus Magnus was its creator, and others claim it was the creation of Franciscan friar Roger Bacon. Legend has it that
There's that Roger Bacon.
Bacon built the brazen head to help him in the pursuit of knowledge and to uncover the universe's secrets. Sadly, the brazen head was destroyed when Bacon didn't listen to its advice, causing the loss of its wisdom and knowledge. In another story, Albertus Magnus is said to have created a brazen head that could speak and answer questions. However, his student, Thomas Aquinas, allegedly destroyed the automaton, fearing it was a tool of the devil.
Thomas Aquinas, Michael Aquino. I don't know. They sound familiar.
It's not entirely clear where the brazen head originated. Some people think it was inspired by the Greek myth of Talos, a massive bronze automaton crafted by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and artisans. Others think that it may have come from the Jewish legend of the Golem. In a way, this can be seen as the ancient form of what we're seeing today with ChatGPT. Is this some historical reference to artificial intelligence that they were using in the exact same way that we're attempting to do?
Like, holy shit. Like, really think about that, bro. We're attempting and doing that right now, bro. With these ChatGPT fucking Grok fucking whatever, there's tons of them, Claude. You know what I'm saying? Like, they literally are exactly that, the brazen head, to answer the questions of the creator, which we've been given the ability to have them answer our questions, but they've had some sort of ancient technology that would do this for them. What the fuck?
Difference is that modern AI systems are purely code and simulate the brain, and most of what we experience today in language transformers have to be thoroughly trained manually and depend on complex hardware. However, with the brazen head, this would have been powered metaphysically with true artificial intelligence. This would be far more powerful, as they essentially had the ability to speak with some type of all-knowing spirit. It literally involves the creation of a non-human entity, or you could say homunculus, capable of processing information, answering questions, and providing knowledge. It seems to be the exact same thing as ChatGPT, but far more powerful, and if it's possible that this may be a true story, then what other kind of technology did some of these royals or secret brothers have access to? So I guess you could say that the brazen head was an early precursor to the idea of artificial intelligence, with both aiming to create an entity capable of providing knowledge and wisdom. However, the way that they were created and the forces that powered them are vastly different. There's actually more to this story, and we'll come back in a later section. Alchemy can find its roots in Egypt, with the term itself originating from the Arabic al-Khamia, and a possible root is the ancient Egyptian word kemet, which refers to the black soil of the Nile River Valley. This fertile soil was associated with life and transformation, concepts that would later become integral to alchemical practices. Egypt was extremely occult, with its rich esoteric symbolism and complex rituals permeating various aspects of daily life and spiritual practices. Egypt was home to a complex pantheon of gods and goddesses, as well as initiation ceremonies in the mystery schools, both of which showcase the occult and alchemical aspects of ancient Egyptian spirituality. The moniker Hermes Trismegistus, an amalgamation of the Hellenic deity Hermes and the honorific title Thrice Great, finds its roots in the ancient Egyptian pantheon's Thoth, the divine patron of scribes and master of sacred symbols. Egypt's beliefs surrounding the afterlife, rebirth, and mummification further contributed to alchemical values. The preservation of the body through mummification was essential for the survival of one's life force, or Ka, in the afterlife. We all know of the ancient astronaut theory. Mainstream scholars and popular authors for some reason conclude that aliens are involved with Egypt, such as with the Dendera light bulb. Is this really a light bulb? Or is it instructions for creating a homunculus?
What? Can we just... Are there Egyptian hieroglyphs that explain the process of a homunculus, bro? Sumerian, ancient hieroglyphs talking about this alchemical practice of generating artificial life, bro. For some reason, Facebook is saying, okay, that's pretty insane, bro. It's pretty insane. Pretty insane. The walls in Egypt are covered in cryptic and occult symbolism, bro.
The Dendera temple is dedicated to the goddess Hathor. Comparable to Mary, she was the mother of Horus and Ra, yet also Ra's feminine counterpart, forming an androgynous being. Hathor embodies both Mary Magdalene and the Whore of Babylon, the Scarlet Harlot. She also helps souls in the afterlife as they transition and is often accompanied by another god. This god is Heket, the Egyptian goddess of fertility who is represented in the form of a frog. The symbol of the frog was their ancient symbol of fertility, and it seems to represent spontaneous generation. The princess kissed the frog. These gods often had counterparts, serving not only as spouses but also as divisions of a primary hermaphroditic deity, illustrating the duality and unity in their divine nature. If we look at the full depiction, who's operating the ritual? Heket, and this is all for Hathor. The snake is being held by two hands, and we see a snake inside the light bulb, or more likely, a sperm in a flask. This seems more likely to be an alchemical process of the creation of an artificial life rather than some type of light generator, as Egypt was known for having tools to assist in the process of getting pregnant and giving birth. Before going any further, we must go over Paracelsus. Born Philippus Areolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, the Swiss physician...
Okay. Let's just go back and look at these images real quick, right? It seems pretty insane, right? This depiction. You know, the frog over here, the goddess of fertility or whatever, depicted here with this big bulb thing, or this it looks like a plant, even like something growing, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? This shit looks insane in the brain. Insano in the braino. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? Just this, if we look at this image right here, okay? You can very easily depict and see where the humans are and where the gods are, right? You can see that the humans, yeah, they're like these little ones, like the one that's right here on the far side right over here. He's like offering something to this god who is assisting in this process with the Egyptian god of fertility. You know? Aliens in the chat, if you see what I see, if you got the two eyes to look and the one eye to see, Okay, but I have to go pee really bad. I'm drinking like 6 cups of coffee, bro.
I spent
That's insane, bro. In Egypt, broski? In Egypt, bro? Ooh. I gotta pee so bad, bro. We're gonna go back over here to Base Forge. I'll be right back. I'll be right back to back. I'm gonna run. Don't leave. Don't go nowhere. We're gonna get right back into Paracelsus because this is where the Humonculus gets even crazier, bro, with Begonia and all that stuff.
The bee has a static charge from flying, and the plant is grounded, so it has negative, so the pollen just jumps to the bee. Trees also have a similar method of communication, except they use a middleman, the mycelium network, or the fungus, which we only see the fruit of. They cluster in these nodes to create a tree internet. The fungus on the bark and the moss and even the other plants around are connected to form a giant internet of plants. So the universe looks like that, nebulas look like this, the earth looks like this, we look like that, and drink water looks like this, to eat the plants that look like that, to feed our brain that looks like this, so that when we're done experiencing all of it, that can decompose us and return us to this. That is a freezing ball of water, and I'm going to use it to explain the entire planet. Now, this is very cool, but if you watch very carefully, there's a hidden code within these bubbles. That code is the key to how all things in nature operate, how we observe them. Let me explain. If we look at a freezing pond or a snowflake, they freeze the same way. At their core, they are scale invariant. It doesn't matter what size they are. If we put a bubble on a speaker, we can use that to explain how these clouds form on this mountain. If I change the frequency of that bubble, I can use it to explain these clouds. But this is only a small piece of the puzzle. I can also explain how the winds work on Earth, because Earth is a giant bubble that spins. When it spins, it creates these air currents. You can also see these in the ocean. All of this works whether it's a bubble or the ocean. It's scale invariant. So let's look at why. The interaction of these bubbles creates a pattern. If we take this bubble and then we draw more bubbles from the center of that bubble and keep going out, we get this particular shape. In this shape, we can create all shapes. But let's look at a hexagon. A hexagon we see in bubbles when they get smushed together. But we also see this in molecules. Molecules form stuff that life can use to build more stuff. In the mineral kingdom, this is how lava pools and crystals form. They use this because it's very structurally sound. If crystals on an ice ball can teach you all of that, then maybe education should be a little more interesting than sitting in a classroom watching a whiteboard. When you slice fruits or vegetables the right way, they make the same shapes that sound makes. That is a pattern you'll see if you put a dish of water on a speaker. The same pattern you see in that melon can be recreated with a vibration at around 12 hertz. So if that frequency makes the shape, can we reverse the shape to get the frequency? Kind of. That one's split into 4s because the wave goes up and down 4 times in one cycle. Put the ends of the wave together, then you have your circular radial harmonics that you see in the water. That one would be 5, and that one would be 6. If you put drops of oil in the water, that pattern will organize the oil drops. With the right frequency, you could replicate the same pattern that DNA makes when viewed from the top down. And if you put it in the freezer while it's making these patterns, you can freeze the shape. So here's my question. Does this little seed have the code to freeze watermelon.mp3 in reality? China's actually researching this to increase crop yields. Up to 30% more in some cases. This one found a frequency that could increase the rate of photosynthesis in plants. Let's go deep for a second though. Almost every single ancient culture had beings that came and gave the gifts of civilization and agriculture. Here's the thing, you go to enough of these places, you start to see flowers everywhere. Instead of decorations that were inspired by nature, could they instead be details on how to replicate these things using the language of sonic geometry? Once you see it, you can't unsee it. I am sorry, but this is an obsession of mine. Vibration is the same whether it's electromagnetics or sound. They're intricately linked.
Whoa, dude. That's insane, huh? That's insane. That's insane. See you later. See you later, Veronica. Peace out, bro. Peace out, Ricky Rose. What's up? Who's up in here? Then we got 9 people up on YouTube. Let's go. Dang, we've been going for 2.5 hours today already, bro. 2.5 hours today, boy. I still got like at least another hour in me, maybe hour and a half, dude. Hour and a half, dude. Okay, but before we go, bro. Before we get back into the Humonculus, bro, we were just talking about ancient Egypt and how potentially these hieroglyphs were talking about an ancient alchemical practice to freaking spontaneously generate life using the goddess of fertility and shit. I just have to do one last promo. This is the last one of the day. Okay. Tripoverdrip.shop. Okay. I started. There's only 5. There's only 5 of each design, bro. I took the bear, bro, the Tripoverdrip. I took this OG Tripoverdrip shirt. I'm going to hand tie-dye them myself. Me and Queen Trip are going to sign them, and I'm only making 5 of each design. 5 of each design. I just dropped the link in all chats. Tripoverdrip.shop. I've already had a few of each design purchased, so there's only a couple left. I don't know if I'm ever going to even do this again. We'll just have to see what's up. I don't know how it's going to work. Maybe nobody else buys them and then I still have some. Maybe right now by the end of today, for whoever watches this from now when I get off all the way until tomorrow, maybe they get bought up. I don't know. Maybe if they get bought up quick, we might do a couple more just because everybody wants one, but they're going to go fast. I've already sold 2 just since we've been sitting here since I showed you guys this morning. Limited merch. These ones are going to be, like I said, tie-dyed by me, pressed by me, everything basically. I'm going to do the tie-dye. I'm going to do the pressing. Me and Queen Trip are going to sign them. These will be like limited editions. We won't make them again. You know what I'm saying? So, oh yeah, I know you did, Alan. I know you did. Alan ordered one of these a few days ago on Saturday when I dropped them. You know what I mean? So they are going to go fast. These are going to probably be the only ones of this style. So if we do ever do some in the beginning, bro, or like if we do some more in the future, it's going to be a completely different color pattern. It will be a different decal on the shirt itself. So if you purchase the Awakened Bear red, green, and yellow one, or the Tripoverdrip one with the purples and the pinks, you are going to be the only person that you and the other 4 people that got the design are going to be the only people that will ever have this shirt. Cause I don't know. I want to make it feel valuable in the sense that no one will ever not no one, but not very many people will have the Tripoverdrip merch that you got. You know what I'm saying? But let's get right back up in here, bro.
Before going any further, we must go over Paracelsus. Born Philippus Areolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim.
Whoa. I did this last time we watched this because I think this shit's insane. Oh yeah, Vox, you did get one today too, huh? Vox got one today. He got the Awakened Bear one. Alan, he also got the Awakened Bear one. Sick. Okay. His name is Philippus Areolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim. Or just Paracelsus, you know what I mean? You could just, or Paracelsus. Philippus Areolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim.
The Swiss physician, alchemist, and philosopher who lived during the Renaissance period, early 1500s, but shockingly, he is literally the father of toxicology, so we know that all his credentials check out. He was a revolutionary figure in the history of medicine, challenging the traditional medical practices of his time and advocating for a more holistic approach to healing. But beyond his contributions to the field of medicine, Paracelsus was also deeply involved in the world of the occult and was a member of various secret societies, such as the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross, or, in other words, the Rosicrucians. This brotherhood predates the Freemasons by hundreds of years and back to the Knights Templar. The similarity and connection between them is evident in their
It does sound like Shaggy's song. They call me Mr. Boombastic.
images and coat of arms, but this will be explained later in the video. He was a contemporary of Leonardo da Vinci, Martin Luther, who was responsible for Protestant Reformation, which shows how the Rosicrucians did have an impact and influenced the Reformation. Paracelsus inspired an entire medical enlightenment period, and the reason I'm going on about this is because, well, let's delve into some of the lesser known aspects of Paracelsus' life and work, particularly his connections to the homunculus and the darker, more secretive parts of his writings. First off, most of his depictions are post-human portraits, and he's typically seen holding a sword and a prophet for the Rosicrucians. But in one depiction, there's something in the background suddenly placed. It's the head of a baby emerging from the ground. There's an open book with a ripped document and key, as well as a fire in the background, making it look as some type of ritual. Paracelsus believed.
Okay. We've been watching Mind Unveiled for a little while, right? The key, right? Boom, that key, bro. The key reference, bro. That's whenever you see a key, bro, whatever is directly around the key or in this image, it is targeting a specific set of eyes. People who have been initiated that when they see a key, they know that there is something here. Does that resonate? I don't know. You tell me. Because why would there be a key by that baby's head?
That the human body was a microcosm of the universe, and he sought to understand the secrets of creation by studying the human body itself. In his quest for knowledge, he turned to alchemy, which he saw as a means of unlocking the mysteries of nature. One of his most famous quotes, "Let no man belong to another who can belong to himself," speaks to...
I also just want to point out here of this image right here as we've got the sun and the moon, like we always do, the sun and the moon. This could potentially, it does look like a human inside of a bubble or something, but I just wanted to point the sun and the moon that there is like some weird esoteric Freemasonic symbolism going on here.
His belief in the individual's ability to harness the powers of nature in the universe. In his book, De Natura Rerum, Paracelsus wrote extensively about the creation of a homunculus, a small, artificially created humanoid. He believed that through alchemical processes, it was possible to create life from inanimate matter, and he detailed a specific recipe for creating a homunculus. The process involved placing human sperm inside a glass vial and sealing it with a special alchemical...
Oh, Richie, because let me just get that real fast, real quick. Sorry about this. Let me see here. Because there's a bunch of people up over on Kick. I just dropped the link in all the chats if any of you guys wanted to head over there. But yeah, there's a bunch of people on Kick. That's why you're seeing more comments on the screen than you do in the chat that you're in.
Seal. The vial was then buried in horse manure for 40 days.
We got to run this back because I need all y'all on page. Everybody's paying attention to this right now, bro. Is everyone paying attention?
About the creation of a homunculus, a small, artificially created humanoid. He believed that through alchemical processes, it was possible to create life from inanimate matter, and he detailed a specific recipe for creating a homunculus. The process involved placing human sperm inside a glass vial and sealing it with a special alchemical seal. The vial was then buried in horse manure for 40 days, after which a small transparent humanoid would allegedly begin to form. Paracelsus claimed that the homunculus would continue to grow and develop over time, eventually gaining the ability to speak and perform tasks.
Okay. So you're telling me that Paracelsus, the creator and like the godfather of modern toxicology, wrote down a recipe for a homunculus that you put this substance inside of a hermetically sealed jar, bury it in cow dung for 40 days, and something will grow that eventually grows the ability to speak to you and to do tasks for you. What the fuck?
He believed that the homunculus could be used for various purposes, such as healing, divination, and even controlling the weather. His writings on the homunculus have been both praised and criticized, with some scholars arguing that his ideas were a precursor to modern genetic engineering, while others dismiss them as the ramblings of
Yeah, whoa, that's a good connection right there. Melissa, isn't there like a few references in the Bible to 40 days and 40 nights? Seems kind of crazy, that weird connection, right? The time it takes for it to ferment, like ferment. What do you mean, Lacey Kaler? What do you mean? What do we believe? The little man in a jar, the homunculus, is what I believe this is.
a madman. So again, which is it? Well, let's take a look at the writing of Paracelsus himself. But it's important to note that some scholars, such as William R. Newman in his Promethean Ambitions, describes this as pseudo-Paracelsus. The text is genuine, but apparently another alchemist released this under his name. Regardless, it's still classified as a book of Paracelsus. In his book De Natura Rerum, or Of the Nature of Things, in 9 books, we will read what Paracelsus had to say, because many times when looking to the homunculus or watching documentaries on the subject, you're really just going to quote from the experiment. But to put this more into context, we're going to read the beginning of book 1, which deals with generations. We're going to take a look at a German version or reprint from 1584. We got this translated into a much more readable version, and there's an English version published in 1650 that can confirm the accuracy of the translation. In book 1, he first starts with the most important topic, it would seem, quote, generations. But it's key to note that this is not limited to just homunculi, but it's a part of a greater topic. Quote, the generation of all natural things is twofold, natural and without art, or artificial and visualized by the alchemist, end quote. Paracelsus tells us straight and simple. It's his first point, really. Putrefaction is the key to the generation of all natural things. We'll discuss this more in detail later. But listen to this part carefully. I'm paraphrasing, but, quote, Book on Nature 1, it may be possible for humans to be born without natural fathers and mothers. That is to say, they can be born not from a woman's body in a natural way, as other humans are born, but through the art and expertise of an experienced spagyric alchemist. A human may thus grow and be born, as will be further explained.
What in the fucking dog shit? What is that? Tell me. You tell me. What is that? Paracelsus. Bombastic von Wernenbraun. Whatever his fucking name is. Von Hohenheim. Bombastic von Hohenheim. The father of toxicology. Let's just verify it so I don't keep saying that if I'm wrong, right? I'm pretty sure that's what Mind Unveiled said. Paracelsus, from the ancient time or our historic past, is like the godfather of modern toxicology.
Yes, Paracelsus, whose full name was Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, is often called the father of toxicology.
Theophrastus Bombastic von Hohenheimen. Motherfucker, dude. He's telling you right there, it may be possible for humans to be born without natural fathers and mothers. What else could that mean, bro? What else could that mean? Do you know anybody? Do you know anyone who doesn't or wasn't brought into this world with a mom and a dad through natural processes? This seems insane, right?
Quote, it is also possible in nature that humans can be born from animals, having their natural causes. However, it cannot happen without heresy. That is, when a human mixes with an animal, and the animal-like female takes in the sperm of a man with lust and desire in its womb and encloses it. In this case, the sperm must go through decay and through the constant warmth of the body. A human and not an animal will be born. For every time the sperm is sown, a fruit grows from it. If this did not happen, it would be against the philosophers and against the light of nature. For as the seed is, so a fruit grows from it. From onion seeds grow onions, not peas, not nuts, not lettuce. So from various grains, different plants grow. This is explaining to you what they were thinking, to not only create humans without natural fathers and mothers, but to be born without a mother entirely. Then he goes further to explain how you can even birth these humans out of animals. Okay, wait, what are we even talking about here? Quote, it is also possible, and not against nature, that a woman and a person can give birth to an animal, and it is not to be judged with a woman in this like with a man, that is, one should not regard her as transgressor, as if she acted against nature, but rather attribute such things to her imagination. For her imagination is often to blame for many things. For the imagination of a pregnant woman is so great that she can transform the seed in the fruit in her body in many ways.
Are you guys picking up what he's laying down? Who's here with me for this shit? The imagination of a breeding woman is powerful. Basically, the woman's conscious attention to something that entertains her imagination while she is pregnant can I mean, what this is saying can change it into an animal.
For her inner astral forces act so strongly and powerfully upon her fruit that they give an impression and influence. Therefore, the child stands in the mother's body in the creation, in the mother's hand and will, like clay in the potter's hand, from oats to oats, from barley to barley, and the like with all other fruits, what has seeds and is sown. We will explain this more later, but he's essentially saying that women have the ability to be alchemists and shape their babies through the use of their imagination. But we must clarify that we're speaking of a different type or tier of imagination, as will be further explained. Okay, so now we're about to get to the full breakdown of this art of generation, and let's remember, this typically does not get brought up when discussing homunculi, which leads many modern scholars to doubt the legitimacy of the claims. But if we're diving deep into how detailed and vast this science really was, they were playing around with the power to generate life artificially, but even more importantly, they could influence the outcome. Quote, 5. And as you know now, through putrefaction, many and various things are born and become alive. So now you should know that from many herbs, through putrefaction, very wondrous animals are born, as experienced people know. It is important to note that such animals which grow and are born from within decay all have some toxicity with them and are poisonous, some more powerful and stronger than others, and each is shaped and formed differently from the other. As you can see in snakes, vipers, toads, frogs, scorpions, basilisks, spiders, wild ants, various worms, caterpillars, moths, beetles, all of which grow and are born from within decay. End quote. Quote, it is also no less true that many monsters are born among animals, and these are their offspring, which often happens that they give birth to an animal or another monster from human seed, according to the strong imagination of the mother on the child. They often grow from decay themselves and are brought about in a glass, as has been reported. The same often appears in many and wondrous shapes and forms, so terrifying to behold, as often with many heads, with many feet, with many tails, sometimes of many colors, sometimes worms with fishtails or wings, and other strange forms, the likes of which have never been seen before. Therefore, all these creatures are monsters that have no parents and are not born from other animals of their kind, but rather grow from other things and are brought forth and created through art, as you will see with the basilisk. End quote. Quote.
Isn't it actually like kind of insane? Like if you really take a second to think about like mythical creatures, we could talk potentially about the centaur. Wait, that's like a half human, half horse type thing, right? Weird. And then you talk about like the mythical creatures of like Mr. Tumnus from the Chronicles of Narnia, which is like the half human, half goat thing. And then you have to like consider like, whoa, wait a second. Where did the griffin come from? And as it continues to go deeper and deeper into these like hybridized animals, whether it's like two animals that aren't humans, like a griffin, which is like an eagle and a lion, right? Or he goes like straight into like a centaur human type horse bull thing. You know what I mean? This is where the shit starts to get, I mean, really trippy, to be honest, bro. Especially when it talks about the basilisk. Y'all know what a basilisk is? Well, if you don't, you're about to find out the crazy description of a basilisk right now. First chance. Here we go.
But it is not here to deal with these homunculi, since they can be generated.
You're right. The humonculi? Who the fuck is Humpty Dumpty, bro? You know what I mean? It was like an egg person. What the shit?
Naturally and artificially, as from the greater matter and the lesser matter, such as from man and from monkeys, from horses and from donkeys, and from many other animals. End quote. Let's remember that donkey for later. But there you go. In clear language, he's explaining what this is really about, generating any animal you please, hybrids, and creating humans or any type of life in a variety of different wombs. Again, Reddy did not debunk spontaneous generation or the artificial generation of the alchemist. Remember who we're reading from? This is from Paracelsus himself, one of the founders of the scientific method. There's no reason to believe that this information is false, or at least it would seem that the author and many of his followers believed it to be true. They could have been creating all types of different beings. Also, on the basilisk, it would seem that the alchemists during this time had a certain issue, which we'll go into detail on as we progress, but to take note, the basilisk is considered as the feminine evil twin, some kind of feminine evil that gets brought forth during the experiment, and this can manifest in different ways. The basilisk is a type of homunculus created by the alchemists as a result of the putrefaction of menstrual blood and thus female-derived. Some scholars argue that this was a form of early female medieval misogyny. There may be more to it than just that, as we're dealing with two different qualities of results. In De Natura Rerum, another reason why some scholars bring question to the author is because it shares many similarities with older Arabic texts, and in Paracelsus' other work.
Well, I'm just going to let y'all know. You guys, guess what? So, Mind Unveiled. Yeah, we're actually like watching his video right now. I've just been messaging him actually on Discord, bro. And guess what he told me? He says, I'm not going to say all of everything what he says, but Bible Unveiled is almost done. Bible Unveiled Part 2 is almost done. He says basically that he's not trying to plan it or force when it's going to post, because that's not how he works. Just like water, everything flows. But it is in the works for him to give me a little bit of a heads up, so I can let all of y'all, give y'all a heads up that when he drops the Bible Unveiled Part 2, hopefully I'm going to try my best to we're going to be watching it live as it drops. You know what I'm saying? Can we get aliens in the chat, bro? Mind Unveiled. Shout out Mind Unveiled.
The homunculi, he takes the approach to using a womb instead, as it seems the method of creating it in a bottle came with some problems that needed to be solved. Now, before we leave De Natura Rerum, or the nature of things, I want to read the actual quote from the book of the experiment because I'm going to show you how you really don't get the full context. If you try reading the English one from the 17th century, it's still pretty difficult to read. You can understand.
Oh, but if I'm being honest with you, the reason I even messaged him is because he's like, hey, next time you're watching something, tell me and I'll come join the chat. You know what I'm saying? So I was just really I thought it would have been a sick little fucking surprise if I was just like, hey, bro, we're actually watching your homunculus video again this week on the stream. And then that's when he was like, hell yeah. Well, he didn't say hell yeah. He said, he said, I'm almost done with part 2. But yeah, I was just trying to get him up in here. You know what I'm saying? It would have been so sick for everybody to see his name in the chat saying, what's up, everybody? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's in the works, bro. It's in the works. We're getting there, bro. The hard work is paying off in ways that I couldn't have ever even imagined, bro.
The words, but it's more difficult to process what's actually being said. So this is a translation based on the German version and then checked with the English version. Quote, now the generation of the artificial man is also not to be forgotten in its own way. There's something to it, although such has been kept in great secrecy until now and has been completely hidden, and not without a small doubt and question and secret of the ancient philosophers whether it is also possible for nature and art that a human being can be born outside a woman's body and a natural mother. End quote. So wait, he's telling you straight up that this is the biggest secret and it's ancient in origin. Quote, to this, I give the answer that is not contrary to the art of the spagyric and nature in its own way, but it's entirely possible. How such access and occurrence may be, its process is as follows. Namely, that the sperm of a man enclosed in a sealed cucurbit with the highest putrefaction in the belly of a horse is putrefied for 40 days, or as long as it takes to become alive and move and stir, just like this.
Oh, yeah. Alfonso. Dude, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? Hell yeah, the Cabbage Patch Kids were homunculus. I agree with you, bro. Anything written by man, distributed by the wealthy, it's hard to believe. And that's actually exactly what the Bible was written by man, monopolized and distributed across the whole planet. So he gets deep, dude. He gets deep into Jesus and Mary and Jesus's mom and Mary Magdalene and Mary of Egypt. Do you know who Mary of Egypt is? You should go do some research about Mary of Egypt, because Mary of Egypt is basically the same thing as like Mary Magdalene. There's lots of connecting dots that just overlay things that are super weird, bro. Super weird. You know what I mean? Dude, I think what we're going to do, bro, after we get done with this little homunculus this week, we are going to end up watching Bible Unveiled. That might happen literally randomly at nighttime. He might be like, hey, bro, I'm about to post it. I'll be posting it up inside the Discord, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, bro, everyone, hey, Mind Unveiled's about to drop the Bible Unveiled part 2. I'm going live. You know what I mean? Or you'll just see that I'm live. Hopefully it doesn't happen like later this evening, and after I'm done doing like a fucking 4-hour stream today, I do another stream tonight. But if that's what happens, that's what happens, bro. We're in it for the biscuits, bro. Guess what? Can you hear me, babe? Can you hear me? Did you hear that? Yeah, this guy, we're watching his little 10-hour documentary. He's going to let me know, bro. He's going to say, yo, bro, I'm dropping that shit, boy. Because ideally one day, I hope maybe he hears this, maybe he doesn't. No, you can't only watch it at Discord. It's going to be live. But one day I want to try and figure out how to have him like on a podcast type live stream. But obviously, if he doesn't want to show his face, I thought it would be super cool to somehow AI filter his little son face. You know what I mean? And that's like what I'll have the conversation with. I don't know. I just had that visual in my head. It would be super sick. But yeah. So I think to be honest, I think we might really just recap a lot of this stuff because a lot of his videos I've only watched one time. And there's like 4 Epstein videos that are super, super crucial for people to know. So I think that next week, I think we hit Humonculus this week. And then next week, bro, we hit his Epstein series, bro, because all of this Humonculus stuff is going to be applicable and build up to the Epstein stuff. His like 5-part Epstein series about incubator babies and genetics and shit. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, bro. I'm telling you, hands down, bro. There's like 5 creators on the planet, dude. 5 content creators on the planet that their channel and their content literally has shifted the way I look at the world so much. Ian Carroll is one of them. Candace Owens is another one of them. Mind Unveiled, bro. You're right up there, player. Is IVF a form of Humonculus? What the fuck? That's an insane connection, bro. But yeah, so let's get some crazy emojis in the chat just so if you guys are down after this week of Humonculus, we go right into his Epstein ones. Just hit the emotes. You know what I mean?
It becomes visible after some time. After such time, it will appear to be somewhat like human, yet transparent, without a body. When it is, then daily fed with the arcano, a whitish substance. Remember this whitish stuff for later. And nourished until 40 weeks have passed and kept in the constant warmth of a horse's belly. It will become a living human being, resembling another child born from a woman, but much smaller.
Oh my gosh. Scruffmeister's in the house. This shit's going to be insane, homie. Okay? I don't know if you were here for the last round of Humonculus that we did. I'm just going to warn you guys, like dead ass. Can I bring you in close for a second? First and foremost, I just want to let all of you know, like you guys being here is what keeps me going, bro. This is why I keep doing it. I just appreciate all of you guys that click on my videos, watch my content, comment your thoughts when it's applicable. You all have like, I don't even really, like, I don't know you in real life, but I feel like I know all of you, bro. Like, I guess when I visualize you, I just visualize like an energy, like a color, a frequency of electricity and consciousness, because I don't really know all of you guys, you know what I'm saying? But I do know you, and in a weird way, but also just, I don't know, from a person who didn't have any like self-love majority of their life, and actually their life of addiction and crime and abuse and trauma just like proceeded, all of that accumulated all together, and it was a very destructive and dark place, which what I would familiarize with hell, to get to a point where I like genuinely feel like I have like real friends, like family, you know what I mean? Like every day I just like love coming up in here and hearing all y'all chime in on the things you like to chime in. All of you guys are so smart, bro. Like for real. Like just because I can't answer all the questions and see all the comments, especially because I'm like looking at comments on like 4 different platforms, you know, and I'm trying to keep up and shit, but also trying to maintain the stream and just like continue the show and shit. It's just, you guys are like really my friends, bro. Cause I don't really have a lot of real friends in my real life. You know what I mean? Like in my real life, I'm just like a dad, bro. And I just like with my kids, bro, and just with my wife. And that's pretty much it. I have family come around sometimes, like my mom's or my brother and his wife. you know, but for the most part, like, I don't really hang out with nobody that's like an adult besides my wife and my sister now that she's been here for a little while too. But I just love y'all and just appreciate all of you guys for real. I do this every day, every Monday through Friday, every day, bro. You guys have like given me like the strongest sense of community that I've ever felt. And that's even including like living in the city I live in. Like, I don't really know any of my neighbors and shit. You know, I know who they are, like by face, and kind of understand that they live around here and shit, you know, but I just got to give it up to you guys. You guys clicking on the videos, commenting, watching it, like, you know what I'm saying? It just really resonates. And I just want to say I love you. Thanks, bro. But this shit's about to get fucking crazy, bro.
We will call this a homunculus, and it should be raised like any other child with great care and attention until it reaches maturity. This is the greatest and highest secret that God has allowed mortal and sinful humans to know. It is a miracle and a great work of God, a mystery above all mysteries, and should remain a secret until the end of time, when nothing will be hidden and everything will be revealed. End quote. Okay then, they were creating humans without a mother. It resembled any other child born from a woman. Okay, so it's not just a tiny human? And that they could raise these things, it seems. But let's remember what he said. This is the greatest and highest secret. The secret of generation and putrefaction. There is another component to this.
Okay. I have to point this out, bro. If we were actually, okay, let's just think about this. There are and have been either brotherhoods, fraternities, or secret societies that have hidden specific information and knowledge from the masses about a plethora of different categories, whether that comes with like spirituality and or this, that, and the third, right? So if, let's say, we were part of like the craziest secret society, okay? Let's say we were all part of it based off of what's going on right now. Do you think the fact that we could spontaneously generate a human would be one of the things that all of these fraternities or brotherhoods or secret societies potentially have had information regarding? And that's like one of the top secrets when you get up to the 33rd degree. You know what I mean? You come to realize like how insane reality actually is. And they're like, all right, there's a homunculus. You know what I mean? It's kind of insane to think about, bro. Besides the fact that they like pedophiles and like probably eat our kids and shit, the fact that they're creating homunculi, or Palm Beach Pete allegedly, or maybe not, but
As we said, there are multiple layers, and we will cover them all. But he does continue to say that these homunculus then go on to change to become magical beings of different kinds. The blur between the astral and physical have led many modern scholars to perceive this as mere fantasy, but there really is no reason to conclude that just yet. We must take into consideration that Paracelsus, being one of the founders of modern chemistry and one of the earliest to experiment with homunculus, was specifically being cryptic. That's important to note because it allows one for interpretation, but furthermore, it explains on why this is still a mystery.
you're right. We are the creators. It's kind of insane, huh?
Because whoever was looking into this stuff at the time truly did not want this to be unveiled in detail to society. Their methods are never clear, but almost as a cryptic message to inform other brothers, and we are left with the remainders to piece together the puzzle. Well, it's clear that Paracelsus is bringing importance to the subject of generation, and that there are two forms, natural and artificial. This would essentially mean that a homunculus is a science and art of artificial generation, guided and directed by an experienced alchemist, and the variety and forms therein are numerous, and they can be combined with any animal. Now, the deeper level is that he's actually discussing how to use natural chambers or wombs for the artificial creation of a homunculus, And he's saying, yeah, you can do this with a lot of different animals. This will be confirmed as we look through more sources. And we're not just talking about making more animals by artificial insemination. It's actually different and much more occult. They're talking about the creation of chimeras, like literally growing a human in different wombs from different animals. What kind of minds are we dealing with here? Because this doesn't make sense to be just some made-up fantasy. There are many deep...
Whoa. You guys see? You guys see the sun and the moon? And the star? Weird. But there's the sun and the moon always on that side. Weird as shit. It's always just like that. Always.
Details to this process. Don't believe it? Well, let's continue. So the main quote from Paracelsus on the Humonculus is literally a recipe where he uses a horse as a surrogate mother of the homunculus, and the semen of a human male is left inside the womb of the animal to putrefy for 40 days. Then the homunculus is born. Paracelsus also makes reference to the phoenix as an alchemical symbol. Quote, Paracelsus, his way for the raising of a dead bird to life, and for the generating many serpents of one, both which are performed by putrefaction. A bird is restored to life thus, viz., take a bird, put it alive into a gourd glass, and seal it hermetically, burn it to ashes in the 3rd degree of fire, then putrefy it in horse dung into a mucilaginous phlegm, and so by a continued digestion that phlegm must be brought into a further maturity, being taken out and put into an oval vessel of just a bigness to hold it, by an exact digestion, and will become a...
Oh, crazy truth. Crazy truth. I thought you wouldn't ever ask about Mary the mother. I mean, I think that in this video, I will probably get into it in the next day or two because it's like far in. We're only like 49 minutes into 10 hours. I'm still thinking I got to stream for like 2 more hours. We still got to, I think I'm feeling like for some reason I got to pull a 5-hour stream today. Cause if I really want to knock this out in 1 week, I'm going to have to really put in the work, bro. You know what I mean? Might be really getting it. Like you might be getting 4-hour, 5-hour streams, dude. I don't know. No, yeah, 2 hours today. I've already been streaming for fucking, I'm already 3 hours in the stream, babe. 3 hours in the stream. I got 2 more. It's only 12 till 2 o'clock. Absolutely. I think I could do that. 2 more hours. Oh, yeah. There's my wife. Everybody's seeing her on Kick. She's on Kick. Kick. Let me see here. I know there's one up here. If you're on YouTube, I just pinned the link to the Kick on the chat. Facebook, I just dropped the link to Kick also in the chat. Twitch also in the chat. But yeah, let's get back up into this.
A renewed bird, which, saith Paracelsus, is one of the greatest wonders in nature, and shows the great virtue of putrefaction. Cut a serpent into small...
Dude, you know what, bro? You know what I'm thinking, bro? In about freaking like 15 minutes, bro, I'm going to go upstairs. I'm probably going to make another pot of coffee. I'm going to get my kids situated. Make sure my dogs are situated. And I might just fucking stream all the way until for like 4 more hours. Fuck it. We might just knock out a big chunk of this. I might just stream all the way until my wife gets off work, bro. I've been telling her I wanted to do a crazy ass long stream. I don't even know if all y'all could even hang for that. Could you guys hang for that? You guys all down to hang for that, dude? For like 4 more hours? We just really knock this shit out, bro. At least at that point, you know what I'm saying? I don't really think someone's going to watch that 7-hour stream. Oh, man. All right. So let's see here. We'll watch this for like 15 more minutes. Okay. I'll go upstairs. I'll put something on for y'all to watch while I go upstairs. Yes, you should plug in your grounding mat. I'm being honest. Yeah. If you and then at the end of all, we're still gonna do a breath work and a meditation, bro. 7-hour stream today. I just feel like I could just get it right now. You know what I mean? For some reason, I'm sitting here and I'm like, dang, it's 12. I've been streaming for a while now. Fuck, do I stop? I don't really feel like stopping. I'm vibing. I'm in it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Fuck, maybe that fucking little just message that Mind unveiled and me and him were just chatting, bro. Maybe that just like gave me like a boost of energy, bro. He's like, yeah, bro, I'm almost done with Bible Unveiled Part 2, bro. And I was just like, oh shit, bro, oh shit. You know what I mean? All right, so during the 15-minute break, yeah, you're right. What does my spirit call me to do? It just tells me I got to stream until 4 p.m., dude. Never done that before, but we're doing things we never done before. You're right. Most people do hard labor 8 hours a day, Richie. Thank you for the reminder that I'm just going to grind it out. We're going all day. Fuck it. So let's just keep going into the video. You're right. We've never been here this day before. So let's just get back up in here. We got like 15 more minutes and then we'll take like a little 15-minute break. I'll put something on. I'll go pee. It won't even take me 15 minutes, but yeah, I'll go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? We're grinding today.
Pieces, which put into a gourd glass, which you must hermetically seal up, then putrefy them in horse dung, and the whole serpent will become living again in the glass, in the form either of worms or spawn of fishes. Now if these worms be in fitting manner brought out of the putrefaction and nourished, many hundred serpents will be bred out of one serpent, whereof every one will be as big as the first. And as it is said of the serpent, so also many other living creatures may be raised and restored again. End quote. Now we're going to look at historical authors from the same time period who wrote on the Humonculus, because this will prove that multiple minds had time to debunk this supposed theory and put it to rest, but that's not what happened. Cornelius Agrippa, renowned German polymath and occult writer, was born of a noble family, and he had several influential texts that played a pivotal role in the culture of the Renaissance. Interestingly, many scholars take note that he was not only a secret agent, physician, and legal scholar. Supposedly, he set up a secret society in Paris devoted to the occult. In his 3 books of occult philosophy, he alludes to the homunculus in many ways. He first tells a story of a hen giving birth to a man in a strange way. Quote, also, domestic birds are not without some augurias, for cocks by their crowing promote hope in the journey of him that is undertaking. Moreover, Livia, the mother of Tiberius, when she was great with him, took a hen egg, and it hatched in her bosom, and at length came forth a cockchick with a great comb, which then auguries interpreted that the child that should be born of her should be a king. End quote. We can confirm that Agrippa is not telling us everything when he discusses the nature of blood and the basilisk's special abilities, which was discussed by Paracelsus, so we know that he's read his work. He mentions the basilisk over 6.
Vox, we're gonna make you a mod, bro. But yeah, hermetically sealed is just like basically sealed tight. Like hermetically sealed is like in this occult world or this occult stuff. It's well, let's just find out 100. Let's just find out 100. When they say hermetically sealed, what does that mean?
Sure. Hermetically sealed means something is completely airtight, so no air, moisture, or contaminants can get in. It's often used to describe packaging that preserves freshness or prevents contamination. Anything else you'd like to know about that?
Yeah, how is it connected to the occult?
Hermeticism is an ancient philosophical and spiritual tradition that arose around the 1st century in Alexandria. It's named after Hermes Trismegistus, a mythical figure believed to combine aspects of the Greek god Hermes.
Oh, he was a mythical figure. But yeah, hermetically sealed means airtight, no contamination, meaning whatever alchemical practice you are doing, whatever is inside of it is sealed so that you can make sure that there's no contamination into your Humonculus jar, basically, right?
Times. This is a symbolic reference as well to the homunculus. At this time, it was hush-hush, so they had to be more cryptic and fantastical, but they considered this to be 100% real. The basilisk is an alchemical creature. Quote, they say also that the blood of a basilisk, which they call the blood of Saturn, hath such great force in sorcery, that it procures for him that carries it about him good success of his petitions from great men in power, and of his prayers from God, and also remedies of diseases, and grant any privilege. End quote. He's just only covering the negative twin of the homunculus. Quote, again, in the vapors of the eyes there is a great power, that they can bewitch and infect any that are near them, as the cockatrice or basilisk killing men with their looks. End quote. I'm not saying that every person that mentions the basilisk is being symbolic, but it's safe to assume that Agrippa was well aware of the homunculus. Robert Flood, a renowned English Paracelsian physician, held a diverse array of interests that encompassed both scientific and occult domains. As a prominent figure in the early 17th century, he delved into various fields such as astrology, mathematics, cosmology, Kabbalah, and Rosicrucianism. His penchant for exploring the esoteric side of knowledge often led him to engage with contemporary scientists and thinkers of his time, notably engaging in a series of exchanges with the esteemed astronomer Johannes Kepler. Flood's rich contributions to the fields of occult philosophy make him a significant figure when examining the concept of the homunculus. He's remembered as an astrologer, mathematician, cosmologist, Kabbalist, and Rosicrucian. Now it's interesting because we'll see this double-fingered pose with these figures associated with secret societies. Also, look at the coat of arms of the Hidden Knight. We're going to come back to Flood because he was associated with John Dee and studied with the Jesuits, even went to Oxford, and his father was a high-ranking government official, the treasurer for Queen Elizabeth I. A collage of 12 coat of arms of Flood's ancestors are shown in the painting above his right shoulder. His paternal arms goes back to Rerid Vlad, whose name originates from Welsh meaning bloody or red wolf. Martin Ruland the Elder, 1532 to 1602, was a German alchemist, physician, and writer. He authored several works on alchemy, and he's best known for his Lexicon Alchemiae, a comprehensive dictionary of alchemical terms and concepts. Quote, homunculi are small images, which contain within themselves an invisible starry human being, made in the likeness of humans, small human portraits, or images made of humans that have the invisible celestial human in their brain. End quote. That's a rough translation, but he does bring it up, also connecting the images component. Giambattista della Porta, 1535 to 1615, was an Italian polymath, scholar, and author known for his various works in scientific fields, including natural philosophy, optics, and cryptography. He was also interested in alchemy. His book, Natural Magic, is a book that we brought up in the past, and it definitely deserves its own video, but for now that'd probably take too much time. However, there are some interesting things discussed, such as the generation of hybrids and monsters.
I just want to go back real quick and just take a quick notice. You guys notice that it's spelt with a K? Magique. What's up, Ashley Smith? What's good? What's goody? What's goody? What's goody? Okay, we've got 6 on YouTube, 3 on Facebook. I don't even know how many. How many we got over here? We got 5 on Kick. 5 on Kick. 2. We're rolling. We're chilling, dude. Hell yeah. All right. like I said, in about 7 minutes, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'll just put something up on the shit to watch. Bathroom breaks. Go ground if you want to. Ground if you want to. Just kidding. You know what I'm saying? But and then we're gonna hit it for another freaking, like I said, like another 3.5 hours. I'm pretty sure, bro. We're gonna try and knock out as much of this as we can today.
There are some interesting things discussed, such as the generation of hybrids and monsters. Not just that, it goes into a sort of animal husbandry that involves the mixing of animals to create new strange creatures, as the author puts it. There are also several historical accounts in the book from notable authors where he not only agrees with Paracelsus, but references several ancient Roman and Greek authors. These authors include several reputable sources, such as Pliny, Ovid, and Aristotle, all discussing the nature of putrefaction and generation. He makes it clear in the prologue that natural magic is the top and the complete faculty of natural science. It's important to note this because modern science, although the child of alchemy, has completely left out the most important part of its application, the knowledge and understanding of magic. This may be outside the scope of the video, but it's important to understand, and we will cover this, as magic is the father of all sciences. It continues to say that the knowledge in the book unveils the secrets and history of this natural magic. Then, in chapter 1, which deals with putrefaction, saying essentially the same as Paracelsus, that new creatures can be generated through putrefaction, but he details the history, stating that Porphyry thought that living creatures were begotten of the bowels of the earth, soaked in water and quickened by the heat of the sun.
Okay, so this is where they start talking about putrefaction a whole bunch. I just need to clarify real fast. Can you please give me the definition of putrefaction?
Putrefaction is the process of decaying, especially of organic matter like a dead body, where bacteria and fungi break down proteins and produce malodorous and sometimes poisonous byproducts. It's often associated with the decomposition of proteins and is typically accompanied by a strong, unpleasant odor.
So it's just basically from organic matter decomposing. That's putrefaction?
Exactly. It refers to the decomposition of organic matter, especially proteins, by microorganisms, which leads to that characteristic decay and smell. If you have
Okay. I understand now.
Of the same mind were Archelaus the Athenian, Anaxagoras, Clazomenius, and Euripides his scholar, Cleodemus, and after him Theophrastus, thought that they came of purified water mixed with earth, and the colder and fouler the water was, the more unfit it was for their generation. Diodorus and many other...
What's up, you guys? Dang, we just got a big jump in viewers on YouTube. Who's here? If you're here, can you just say hello? Can you just put some chats up in here? I don't know if what's going down. We just got jumped up a bunch on YouTube. I just wanted to say hello to everyone who's here, trying to get them to introduce themselves, because sometimes a lot of people just get up on here and don't say nothing. I find that sometimes when I have like lots of people watching on one platform, that there's usually only like one person, 3 people, 5 people, depending on how much. Queen Trip, Angel, what's up? Melissa, Alfonso, C. Dean, I see you. Waking Collective, Ashley Smith, Cobra Kai, what's up? Moody Mermaid, what's good? What's good? Hell yeah, motherfucking Menace is in the house. What's happening? What's goody in the hoodie? Hey, would you guys want one of those, bro? Would that be a cool ass merch thing? You know what I'm saying? It's just like a blank hoodie, and we could do like all colors basically. And it just has like a Tripoverdrip logo right here on the chest. And then on the back in some like cool, elegant writing or something, obviously legible, not like cursive or whatever, but it just says on the back of the hoodie, what's goody in the hoodie. That'd be tight. I don't know why. I think that would be a sick one. Just having a hoodie that says what's goody in the hoodie. Maybe I'm a weird ass dude, but
The good philosophers hold that all living creatures did arise of putrefaction. Now, to explain putrefaction to those who may not understand what we're discussing, the best way to think about it is fermentation.
There it is again. Yep, on the left hand. But Koi Fish, what's up? I see you. But there it is again, right here. We're seeing the two towers with the sun and the moon again. This one just this time has the basilisk and what looks to be like an eagle or a phoenix with how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shout out the Bible Unveiled.
But when these
I'm telling you, bro, the more I watch these, bro, the more I have eyes to look and an eye to see the crazy symbolism on it.
alchemists are referred.
How come on the bottom here there's like human heads underneath on the bottom of the candlesticks? Is this all just like symbolism into the humonculi with the basilisk and these little human heads on the bottom? Seems crazy, bro.
To this process, they really mean like a fundamental aspect of our reality, that putrefaction is the transformative process that occurs within matter naturally. All things go through decay and transformation.
Sun and moon, sun and moon.
Even in a controlled environment. The alchemists sought to understand the mechanics.
Whoa, here it is here too. This is all it. All of this alchemical. Bro, all of this alchemical stuff, bro. Dead ass is like, it's all here again. The same imagery, except for there's a humonculus now sitting here in the middle. It's got the freaking Mercury. Isn't that Mercury right there at the very top? The sun and the moon right here. And then the sun and the moon even again underneath the crowns of these people's heads. Seems crazy, bro.
The putrefaction, or in other words, the secret workings of the universe. Why do things break down and go under change? They truly believed that they had found the secret to this process and how to influence it.
Why is there a key right there, bro? Why is there a key right there?
For now, I'll leave it at that. There's no direct reference to Humonculus in his work, but he discusses the secret thought process behind it, and it's a good reference to see how serious they were about this subject, and also that they were the leading thinkers of their time, instructing others who also believed it to be true. The only reason this could be as clearly stated in the book is that certain rituals and processes of generation were evident to these alchemists. I'll bring this book up later, but we shall proceed. Oswald Kroll, or Crollius, 1563 to 1609, was an alchemist and professor of medicine at the University of Marburg in Hesse, Germany. A strong proponent of alchemy and using chemistry and medicine.
Wait a second. Where in Germany? Where in Germany? Bro, these things get so weird for me. My last name is Hess, and it comes from Hesse, Germany. Weird, bro. That kind of did, huh?
Later, but we shall proceed. Oswald Kroll, or Crollius, 1563 to 1609, was an alchemist and professor of medicine at the University of Marburg in Hesse, Germany. A strong proponent of alchemy and using chemistry and medicine, he was heavily involved in writing books and influencing thinkers of his day towards viewing chemistry and alchemy as two separate fields. Now that may be the case, but that doesn't mean he thought they should be separated, as from his book Basilica Chemica, there are clear Rosicrucian and alchemical symbols showing the cryptic nature of the art. He even makes mention to Paracelsus saying, quote, "But none of the mortals, with the true word of pardon, in the whole of philosophy and medicine, with undoubted heavenly favor, has known such hard and hidden secrets, and brought them into public domain as Theophrastus, that Paracelsus, a man and philosopher of all eternity, memory, and honor most worthy, whose skill no one has yet been found who can touch, much less surpass, the true monarch of medicine and the first physician of the microcosm." End quote. This is another credible source verifying the works of Paracelsus. Johann Hartmann, 1568 to 1631.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, I gotta go potty now. I've been here for 3.5 hours, bro. I've got to potty. So let me come back over here. Where are you at? We still got hours of it, like 40 more minutes of this to use during breaks. If we have to take breaks, back to this, back to Base Forge. Friend of the show, I would love to talk to you, bro. If you ever see this, I don't know if you will, but I watch all your stuff. I'm going to be back in like 5 minutes, bro. Just being honest with you, I got to go pee, make another pot of coffee. So yeah. I'll see you guys in like 5 minutes. I'm just going to let this play while I'm gone.
Color. It's weird. Let's figure it out. So Mr. Pete here has a red, green, and blue light combining into purple. He puts that piece of paper in front of those lights. It refracts through the cracks to create RGB, and the shadow of that little stick creates CMY. RGB is what your phone uses to make color, and CMY is what printers use to make color. CMY is cyan, magenta, and yellow. It's used for printing because when you separate those layers out, you can use a printer to print in layers to create the image, kind of like what he's done here with this photo. You can see the exact parts of the photos that contain magenta, cyan, and yellow. Colors are only visible with light, obviously. Your eyes see them differently through different filters, like the atmosphere or the ocean. This is very important for all life. Those different colored shirts manipulate heat differently. If you look closely, that dark green is even hotter than the black shirt. That is because green is the perfect phi ratio in the visible color spectrum. And as we know, the golden ratio is very easy to see in plants. But what does it mean? In very simple terms, green is the most energetically dense form of light. It's like jet fuel versus diesel. If you look at the prism experiment, I'm sure everyone's seen this, how light refracts through a triangular prism. That's how rainbows are born. But you only get those triangles from the spheres of raindrops. They triangulate that color to your eyes. If you pass light through a crystal sphere, you can see this in action. If you use a sphere of any diameter, it always follows the phi ratio for the reflection angles. And for those that know, I'm just going to leave this one right here for you. Now, if we look up the elements that make up every single thing, they all have a color. It's because everything is fundamentally light, and the orbitals of these atoms are constantly reflecting light at different angles depending on how energetically charged they are. That's how they used to make the colors in old neon signs, by combining these elements. And why the divergent sciences and esoteric circles use that periodic table. Quantum science is now catching up to this with quasi-crystals, and you can see the phi ratio in those as well. You take a music note and move it up enough octaves, you get its corresponding color in the light spectrum. This is one of the reasons why electronic music is so immersive, because they are tied together. Every time that first segment, the slow arm, goes around in a circle, the second faster arm goes around pi times, or 3.14 times. You know what's really weird about this? It will never draw the same path ever. That is an irrational number. They never rationalize into a number. It's infinite. That pattern it makes is even more important. It may be mesmerizing because it's the pattern that we see everywhere in nature. It's the pattern of magnetism. It's the pattern of the golden ratio. Nature employs this. You may be wondering how those two are linked. Well, it's circles. Everything is simply circles. Any size circle's circumference divided by the diameter will get pi every time. Watch this. One more circle from the middle to the edge. The last circle just on the edge of the original circle. If our original circle is a crystal sphere and we shine a light through it, the rainbow it produces from red to red is phi, the golden ratio. This is some matrix source code magic right here. That's the eye from all the symbols. Cat's out of the bag. It's that eye right there. Here's why. Within that eye, you get the binary sequence. That is how cells divide. The middle measurement is the division of the cube. It literally defines 3D space. It's the key to 3D. The corner to corner measurement, golden ratio. All of the things are just circles, a projection of circles. If you place a bunch of circles, the golden ratio apart from each other, and get them to spin, you're gonna recognize a lot of pattern. It's called the harmony of the spheres, and Johannes Kepler used it a while ago to pretty accurately predict the orbits of the planets in the solar system. There are actually no real straight lines other than the center point from one circle to the center point of another circle. That's where you get the approximations of straight line. But in certain frames, they appear to be straight lines. So what's up with the golden ratio? Well, if you confine the golden ratio to a cube, then it creates a sphere. If we make a radiograph, kind of like a world map out of that sphere, it hits the radiograph in 3 important points, making a triangle. And if you have geometrics, you know that triangles are pretty much how we tell time. In math, the golden ratio creates a Fibonacci sequence, and geometrically it looks like that. Sister pattern is the binary template, which creates the 3D, the things you see. Binary is how cells divide. It's literally required for life. So that math we process through geometry over time creates the experience that you want. But who's the watcher? You ever seen one of these? It's called Nightmare Tornado. Other people refer to it as a fire devil. But it is the coolest illustration of how a vortex pulls in a lot of energy and then focuses that energy up into a tube, a spiraling tube. It's much nicer cousin, the water spout, does this and actually transports water from a body of water into the atmosphere. The vortex actually has layers. There's an outer layer that you see, but the inner layer can transport things faster than the outer layer. The outer layer acts like a protective sheath for the inner layer. In college, we had to build one of these things called a vortex tube. Air goes into this tube and starts to spin. As it spins, it heats up. When it reaches the end of the tube, there's a pyramid at the end of the tube that separates the hot air from the cold air, and the cold air goes back through the vortex out the other end. They're used in heating and air conditioning. Vortex is the most dynamically stable shape in the entire universe. It can become disconnected and still retain the vortex shape. But when 2 of them connect, something really magical happens. They intertwine with each other, forming a connector tube from 2 points. Quantum particles connected with a vortex. Galaxies connected with a vortex. This is our local group of stars we can see with our eyes in the sky. Spins in the galaxy. When it spins, solar plasma connects them as we spin around the Milky Way. So, is this the future of communication if we learn how to, manipulate the vortex? Time is a construct, right? How is it constructed? Nobody can tell me. So let's use the balls of our eyes and look at phi. Phi is the QR code your brain uses to process proportion. Since we see it on the biggest scales to the smallest scales, this must have something to do with it. But if you're not convinced, whales use this shape to trap fish, and then they eat them. Close your fist. The only way you can do this is because your fingers are the right ratio to close. This thing is also in your arm and your heart and your brain. The end of that spiral points directly at the cerebellum. The cerebellum processes spatial awareness, processes motor functions, or the relation of you to other things through time. You will see this ratio and the spiral in almost everything in nature, including the Earth's magnetic field. Prove it. Let's look at the magnetic field lines of a sphere. What do you know? It is the golden ratio. If we look at it from the top down, those lines will form harmonics, or how our ears perceive music beautifully. It is widely used in architecture, specifically the most famous, beautiful, and old buildings we have. It is called the golden ratio because on the color spectrum, it spirals into yellow gold. Its proportion and balance are used in some of the greatest works of art that we have, including this guy. On the left, the Fibonacci rectangle splits Vitruvius at the navel, defines his head and his torso.
Okay, here I am. Here I am again. Oh my gosh, there's 8 people on here. Okay, where's everybody at? I know I probably lost some people. It's okay. Can you see? I'm out of breath a little bit. I was running, bro. I got 2 flights of stairs to just go to the bathroom, bro. So I'm just like up there, bro. Whew. What I actually did is I'll tell you play by play. You ready for it? Up the stairs to the coffee pot, refill the coffee pot, make more coffee, put my cup down, run up the stairs, go to my bathroom, go talk to my son, and then find out that this thing he's been asking me to do for him for 3 days, he actually didn't need me. So I just came back right down here, grabbed some coffee, came back down here. Dang. Okay, I'm seeing. Okay, Scruffmeister's coming over to kick, possibly. What's up, Scruff? Hell yeah, Crazy Truth. Ricky Rose. We got Monica in the house. Is Alfonso still here? Yep, Alfonso's still here. Whew, hell yeah. Appreciate all you guys, bro. Thank you guys. Like I said, my kids were blown away when they're like, because their PlayStation is down here. It's like where they play Minecraft and shit. And they're like, Dad, how much longer are you gonna stream for? I'm like, bro, I'm pulling the personal record today, bro. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm live right now for like 3 hours and 44 minutes. And he said, I think I'm going all day. And they're like, no, we want to play Minecraft. I said, don't worry, bro. Grandma's coming over to take you guys swimming, bro. And then after this 7.5 or so hour stream, we're freaking going to play bingo with my mom. You know what I'm saying? And we got the only reason we're going today instead of Saturday for my mom's birthday. She asked me, my wife, and my sister if we would go to like this little bar she likes to go to and go play bingo over there. We went once. I won once actually, but if you go on Monday and then also go on Saturday you have the ability to potentially freaking win $1,000, dude, just to play bingo, bro. So that's what we're doing, bro. Live streaming for 7 hours and then going to play bingo. Bingo was his name. Oh, dun 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 dun. Let's get into this.
In 1609 became the first professor of chemistry at the University of Marburg. His teaching dealt mainly with pharmaceuticals. Quote, in lecture 23,
the Mortice of Hessen, bro. Why me, bro? Why me? Why does it have to be me? Why am I the one that has to go down all these motherfucking rabbit holes, dude? And I find out that my ancestral bloodline. I was adopted when I was 12, but my last name for the family that adopted me, okay? Which, if I was adopted into the Rothschilds, it would make me a Rothschild, right? Anyways, so the Hesses, bro, are connected to the Rothschilds. They helped fund the first Rothschild dynasty bank, like the little network across Europe. And then there was also a Hess that was a Nazi, bro. And then now we're talking about like Humonculus, and they're like talking about like fucking alchemy and like occult alchemy in the region of Hesse. Yeah, my mom's won big before. I've won the smaller prizes, but my mom has won the big prize before, actually. And the coolest thing is that from the last time my mom won the big prize, she actually even said that she put the big prize just on a tab, because it's like the place where she goes to hang out and chill. And so she put like hundreds of dollars on her tab. So the cover charge, and if whatever soda pop or drink or whatever we get while we're there is actually all covered on her tab today and Saturday, which will be cool. Obviously, we're not going there to get smashed drunk, so her tab's not going to get eaten up with like way expensive toxic drinks of alcohol. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm not going to go there and have myself a little beer. You know what I mean? It's a bar with my mom, sure. But we're not going there to get drunk. We're going there to play bingo, bro.
the Arcanum of Hermes philosophy, Syndivogius says that there are two types of dissolutions, although there are many other useless dissolutions.
Shout out Mom. She was on the stream, remember? You guys remember her? She told her story about being a abuse survivor.
One is only truly natural, and the second is violent, under which all others are included. The natural one is such that the pores of the body are opened in our water so that the digested semen is emitted and placed in its matrix. Our water, however, is heavenly, not wetting the hands, not of the common people, but almost like rainwater. The body is gold, which gives semen. Our moon is not common silver. It receives the semen of gold. In Treatise 10 of the New Light of Alchemy, Saturn, having accepted the vessel, drew the water parts 10 times, and immediately took the fruit of the solar tree and placed it. And I saw the fruit of the tree consumed and dissolved like ice in hot water. This water, is like a woman to this fruit. In no other thing can the fruits of this tree putrefy except in this water, nor can any other water penetrate the pores of this fruit except this one, and know that the solar tree also comes from this water, which is drawn from the rays of the sun and moon by the force of the magnet. Therefore, it has the great harmony between them. End quote. Just in case he wasn't making it clear that he's hinting towards something, he continues, quote, in the dialogue of Mercury, regarding this feminine seed or adepts dissolving waters, we have decided to discuss with you the dissolving waters at this moment. This alchemical treasure is indeed great and immense, but for everyone who does not possess the individual keys to the storehouse, without which not even the adepts themselves could dissolve or coagulate the bodies, it is completely inaccessible. If you are ignorant of the dissolution of our body, there is no need to work, warns Dionysius Zacharias, quote, whoever knows the art and secret of dissolution reaches the secret of art. Michael Meyer, 1568 to 1622, was a German physician and counselor to Rudolf II Habsburg. He was a learned alchemist, epigrammist, and amateur composer. He also happened to be Imperial Count Palatine. He doesn't actually mention homunculus directly, but in his book, Atlanta Fusion,
Look how fucking, I don't know. Does anyone look at this and just be like, what in the fuck are they trying to say here? Dionysus, Hercules, Osiris, Isis, Typhoon. With the crazy weird. You know what? You know what? You know what? You no. What? These towers. There's like a remember that there was like a Christian art that he showed that had this tower in one of like the Bible pages, I think, or something. Do you guys remember it? Crazy. Michael Meyer, like Friday the 13th. Yeah, that's crazy, huh, Cynthia? That's insane, bro.
the entire thing is a metaphor for him pursuing golden apples. It's based on the Greek myth of Atalanta, a virgin hunter who was raised by bears, but it is more so a reference to the race when Hippomenes dropped apples in front of Atalanta. Unable to resist, she lost the race because she picked up the apples and was forced to marry. Well, this is a symbol for these alchemists, and each one of these emblems is a secret. One of them, emblem 21.
What is it you're talking about? Let me see here. The firsts? I don't know what you mean by that. Next to the chats? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Richie.
Specifically deals with the homunculus. I'm sure that many of you guys have seen these engravings before. It's been seen by many eyes. This is a secret code for the development of the homunculus, or artificial generation. Quote, emblem 21, make a circle from the man and woman, then a square. From that triangle, make a circle, and you will have the philosopher's stone.
Wait a second. Did homie just drop the motherfucking recipe for the philosopher's stone?
A secret code for the 21 on board.
What? Run that back.
It's been seen by many eyes. This is a secret code for the development of the homunculus, or artificial generation. Quote, emblem 21, make a circle from the man and woman, then a square. From that triangle, make a circle, and you will have the philosopher's stone. Epigram 21, let the man and woman be united as one circle from which a square arises having equal sides. From here draw a triangle that is rounded on every side into a sphere, then the stone will be born. If such a thing does not come to your mind soon, if you understand the doctrine of geometry, you will know everything.
What the fuck? As complex as the the order of words and using like all the it's that whole thing right there just felt so crazy to hear. Now that I heard it back a second time, What in the fuck?
To your mind soon, if you understand the doctrine of geometry, you will know everything. There are a few more references in here that equally could be considered, but we will show a few of the emblems and then continue on. Not only are there several occult alchemical symbols such as the hermaphrodite, they even have Miss Liberty, floating cubes in the sky, the Lion of Venice, mermaids, and even an early Freemason candle symbolism, which we'll see this repeated many times. It's also important to mention that, yes, around this time there were many charlatans and frauds. True alchemists disguised and encoded their secrets with mysterious symbols as it was against their order to reveal anything to the uninitiated. The fake alchemists are the ones who spent too much time on the Philosopher's Stone or trying to promise some method of producing gold. This has led modern scholars and historians to believing that these alchemists were simply madmen and misinformed scientists. However, another interesting aspect to this is literally the government of the time believed it to be true, and there were literal laws passed as with Henry IV's edict against reproducing gold and silver. So why make laws against it then? In 1404, Parliament passed a statute called the Act Against Multipliers, making alchemy, or more specifically, the multiplication of gold and silver via alchemy, illegal.
Would make alchemy illegal. Yeah, his name is Mind Unveiled. If you're curious of okay, Kate, you were talking about Base Forge. If that's who you're asking about. The other video was talking about color and the circle reflecting from the triangle of the eye, sound and light creating form. That is true, going back to the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone, bro. What the shit, bro? Dang, I didn't know we were going to have that kind of synchronicity, bro. What's up, Cynthia, Alfonso? We got 7 people up over on YouTube. What's up? If you're on YouTube, say hey. We here, up in here. It goes into it just like a puzzle, bro. It's crazy.
Continue with exploring a fundamental text known as the Theatrum Chemicum, or Chemical Theater. It's a compendium of early alchemical writings in Latin published in 6 volumes in 6 decades. It was the most comprehensive collective work on the subject of alchemy ever published in the Western world. The physician and
We love you, babe. Queen Trip's in the house. What's up? Let me just go like this.
philosopher Sir Thomas Browne possessed a copy, while Isaac Newton filled the margins of his copy with annotations. There's even a letter from Roger Bacon on the secret works of art and nature. Now, there are many books in this work, and although there's no clear homunculus reference, it is a crucial work referenced by several other important figures that go over the secret of making one, although it does not use that terminology. Also, there's a section from Aristotle on alchemy. But interestingly, there's a Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, which was done by Elias Ashmole, another publisher. In this book, the cover is clear homunculus symbolism, which we'll break down later, but this book is a little bit too cryptic to really gain that much value right now. We're going to continue, but as mentioned, we're nearing the 17th century, so of course, the people writing books on this subject became increasingly secretive, not to mention that Paracelsus was already cryptic to begin with. The next alchemist on our list is a little bit different, Johann Ambrosius Siebmacher, a German heraldic artist and copperplate engraver who made heraldic multi-volume books of armorial bearings of coat of arms for the Holy Roman Empire. This shows how the Rosicrucians were deeply integrated with the Church, implementing the tactic of divide and conquer by controlling both Catholic and Protestant sides. That's outside the scope of this video, but there is a reason that heraldry is involved, and it has to do with these Palatine rulers actually hiring alchemists as their personal physicians and guides. He has a book on alchemy, with these very interesting depictions. It's essentially a divine hand emerging from a floating triangle in the sky. It's holding a torch as it lights the candle or flame of this heart, which could be representative of the act of love or procreation. It's really a reference to why alchemy only works for the advanced practitioner. It has to do with the timing and collection of certain spiritual or etheric powers. This will be examined more as we progress. Next, we're going to continue but kind of go into the spontaneous generation debate, as well as starting on Johann Baptist van Helmont, 1579 to 1644, who was a Flemish chemist, physiologist, and physician. He's known for his work on plant growth and the chemical composition of water. He even coined the term gas and is considered the founder of pneumatic chemistry. He was a disciple of Paracelsus, so no doubt he had read all of his works.
That's crazy. A disciple of Paracelsus, or Theophrastus Bombastic von Vernenham, or von Bronnenheim, whatever his name was. Von Honnenheim. That's kind of crazy to think about, right? What a name. You're right. Bombastic von Vernenheim.
Even the Helmont coat of arms is the hidden knight, and you can even see the dual symbolism with his portrait. He also has the Rosicrucian finger pose. There's no reference to the homunculus, but this is another important scientist who was not only well aware of the subject, but most likely was keeping a secret. He even wrote instructions on spontaneous generation saying, quote, "When water from the purest spring is placed in a flask, steeped in leavening fumes, it putrefies, engendering maggots. The fumes which rise from the bottom of a swamp produce frogs, ants, leeches, and vegetation. Carve an indentation in a brick, fill it with crushed basil, and cover the brick with another so that the indentation is completely sealed. Expose the 2 bricks to sunlight, and you will find that within a few days, fumes from the basil, acting as a leavening agent, will have transformed the vegetable matter into veritable scorpions."
Yep, you heard that right. We're going to run that back real quick because this person just gave this is one description of begonia, which is where they like spontaneously generate bees through bowls. He's going to get into that. But he's talking about spontaneously creating scorpions, bro. Like, think about this in the terms of science, bro. Thank you for the 50 kicks, release and transform. Those are just like stars on Facebook. Each star is worth 1 penny. So I'm pretty sure kicks are too. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Because that's not required. You don't have to do that. I appreciate you. But here, this is just one example that he's going to, Mind Unveiled is going to give multiple examples, bro, of this spontaneous creation.
Carve an indentation in a brick, fill it with crushed basil, and cover the brick with another so that the indentation is completely sealed. Expose the 2 bricks to sunlight, and you will find that within a few days, fumes from the basil, acting as a leavening agent, will have transformed the vegetable matter into veritable scorpions. It took until the late 1700s to really completely denounce spontaneous generation because so many reputable sources for thousands of years were adamant that it was not only possible, but obvious to anyone who was aware of nature's secrets. It's not possible for such men to be simply mistaken. They are either willfully lying and being cryptic, or they're telling you what they know and they believe in spontaneous generation to be true. Both support the case that this subject deserves more.
Apple juice is in the house, bro. Apple juice is in the house. Oh my gosh, apple juice. It's been so long, bro. What's good, brother? I see you, bro. I see you, apple juice. I see you, apple juice. I see that. I see that. I see him, apple juice. I love you, bro. Appreciate you so much, bro. Hell yeah. I appreciate you being here, bro. For real, for real. Oh, since you're here, I haven't talked to you for a while, so I just want to let you know that this is available because I feel like you possibly would want to jump on this. I'm just going to be honest. It's a one of five type thing. Bro, we're doing fucking tripoverdrip.shop. There's two tie-dye designs, which is just like the alien design, as well as the bear design on a tie-dye shirt. Tripoverdrip.shop. We're only making 5 each. 5 each. That's it. They will be signed by me and Queen Trip. Nobody else besides the other 4 people that purchased this. And I think this one's been purchased twice. The other one's been purchased once. So it's just and they're a little bit cheaper. I did drop the prices for all the shirts from 45 to 35. But yeah, tie-dye. I'm going to hand tie-dye them. I got the white shirts right here, bro. Got them motherfucking stencils. Them stencils right here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Handmade by myself. All of it, pretty much. You know what I mean? So, and they're going to be signed by me and Queen Trip. Limited edition. If we ever decide to do tie-dyes in the future, it will not be the same design and or pattern of tie-dye. These will be basically one of ones. You'll only 5 people will get each design. So we've already sold a couple of them. You better get yours if you want it. Not speaking to you specifically, Apple Juice, just anybody watching. If you want one of them, you better get them. But yeah, let's get back into this. Oh, we also did one real quick. I don't know if I officially showed it except for earlier on the stream. Bro, we also got Trip Over Drip mugs, bro. 20 ounce stainless steel Stanleys, bro. Trip Over Drip. I can't wait until I get the stuff to do. Oh my gosh, see, look at that. I freaking Apple Juice. I knew you would, bro. Apple Juice just bought both of them. He just bought 2 of them, bro. I'm telling you, bro, the tie-dyes are going quick. I can tell you right now. How many have been ordered, bro? Okay, so Apple Juice bought 1 of each design. Jeremy just bought a bear. Alan bought a bear. So there's what? There's 3 bears. 3 bears, one Trip Over Drip. Yep. So if you want one of those bears, yeah, you know what? I'll do this, bro. Okay? I'm going to do this. If they all sell out on the Bible Unveiled Part 2, which could be dropping in the next few days, we will raffle off 1 more of each. So people who can't afford to purchase one right now, we will raffle off 1 tie-dye of each one. So all you would have to do is just be in the stream. They will be signed shirts, like I said. Me and Queen Trip will sign them, but there's only going to be 1 of each. It's not rude of you. I hear you, Apple Juice. Okay, that works. So Apple Juice actually just decided he bought 2 shirts right now, and he actually just bought 1 of them to give away to somebody. So there will be 2 bear tie-dyes given away, and 1 Trip Over Drip. You can get your mug too. Tripoverdrip.com. Not tripoverdrip.com. Tripoverdrip.shop. Now let's get back to the Humonculus.
or investigation. And no, it's not possible that we're dealing with these minds simply misunderstanding the phenomena. That could be argued with some writers who suggest spontaneous creation with bugs, as Aristotle does with lice, but it cannot be argued with a generation of other animals, such as mice and scorpions. These scorpions will be mentioned again later. Oh, and let's not forget philosopher and father of modern chemistry, Robert Boyle, perhaps most known for Boyle's Law. Boyle did reject Paracelsus' theory on elements and substituted for atomic theory, but he, like Isaac Newton, was still interested in discovering the Philosopher's Stone. Boyle had his own thoughts on the generation of animals and contributed to the start of redefining spontaneous generation. This all changed because of the microscope. The microscope is what allowed Boyle and his associates, the famous Robert Hooke from the Royal Society and the Jesuit Marcello Malpighi, finally putting to rest this whole idea of spontaneous generation. The idea was that Robert Hooke, with his discovery of the cell and microorganisms, had found evidence that debunked spontaneous generation. Basically, because the microscope allowed them to look closer into objects, they saw that in non-living matter, such as a cork, there were tiny little organisms, and so this proved that living beings weren't just popping out of non-living matter. There were living things in it. But how does that debunk spontaneous generation? It doesn't. It's just that at this time, especially after the development of the Royal Society, which was free.
Whoa. This is for Oxford. Isn't that like a pretty, that's like a pretty prestigious school. It's got the sun and the moon and the two towers, you know what I'm saying? With the light up at the top, you know what I'm saying? That's fucking insane, bro. It's everywhere, bro.
It's just that at this time, especially after the development of the Royal Society, which was Freemasonic in origin, and Hooke was one of the leaders and had to have been associated with Masons at the time. That may not seem relevant, but then you tell me the need to put coat of arms and secret symbols on these published discoveries, connecting all these scientists to Palatine Roman rulers who were in control of the Rosicrucians. You really think the telescope was invented in the 17th century? This is kind of weird. They don't even know the real inventor of the telescope, or at least it was shrouded in mystery since its origin. It's more likely that the knowledge of optics has been shrouded in mystery and secrecy similar to the subject of alchemy. I mean, think about it. We're discussing the eye, light, images, imagination. These are all subjects of alchemy. Therefore, it is safe to assume that the subject of optics would have been crucial to the alchemist. The story doesn't add up with the telescope. Okay, so in 1655, a Dutch diplomat, William de Boreel, tried to solve the mystery of who invented the telescope. Okay, so not a good start. Already in 1650, they had a telescope and had to initiate a process in rediscovering who was the inventor.
You know what's crazy, bro? Let me know if you can see this here, okay? But if we look up at the top of this image, right over here, right, where this sun-like figure is, where the crown is up at the top, it's literally got these little tiny circles around it that are the fucking moon phases, bro. Like, what in the fuck? That's insane, bro. That's insane, bro. Like, what is that type of symbolism? Like, he's like looking up, pointing up towards it. You know, he's like, look, there's. It just seems trippy, right? It seems so trippy dippy. Yeah, he probably is. He's like, hey, Major, look. And wait a second. If we actually think about this, I'm just going to say this. Is this the three Marys? The three sisters? I don't know.
Okay. He had a local magistrate in Middelburg follow up on Boreel's childhood and early adult recollections of a spectacle maker named Hans, who he remembered as the inventor of the telescope. So wait, we're going off of a memory? The magistrate was contacted by a then unknown claimant, Middleburg spectacle maker Johannes Zachariasen, who testified that his father, Zacharias Janssen, invented the telescope and the microscope as early as 1590. This testimony seemed convincing to Borel, who now recollected that Zacharias and his father, Hans Martens, must have been who he remembered. Borel's conclusion that Zacharias Janssen invented the telescope a little ahead of another spectacle maker, Hans Lippershey, was adopted by Pierre Borel in his 1656 book De Vero Telescopi Inventor. So to get this straight, the mainstream story says that the microscope and telescope was invented after the 1650s, but they also have this weird story on how it might be from the 1590s. But that doesn't really add up because in the 2nd century, almost 1500 years prior, Claudius Ptolemy, a 2nd century Greco-Roman mathematician and astronomer, wrote a significant treatise on optics. So we had extensive knowledge of refraction and optics for over 1,000 years, but nothing happened until the 17th century.
Does anyone else feel like that was just like a whole bunch of information to basically say like the origins of the freaking binoculars or the freaking telescope is like some weird esoteric hidden lore? Like as if, you know how like it just seems like it's all muddied. Like we know who invented the iPhone. It was Steve Jobs. Right? How do we not know who invented the telescope? That just seems sus as shit to me. Yeah, the maiden, the mother, and the crow and triple goddess. You're right, dude. That's insane, huh? That is actually crazy to think about, Melissa. What if the 3 magi that followed the star to go see Jesus be born is just the opposite polarity or the divine masculine of the divine feminine of the 3 Marys? What's up, Lawrence? Lawrence is in the house, bro. Lawrence is in the house, bro. We are here for you all the time. Whenever you need us, all you have to do is call and Team Human will show up for you. What's up, dude? Let's keep going a little bit. Actually, wait a second. I think my mom is pulling in to take my kids swimming, so I just kind of gotta go do like a verbal handoff to acknowledge to her, like, all right, like you're watching them and you know what I mean? So I'll be right back. Let me just put on that Base Forge video again. It'll be just a few minutes. We'll get right back into this Humonculus and the fucking crazy ancient occult stuff, you know what I mean? The life-changing shit. This is shit too. The Fibonacci sequence and shit, bro. It's all just interconnected, bro. It's all interconnected. Bro, the further and further you go down into the layers, bro, the more synchronicities and connections to everything has, bro. But I'm going to run upstairs. I'll be right back.
The image on the right is the same ratio using spheres. This is how music works. Keys on the piano are calculated this way, as well as the parts on Vitruvius's body. Let's go even older into ancient traditions. What they're holding there is a pine cone. The pine cone has this spiral and ratio inside of it as well. The deities gift humans with this knowledge to expand their perception of the natural world and how it works through time. Now the spiral makes more sense. Every revolution of that hand spins the spiral 1 hour depending on the planetary gears that are in the watch. Now when you look at a watch, you know what the spring inside of it actually does. You ready for this? This is the Mandelbrot set. The father of fractals, the Mandel dad. Every single time you zoom in on this fractal, it zooms into a Julia set, which is another fractal. The Julia set is in a constant state of integration and disintegration, and it's also a vortex when you plot it in 3D. The Mandelbrot is in the shape of a cardioid. It's a very important shape in mathematics, and it's seen in architecture and in technology like microphones, as well as the optics of spheres. It's called collimation. Antennas use this to transmit signals. Cardioid focuses the signal into a point, makes it more efficient to transmit to another antenna. But when you freeze that, it looks suspiciously like the Egyptian lotus. There are no coincidences. The branches of the Mandelbrot fractal are Sierpinski fractals. The cheat code to lightning. When you rotate the Mandelbrot set and connect it to itself, it creates the Koch snowflake, which is another fractal. If you map the X and the Y coordinates to the left and the right speaker, then the Mandelbrot set plays harmonic tones. Now that is cool, but what's even cooler is if you zoom into the fractal, it adds harmonics, which means as the fractal gets more complex, the sound gets more complex, but stays harmonic at the same time. Let's make it 3D. If you make it 3D, it looks like trees or broccoli or a whole bunch of nature. If you just let it run and do its thing, it'll create shapes that you've probably seen before because they're very structurally sound. In 1 minute, one fractal has linked the physics of sound and light and optics and mathematics and engineering and architecture. How does it do this while connecting to nature? That's because all things are just one thing. You just learned them separately. This whole video is a chapter out of my new book, Geometrix. We dive deep into fractals because they tell us a lot about the world and history and engineering and all kinds of stuff. This book is a part of my series on holistic esoteric education. Instead of compartmentalizing education into one subject for one thing, this teaches it in a holistic way that makes it relate to everything else. The biggest breakthroughs in science, tech are not going to be AI. They're going to be from water. You see what's happening to that slow-mo? You see the light behind that water droplet? Water reveals the patterns of light and frequency. A frequency through water can show you all the details of that frequency. That's a cymatic pattern. For example, this shape creates the vector equilibrium, one of the most stable shapes in the universe. Bees love the thing. Everything in nature uses vibration in some way. That's just a bowl of water in the woods reflecting the sounds of nature. That's just a bucket of water reflecting the sounds of construction. The problem is, most of us learn the behavior of waves in 2D when it's actually a 3D phenomenon. Sound looks more like that traveling through the air. The cymatic is a frozen cross-section of that bubble through time. What's even crazier is we can calculate the pattern that the sound is going to make. The biggest sine wave up there is the fundamental. All of the smaller waves are harmonics that add to the tone of that fundamental sound. If you combine all of them, you get the sound your ears perceive. In this case, all of those are harmonics, which means they sound good with the fundamental, so it creates a square wave. Now imagine that circle as a dish of water on a speaker. The pattern it's drawing happens in a fraction of a second to produce the cymatic image that we see. All of it is geometry and math. Using a cinescope, we can find the resonance of anything. This technology was pioneered by John Stuart Reid. Anthony Holland is taking this technology even further by trying to shatter cancer cells using just sound. Cymatics has the potential to link all disciplines. This is the E8 lattice. It's a mathematical theory attempting to explain everything. That is an ancient Hindu temple. This is where we were, and it's where we're going. And it's all based on shapes and sound, something you learn as a child.
Crazy, huh? Dude, Base Forge is a motherfucking beast. Can we just freaking put beast in the chat, bro? Water does have memory for sure, bro. That shit is so cool, bro. That shit is so fucking cool, bro. Shit is so cool. So fucking cool, bro. Shit is so cool. Shit is so cool. Back to the Humonculus. Excuse me. That was a burp. I was trying to make a little like kind of sound, but it didn't work like that. It was like a burp.
That doesn't really make sense, especially since the Romans were also expert glassmakers. In fact, even Roman Emperor Nero used a glass globe of water to magnify text in order to read books, so they were well aware of magnification.
What the fuck? That in itself is crazy, bro. Used a glass of water or a jar of water to use it as a magnifying glass so he could read, bro.
The reason it wasn't mentioned in their books is because what they teach us about the era of the ancient Romans and Greeks and the supposed medieval ages are actually of the same era, and there was essentially a reset. But that's outside of the scope of this chapter, and we can come back to that in a minute. The reason I bring this up is because this would not only be a top priority for their time, but also one of the highest kept secrets, as this would have been one of the primary tools of the astrologers and alchemists. We know for a fact that this knowledge was known before the 11th century by Arabic astronomers and physicists of the Islamic Golden Age. Al-Hazan, or Al-Hassan ibn al-Haytham, is referred to as the father of modern optics. He even wrote a book on the topic and was cited by Newton, Kepler, and Galileo. During his time, there was no separation between alchemy, chemistry, and science. It was all under the science of the wise, or really alchemy. He also assisted in the development of the camera obscura, which is another component to this that has been shrouded in secrecy, as there have been suggestions that this is another tool that was used by the elites to control the power of art. Whoever controlled refraction, projection, and images had the ability to control population.
Ooh. You guys remember this picture, bro? Who was here for that stream, bro? Who was here for that stream? Who was here for that stream, bro? Who was here for that stream? This image is insane, bro. This is like the conception image. If y'all don't know about this image, bro, this image is a trip. This is like Mary, and it has to do with like God and the immaculate conception of Jesus, bro. Oh, the layers go deep. What's up, Eric? What's up, dude? How are you, bro? 801's in the house, Eric. What's up, dude? 801's in the house. What's up, dude? All right, let's keep going.
As we will see, the royal palatines were using astrologers to read the stars and make changes occur from a distance. You could read the future in the stars as well. So, around the near end of the 17th century, Hooke and Malpighi were using this new-founded invention, which was released and approved by royalty to support their findings and quell all talk on alchemy in Paracelsus. But
can we just
their findings and quell all
this looks like a family tree of some sorts, right? All the way up, it's like this is where the tree starts, and this is like the lineage of this specific individual. There's always a map, bro.
all talk on alchemy in Paracelsus, but they never debunked spontaneous generation. And it's strange because even Boyle was still using terms like plastic power or plastic force. They were desperately trying to remove metaphysical definitions and philosophies from their work, but it's clear that they still depended on them. Plastic power can just be another term for ether or even an orphic field that assists in the development of matter.
Weird. He just said that about plastic, but what we do know about plastic, it actually does the opposite. It actually just neutralizes and creates static in energy and frequency. That's why it's bad for us to even have plastics around us, have plastics in our kitchen, plastic in our food, plastic in our testes, plastic in our bums, plastic in our brains. The microplastics are everywhere, bro. And it's crazy for them to talk about this aspect and the idea of plastic when actually plastic, that's just like the word that they used potentially for this etherical realm between spirit and matter actually became the name for the name for the compound that's actually toxic for everyone and everything on the planet. That's kind of an interesting connection. I do say myself. You can just put in the comments hashtag no more plastic.
With Malpighi, he also debated and argued with other proponents on spontaneous generation during his time. Malpighi could be argued as an atheist because he tried to explain anatomy in terms of a machine and with explanations completely devoid of reliance on the soul. So essentially, these guys all teamed up and decided to put spontaneous generation to rest. Yet, they never debunked it. They just provided evidence that challenged it, and even during their time, it still wasn't over just yet. This just initiated the debate, and there were back and forths on the subject. After the works of Malpighi and Hooke, Filippo Bonanni, another Jesuit interestingly, was a seashell collector who who fought back on their points and released a new experiment in which he tried to show, using a 3-lens microscope, in his work published in 1691, that spontaneous generation was possible in animals without blood and a heart, in contradiction of Francesco Redi's experimental work. Even more interesting is that Bonanni defends Aristotle and metaphysics and even references Redi's experiment.
I love you guys. I just wanted to say I love you. Peace out, Brittany. Thank you guys for being here, showing up. Appreciate all of you. You guys mean more to me than you probably think. I appreciate that.
Stating that he finds Redi's assertion that spontaneous generation never happens ridiculous. For some reason, even though the microscope and the discovery of microorganisms was relatively a new discovery, Bonanni's scientific experiments on spontaneous generation were dismissed and even considered an inexcusable transgression. I don't think that we can conclude that they were attempting to attack or even challenge the ideas of Paracelsus or the alchemist, because it's really the same exact people. They just moved into a new phase where they decided to be hush-hush about their secret knowledge. Redi actually eventually responded to Bonanni later that year. His book had to do with the generation of parasitic worms, and Redi provides within his treatise a continued defense of his claims that all animals originate from eggs. The first response came from someone who was influenced by Bonanni, Trioni Fetti, who argued that not all life comes from seed, that some plants don't come from seed or eggs, but have other center leaves or foliage. Many years later, Bonanni replied in 1691, stating that he defended his work and that spontaneous generation could happen without the use of seeds. This actually left Malpighi with no argument, and so he went to Boyle for a response, and ultimately, they never really finished the debate. Even after Redi's experiments, they really never debunked anything. It would seem that this is right around the time that the Jesuits, Rosicrucians, and secret brotherhoods left the Aristotle philosophy, but there were still some scholars left.
Whoa, that's a crazy picture. That's a crazy picture if I do say myself. He's got the freaking pelican on his chest. You see the square and compass? Huh? You see the square and compass, bro?
Over that were dedicated to the original science. So since Malpighi couldn't debunk Bonanni, he ended up going to the Count and literally just complained about him and just put words in his mouth. It seems that Bonanni didn't really want to talk bad about Malpighi, or he just wanted to make amends as they were both students of Kircher. Even Robert Hooke purposely avoided even mentioning spontaneous generation. They were just playing a game of semantics, because some methods of spontaneous generation describe it as arising from non-living matter, but that's not really the point. The point is that they were generating creatures through ritual. It doesn't matter if it actually spawns from some source, and it most likely did. And even Bonanni defined spontaneous generated animals as, quote, are those living beings whose matter is able to be moved even by itself in just the same way that the seed usually...
Weird. What the fuck? Who sees the Mormon handshake? I mean, the Freemasonic handshake, bro. Seems weird.
moves in the generation of other animals, end quote. I don't think the proponents of spontaneous generation were literally saying it's non-living, as in no life source or living components, but more so that it was not moving or animated. It was not a living creature, and so they...
Bro, apple juice, dude. I just have to fucking tell you, bro. Okay. This is what I will say, apple juice, okay? It just notified me, bro, that you have gifted 152 subs to my Twitch channel, bro. If you are going to ever gift subs, please don't do it on Twitch anymore. Please do it on Kick. Because the gifted subs on Kick actually come to me. It's like a 90-10 split. Where on Twitch, bro, I was on Twitch for a while, bro. I know, I'm not saying you will. I'm just saying that I just wish that I would have started on Kick instead of Twitch, because Twitch is like a 70-30, bro. They take 70. where on Kick the gifted subs is like it's like a 90-10 or something like that. So it just blew my mind in real time right now that you'd gifted me 152 subs, and I wanted to say like, bro, you're so generous, and I just want to say thank you, bro. But just don't gift them anymore to Twitch, just if you choose to do any more, because it doesn't, not a lot of it even comes to me, bro. That all goes to Amazon, bro. That's why I moved to Kick, really, is because I just don't want to give all of my hard-earned money to fucking Jeff Bezos, bro, because they take a whole shit ton of it. But yeah, let's keep going. I love you, Monica. She is a G.
We're speaking of specific techniques and lost rituals that were used since ancient times to generate these creatures. As we've already shown you, multiple alchemists who thought this knowledge was obvious. But this is kind of weird. The debate was still not over. Almost 60 years later, in 1745, interest in spontaneous generation was renewed when a Roman Catholic, John Needham, came out with new microscopical discoveries showing that large numbers of organisms subsequently developed in prepared infusions of many different substances that had been exposed to intense heat in sealed tubes for 30 minutes. It took over 30 years to respond to this argument, and the answer came from another Italian named Lazzaro Spallanzani, where he supposedly repeated them and said that Needham just didn't heat his tubes long enough or didn't seal them correctly. But he lost this exchange because the most influential naturalist of his time, George Louis Comte de Buffon, supported the work of Needham and believed in spontaneous generation, suggesting that organic molecules could assemble to form simple organisms under certain conditions. Interestingly, it seems that basically there was some back and forth. They were really trying to debunk the spontaneous generation, but it just wouldn't go away. Even to the point where, after a number of further investigations had failed to solve the problem, the French Academy of Sciences offered a prize for research that would throw new light on the question of spontaneous generation. So they literally funded the research with the desired outcome already set. How scientific. They weren't even really interested in getting to the bottom of the truth. They just wanted spontaneous generation to die and be done with. But they couldn't do that without someone coming in and debunking it. The person who would respond to this challenge is Louis Pasteur, which is really crazy that he ties into this story. I don't want to say anything directly why, but it will become evident as we proceed. He developed an experiment using flasks that were coated with a sugar G solution to a variety of conditions. He demonstrated that the creatures that developed were from microorganisms in the air, not from the air itself. Now, it never explains how he conclusively shows this, and in fact, this wasn't actually proven until 1876 with John Tyndall, who devised an apparatus to demonstrate that the air could carry particulate matter. Finally, after Tyndall and Pasteur's work combined, it finally put the subject of spontaneous generation to rest. Or did it? First, let's bring up one of the main issues in the debate: semantics. Many of the times, the evidence brought forth is really just debunking one definition of the term of spontaneous generation, usually that it is life emerging from non-living matter. But spontaneous generation has two forms: generation from non-living matter, also called abiogenesis, and generation from living matter, called heterogenesis.
I just want to go back to this image too, okay? Okay, check this out, bro. Do you see the sun and the moon and the two towers in this? Or is it just me that sees this hybridized Humonculus creature in the center? Potentially above this creature is the Garden of Eden, which would show Adam and Eve, but then also potentially have like the sun and the moon. And it's got these weird like processes going through, bro. You know what I'm saying? Seems fucking weird as shit, bro. That's just an insane ass image right here, bro. I'm actually going to go like this and screenshot this image, bro. I need that one. Need that on my telephone. I'll drop it in the Discord for everybody who wants it. I need to be screenshotting some of these, bro. I should have been doing it this whole time. Crazy.
Abiogenesis, and generation from living matter called heterogenesis. The reason why spontaneous generation was being rejected in the early 18th and late 17th century.
Weird, look at that there too. We see the Mormon the Masonic handshake with the key. You know what I'm saying? It seems crazy as fuck. Why? It's all weird, bro. It's all just weird, bro. It just makes me think weird, feel weird. You know?
Is because this was a period in time where they were trying to understand biology and its processes. Obviously, the answer of generation from non-living matter would not suffice as an explanation. Therefore, heterogenesis became their main concern. But interestingly, heterogenesis would not work as a complete doctrine in the explanation of the generation of life, as by 1859 it was almost completely discredited. As the experiments with Pasteur and the understanding of parasites continued, it was the very breakdown between organic and inorganic matter that led to the dilemma. The issue became clear with the release of Darwin's The Origin of Species, for any evolutionary theory resting on natural causes logically demands the acceptance of abiogenesis. The term was coined by Thomas Huxley, so we've come full circle. Literally, their theory depends on the notion that life can evolve or emerge from non-living matter at some point. Oh, and also, Thomas Huxley is depicted with a glass bottle with what appears to be a homunculus in the famous 19th century fantasy novel, Water Babies. This book is really crazy. We're gonna have to break it down in the future, but apparently, Thomas Huxley is mixed up with a bunch more stuff. Abiogenesis is also related to the concept of the primordial soup theory, which is another attempt to try to explain.
I know what weird means, Cynthia. I know. The weird ones they call, and they go and they go.
The mechanics of abiogenesis. They never debunked spontaneous generation, they just changed the name. Now this is an interesting character because the encyclopedias try to call him an amateur.
That looks like Joseph Smith, bro. Like, anybody know any freaking... Does anybody know any Mormon lore, bro? That dead ass looks like Joseph Smith, bro.
However, Andrew Cross was an important scientist in the history of Britain. He's most famously known for his experiments on electrocrystallization, which were conducted in 1836, during which insects appeared. In other words, spontaneously generated. Around the age of 12, Cross persuaded one of his teachers to let him attend a series of lectures on the natural sciences, the second of which was on the subject of electricity. This was the cause of his lifelong interest into the subject. Cross first began experimenting with electricity during his time in the sixth form, when he built a Leyden jar, and after leaving school, he studied at Brasenose College, Oxford. Andrew Cross seems to be more than just an amateur, as he had many contributions to science and participated in advanced experiments for his time. One of his prominent undertakings involved creating an extensive setup to explore atmospheric electricity. This setup employed an insulated wire, measuring initially 1.25 miles and later shortened to 1,800 feet, that was hung from poles and trees. Through this, he determined the polarity of the atmosphere under varying weather conditions. His findings were later published by his friend, George Singer. Cross, along with Sir Humphrey Davy, was among the early pioneers to construct large voltaic piles. One such described battery consisted of 50 jars with a coated surface area of 73 square feet. Using his wires, Cross could charge and discharge it around 20 times per minute, creating noises almost as loud as a cannon. This led to his local nickname, the Thunder and Lightning Man. In 1836, Cross attended a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in Bristol. There, he presented his discoveries, including electrocrystallization and atmospheric experiments and improvements to the voltaic battery.
That looks like a battery cell that I've seen on Tartaria, bro. This right here, this big tower. This thing looks like a Tartarian battery right next to, yeah, Tesla's free energy right next to a Humonculus jar. Seems weird, doesn't it? It just seems weird, bro.
Electrocrystallization and atmospheric experiments and improvements to the voltaic battery. His further works included separating copper from ores using electrolysis, experimenting with electrolysis of seawater, wine, and brandy for purification, and studying the effects of electricity on vegetation. The year 1836 also marked a controversial phase in Cross's career. During an electrocrystallization experiment, he observed the formation of what he described as a perfect insect on the 26th day. Over the next few weeks, hundreds more such creatures identified as members of the genus Acarus were observed. This incident, when reported by a local newspaper, led to public outrage, with Cross accused of attempting to play God. However, his work remained unpublished due to the controversy surrounding Cross's experiment. The skeptics have a hypothesis that the insect eggs were just embedded in the samples, so the mainstream does not take his work very credible. Despite all that, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was inspired by Cross's experiments. Some say that it's unlikely as the novel was published almost 20 years prior to Cross's experiments. However, Shelley did know Cross through a mutual friend.
What in the... Like, what in the actual fuck is this image actually depicting, bro? This dude looks to be smoking. Oh, where is it? Right here. This dude looks to be fucking. He's smoking something, right? He's taking a hit off of the freaking water bong, bro. And all of a sudden, this stuff is coming out of his butt. You know what I mean? There's like this freaking weird lady right here trying to freaking get a big old whiff of that butt dust. While this guy over here is like freaking pushing on the thing like, oh yeah, get that butt dust, boy. Fucking weird, bro. Weird. Like, what is this freaking image, bro? What the fuck is this? You better get that butt dust, boy.
And it's reported that she attended a lecture by Cross in 1814. In the year 1837, during his electrocrystallization experiments, Andrew Cross observed the unexpected emergence of insects under conditions that would typically be fatal to animal life. Cross had been conducting experiments involving a mixture of water, silicate of potassa, and hydrochloric acid dipping into electrified porous Vesuvius rock. His intention was to produce crystals of silica, which ultimately failed. However, on the 14th day of the experiment, Cross noticed small white growths appearing from the middle of the electrified stone, which further enlarged on the 18th day and developed long filaments. Notice how we're talking about a stone. These formations were clearly distinct from the artificial minerals Cross sought to create and defied explanation at the time. So Cross identified these insects as Acarus electricus, later known as Acari crossi, and sought the opinion of entomologists, who confirmed their classification as mites from the genus Acarus. The origin of these insects remained elusive, with speculations ranging from hatched ova deposited by airborne insects to the influence of electric action. Cross replicated the experiment multiple times, achieving similar results, including observing the insects growing below the surface of electrified fluid. However, the insects exhibited no signs of vitality when trapped in a chlorine atmosphere. Despite Cross's attempts to understand the phenomenon, he refrained from forming any conclusive theories. It would seem the release of his findings without his authorization led to public outrage and the accusations of blasphemy, causing Cross to withdraw from society. While subsequent attempts to recreate Cross's experiments have reportedly been unsuccessful, the mystery surrounding the appearance of these insects remained unsolved through Cross's life. It would definitely seem that they were playing with underground experiments in electricity. Consider this chilling scene from 1818. Scottish chemist Andrew Ure standing next to a recently executed murderer's body at the University of Glasgow. Here they performed a very strange demonstration. Armed with a 270 plate voltaic battery and 2 metallic rods, viewers shocked the attendees as the lifeless body convulsed and contorted in a horrifying spectacle, brought about by the electrical stimulation of the corpse's nerves.
Okay. Does anybody else just find it fucking weird as shit, bro? That the people of our past, for some reason, found it fascinating to play with dead bodies. You know, I could understand like the fucking coroner's job or the person who's supposed to help preserve the body or whatever it may be. But like when you got like mad scientists up in their laboratory, like stealing parts or corpses from the morgue so he can like attach electrical wires to them to try and reanimate them and shit. It seems just fucking weird. Like Frankenstein, dead ass, just like Frankenstein. It seems just weird as shit. But if you do any sort of history into this stuff, like it happened a lot, bro.
There are actually modern studies in support of spontaneous generation. In a study from the 70s, Sidney W. Fox showed how inorganic molecules, or the amino acids that he called proteinoid microspheres, would actually grow and divide when heated.
Right, just like Cobra Kai said. With this is all shit that he's talking about in like fucking like, okay, this specific image that's up says 1998, whatever, but Paracelsus and Pythagoras and fucking all these other people, bro, this was a while ago. You don't think that there's other weird ass fucking shit that's happening right now on planet Earth? Just do some deep dives into the Jeffrey Epstein saga. And look past the trafficking. Look past the abuse. Look at actually what he was doing in his free time and what he was spending his money on. That's where the real dark shit starts to happen, bro. That's where it happens, bro. They're doing this weird occult shit still to this day at the top levels, allegedly, you know?
He created the world's first protocell out of proteinoids and water. Fox was a proponent of abiogenesis, the creation of life from non-living matter. Interesting that he heated it in water similar to the alchemist. Now we're prepared to get deep. We know the history, the main arguments of both sides. Now it's time to really dive into this material, because we're just getting started. We're going to begin this section with maybe one of the most insane and strange books ever to be written, but it's also extremely rare. Let's do a disclaimer. I'm going to tone down the graphic details, but there's no getting around how weird and disgusting this book is. The book we're discussing is the Book of the Cow.
Are you guys ready for this? If you've been here watching this whole thing with me today, we're about 5 hours in. We're not 5 hours into the documentary. We're only like an hour and a half into the documentary, obviously, because there's commentary and stuff. But I will have you know that this is the second warning. The very first of the video, he says, do not watch this if you don't want your life changed forever. This is the second warning inside of that video. There's a few more warnings further and further into this video, bro. So just take reference that his warnings don't come with like very little weight. When he's saying, I'm telling you right now, this is going to be insane. If you pay attention and listen, it's indubitably going to happen to you.
Or Liber Vagi, named after the experiments contained within. Interestingly, this book is actually attributed to Plato, or it was believed and referenced by several others who considered it to be from Plato's Book of Laws. The name in Arabic is called Kitab al-Nawamis, which translates into the Book of Laws, but it's also translated as the Book of Sacred Secrets. It was also called Liber Enigmatis, a translation of Nawamis. It's important to note that they consider this to be pseudo-Plato, which, as we brought up some questions, especially with the timeline, there are arguments that suggest that Plato and Aristotle are not from the timelines that they give us. But regardless, they say that in the 12th century, a Latin translation was copied in Spain with a different title, Liber Aniguimus. The ones that do exist are handwritten, difficult to read, and even some authors were suggesting that some of these works have been purposely altered in order to hide information. There are many references to this book in other works. Even one breakdown gives this table of contents of the book. Quote, "This is for our teacher and leader, Plato. I have seen 2 books by him. The name of one of them is the Greater Book of the Laws, and the name of the second is the Smaller Book of the Laws. In the Greater Book, he speaks of affecting by means of images abominable things like walking on water, causing the appearance in whatever shape you may wish of the forms of composite animals which are not found in the world, causing rain to fall at time unseasonable for its falling, or causing it to be obstructed at time proper for its falling, making meteors, shooting stars, and lights appear in the sky, lightning bolts to descend at unreasonable times, and the ships of one's enemies or whatever one wishes at a great distance to burn, walking in the air, causing the stars to rise at unseasonable times, and seeing them when they have fallen from their heavenly places to the center of the earth, conversing with the dead." End quote. This is discussed in David Pingree book on the subject. Now it becomes clear that this homunculus is just a subcategory of a much larger and higher science, artificial generation, or even spontaneous generation, connecting to an even higher science.
Fucking crazy, bro. So insane, bro. This shit is so insane, bro. Just being honest. Can we just get aliens in the chat if you also feel like this is insane, bro? It starts talking about hybridized animals and spontaneously generated freaking centaurs and fucking griffins and humans fucking spontaneously generating termite-like things, fucking electricity spontaneously creates like these bugs. How weird is that, bro?
The occult arts that allowed the practitioner to cause real-world change. Obviously, we need to discuss the blur between the astral and the physical, and we can discuss that, but some things do become evident. They were not playing around with just artificial creation, but wombs and literally, quote, creating any type of creature they wish. Now, we can't go into everything right now, but it's important to take note that the alchemist, who we know for a fact,
I gotta get this picture, sorry. I gotta screenshot this picture, bro.
worked for the Holy Roman Church and her Palatine rulers, well, they believed this information to be true, including the ability to make meteors, shooting stars, and lights appear in the sky. I mean, that sounds pretty specific. How about burning whatever you want from a great distance? That sounds familiar. If they didn't believe it to be true, then why were they hiring these alchemists to work for them? It would seem the ideology behind this is Greek metaphysics, but a more
Greek metaphysics? That's weird.
esoteric form in which you would actually move your soul or a soul into other material bodies or objects. That the soul is what allows things to move. Now this is where it gets interesting, and this also takes an occult mindset, but otherwise, scholars typically begin to see this as allegorical. But it's not. It's based on philosophical concepts, but I argue that it's not only allegorical, but literal on multiple levels. They just viewed the soul differently, and we can use different terms for this, spiritual power or aether. Now the secret here is that this soul contained any form, or the spiritual power of the magician, was synonymous with an image. Literally, by viewing an image in your mind, you were encapsulating a soul, if you will, into that form, creating an image. but that image represents something or is attached to something, a soul. This is the philosophical concept behind the alchemists, but they believed literally that the imagination was a real thing, that just by imagining something or creating an image in the mind, you were constraining a soul or consciousness to that image. This is the process of implanting. A magician can take certain spiritual powers or souls, not of the magician, for example planets, and implant them into objects, goals, or desired outcomes. It must be noted that this was not something they believed or hallucinated, but this was the beginning of the scientific method itself. Ancient magicians, through trial and error, undeniably proved the ability to affect the material world through the power of focused thought. Open any book on magic and this is what you find. And this is what is at question. Did these scientists in the 1600s actually have the ability to cause these real-world effects through the combination of an early physical and spiritual science that was revived from an even more ancient source? Things to consider are the strength of the will of the magician. This includes a variety of factors such as focus and desires, but also to consider the type of spiritual forces implanted and into what body and at what time. This is the foundation, because in order to understand Humonculus, we have to understand the greater science behind it. Humonculus is simply the name for the experiments done by the medieval scientists trying to revive the ancient art of artificial creation. But this process and science is much older and goes by many different names. So the Book of Cow does have a vast amount of miracle-type spells and cosmic or heavenly transforming events causing changes to the Earth's atmosphere. It describes how to perform miracles similar to the Bible, to turn a staff into a snake, or to walk on water similar to Jesus. But there's something clear to note about the Book of Cow, or Kitab al-Nawamis, and that is, it covers the concept of artificially creating rational and irrational animals. Or in other words, this book teaches how to literally implant souls into the creation and generation of plants, animals, and men, each of which, according to Aristotle, has its own type of soul. The author of the Book of Cow claims that animals can be created by artificial means. It's important to note, as it expands the subject beyond a singular humanoid creature or tiny human in a bottle. It's crucial to make that distinction, because as we explore...
She just said it again, dang. So IVF is Humonculus? That's insane to think about.
this phenomena further, the more doors that will open, as what we're dealing with is an ancient science of allowing semen from a male animal to develop within an artificial womb. But I find it fascinating that in the Book of the Cow, there's a detailed ritual for the manufacturing of artificial bees. Now, on one level, this is interesting from whether they really did find a way to generate insects using spontaneous generation outside of just growing maggots. The ritual involves a young female cow who is slaughtered and her blood is placed along with some of its body parts. Again, this stuff gets kind of graphic, but they take this organic substance from the cow and they put it in an enclosed chamber. They let it rot for 7 days, and for some reason a dog penis is thrown on top. Then after another 7 days, worms start popping up. Now that gets weird because then you're instructed to feed these worms with a fistful of dead bees on a specific timeline of every 14 days. This is mind-blowing because it also gets into other strange worm subjects because they're also androgynous, so they play into this occult symbolism. But after 2 weeks, the worms will grow wings and turn into bees. Now it seems there's a reason that worms are used, and this is really interesting because the answer actually lies with Aristotle, where he claims in De Anima that ants and bees possess a special power or faculty, that they have a complex soul. So what that means is they can't just be grown through spontaneous generation. The alchemists actually have to grow the worms first, since they have a different type of soul and they can be produced using spontaneous generation. Then the next step is using the ritual and the dead bees, the alchemist transfers the soul or implants that soul into a new vehicle, creating rebirth. This also explains the fascination with bees by secret societies and royal coat of arms. You can see it everywhere. In old alchemy symbols, Rosicrucian symbols, Even in this old engraving of a supposed collection, which really doesn't get that much attention, but on closer inspection we can see that this is an early Freemasonic alchemy library, as we can see even humans. This is an early Freemasonic alchemy library, as we.
You know what? I just made this connection. You know how like I joke around, well, not really joke around because I say it exactly how it is, but I just say like the Freemasonic or like the Mormons and stuff. I think this is just a perfect time actually to come right up over here. Yeah, I think I heard somewhere something about like the Mormons and their connection to like bees and beehives, and that Utah is actually like a beehive state. Can you elaborate a little bit for me?
Sure thing. The symbol of the beehive and bees has been important to the Mormon community for several reasons. Historically, bees and beehives have symbolized cooperation, industry, and a harmonious society. Early Mormons, including key figures like Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, drew on these meanings. The Book of Mormon mentions Deseret, meaning honeybee. And when Brigham Young led Mormon pioneers to what is now Utah, they adopted the beehive as an emblem for their community. It symbolized the cooperative work needed to thrive in a harsh environment. When the territory they called Deseret became Utah, the beehive symbol remained. Utah's state seal and flag feature the beehive, and the state adopted the beehive as its official symbol in 1959. Utah is now known as the Beehive State, symbolizing industry, harmony, and cooperation, and linking both religious and secular history in the state.
Weird.
We can see even humans in the bottles and the occult bee symbolism. The author of the Book of Cow states, quote, "Whoever wishes to make a rational animal should take his own water, a quamswam, while it's still warm. This water is the semen, and Aristotle believed that this semen contained a soul, but only while warm. One should mix this warm aqua with an equal amount of the stone, which is also to be called the sunstone." Interesting. That's important to note for later. Also, the sun is the father in astrology, but also signifying God's son. Here's a quote from the book. Quote, "Then one should look out for a ewe or a cow, whichever of these one chooses, and insert the mixture in her womb and plug up her genital with the sunstone." End quote. It would then seem they take blood from the cow to provide nourishment for this newly created being. Although primitive, this seems to be a reference to some type of ancient occult ritual involving male fluid of a magician that would be put on a stone, some type of special sunstone, that then would be used in, well, artificial insemination. But not just that it creates a chamber in which this mixture can putrefy or grow, a hermetically sealed chamber. Then they take this cow and lock her in a house with no sunlight. This is to be the second womb. Now listen to this, another translation from the book. Quote, "While awaiting the birth of the animal, the magician mixes a powder made of crushed sunstone, sulfur."
She had an appointment.
Yeah, she just left and she said, "I'll see." Yeah. I love you.
"Magnet and green zinc stirred in with the sap of aqua semen of a white willow."
What? The aqua semen, huh?
This is some type of mixture upon which the cow gives birth. The creature is placed into this powder and is instantly clothed in human flesh. Now this newborn tiny humanoid is kept in a large glass or vessel for 3 days until it becomes exceedingly hungry. It is then fed for 7 days on its mother's blood and develops into a complete animal, with which other marvels can be performed. For instance, it can be placed on a white cloth with a mirror in its hands and suffumigated with the previously mentioned powder mixed with human blood. Then, the moon will appear to be full on the last day of the month. Or, it can be decapitated and its blood collected. If the blood is given to a man to drink, he will assume the form of a bovine or a sheep, but if he is anointed with it, he will have the form of an ape. Finally, if the animal is fed for 40 days on a diet of blood, milk, and semen, then its guts are extracted from its belly and rubbed on someone's hands and feet, he may walk on water or traverse the diameters of the earth in the winking of an eye.
Wait a second. That's kind of deep, bro. That's fucking insane to just let that fester, bro. You know what I mean? Just like let that sit and just process all that stuff. Walking on water. I'm not saying anything, but I'm saying let's just go back a little bit and just we got to go back, bro. And just listen to the whole process again. Okay?
Then they take this cow and lock her in a house with no... Whichever of these one chooses, and insert the mixture in a sun, which is also to be called the sunstone. Interesting. That's important to note for later. Also, the sun is the father in astrology, but also signifying God's son. Here's a quote from the book. Quote, "Then one should look out for a ewe or a cow, whichever of these one chooses, and insert the mixture in her womb and plug up her genital with the sunstone." End quote. It would then seem they take blood from the cow to provide nourishment for this newly created being. Although primitive, this seems to be a reference to some type of ancient occult ritual involving male fluid of a magician that would be put on a stone, some type of special sunstone that then would be used in, well, artificial insemination. But not just that it creates a chamber in which this mixture can putrefy or grow, a hermetically sealed chamber. Then they take this cow and lock her in a house with no sunlight. This is to be the second womb. Now listen to this, another translation from the book. Quote, "While awaiting the birth of the animal, the magician mixes a powder made of crushed sunstone, sulfur, magnet, and green zinc stirred in with the sap of aqua semen of a white willow. This is some type of mixture upon which the cow gives birth. The creature is placed into this powder and is instantly clothed in human flesh. Now this newborn tiny humanoid is kept in a large glass or vessel for 3 days until it becomes exceedingly hungry. It is then fed for 7 days on its mother's blood and develops into a complete animal, with which other marvels can be performed. For instance, it can be placed on a white cloth with a mirror in its hands and suffumigated with the previously mentioned powder mixed with human blood. Then, the moon will appear to be full on the last day of the month."
Wait a second. Hey, wait a second. So these people who are doing these like magic, you could say, or alchemy, I just wanted to point out that the stars above us in astrology, they want to just portray it as to be like this woo-woo fucking bullshit fucking alternative spirituality or whatever. But if we really go back and look, they were all very accurate. Like this specific process of creating a humonculus or begonia, whether he's explaining through the book of the cow, is that the moon will appear to be full on the last day of the month. That is a very, very specific energy, a very specific astrological signature in the fucking sky. Because in order for the moon to be full on the last day of the month, that would mean that the full moon would have to, it wouldn't be every month. That means they would have to know exactly when the full moon hits the last day of the month. That means they would have to continuously watch the stars, bro.
Or it can be decapitated and its blood collected. If the blood is given to a man to drink, he will assume the form of a bovine or a sheep.
This concoction, if a human drinks it, they will turn into a sheep. What the fuck, dude?
But if he is anointed with it, he will have the form of an ape. Finally, if the animal is fed for 40 days on a diet of blood, milk, and semen, then its guts are extracted from its belly and rubbed on someone's hands and feet, he may walk on water or traverse the diameters of the earth in the winking of an eye. End quote. Now this is very interesting because at first, many may think that this is all hallucinated, or one could say some type of astral magic if you're going to be traveling at such speeds and performing miraculous feats. But on another level, there may be something else going on with this book. The homunculus, another level.
I gotta snapshot this picture right here, bro. This image right here is insane, dude. The sun, the moon. You know what I'm saying? It's got the freaking ox for the freaking... This little ox symbol right here. This ox symbol is... You want to know where this ox symbol is at, bro? Let me just do this real fast. I'm just going to screenshot that image so I can drop all these images I've been saving throughout all of this in the Discord, bro. I've got like a bunch, bro. But let me just pull this up real fast. Can you please find me images of the baptismal fonts inside of LDS Mormon temples? It all just seems super fucked up, right? It all just seems insane, bro. There's another one. Just the golden, all the oxes, bro. And all the temples, bro. It's weird. There it is right there.
There may be something else going on with this book. The homunculus is a soul that has been placed into an artificial body. As we'll see, it's not detailed in this book, but there's another component to this homunculus that must be considered. The reason that this being is magical is because it's an artificially created being that was manifested.
Yes, Alfonso. Yes, Alfonso. They do baptize people in the temple. Do you know the craziest thing about the baptisms that happen inside of that temple? Let me just go ahead and ask old Perplexity a question real quick. So when it comes to the LDS practice of baptisms for the dead, can you please give me a brief description of what that theology is?
Sure. In the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, baptisms for the dead involve living members being baptized by proxy for deceased individuals who didn't have the chance to be baptized while alive. The belief is that after death, spirits continue to learn about the gospel in the spirit world. Those who never received gospel ordinances like baptism can choose to accept or reject these proxy baptisms in the afterlife. It's seen as an act of love and service, ensuring all of God's children have the opportunity to receive salvation, but respecting individual choice.
And those are the only baptisms that happen inside of the temples, correct? Baptisms for just every typical 8-year-old little kid who gets baptized is done at like stake conference centers, like churches that are available to the public, right?
From what I found, yes, baptisms for the dead are specifically performed inside LDS temples. But the typical baptisms for living members, like 8-year-old children, usually take place in local meeting houses or chapels that are open to the public. Not at temples.
Weird. You know what I'm saying? For one, it's just weird they do baptisms for the dead. For two, it's just weird that the only baptisms they do inside of their holiest sites in the temples are for dead people that could convert to Christianity or to Mormonism in the afterlife. They believe in ghosts or something?
In accordance to astrology. But more importantly, the magician could implant the soul of the planets themselves into this new artificial body.
Whoa. We got to go back. Let's run that back one more time.
Third, the reason that this being is magical is because it's an artificially created being that was manifested in accordance to astrology. But more importantly, the magician could implant the soul of the planets themselves into this new artificial body. We will discuss that more later, as it may complicate things now.
Jesus.
But we can't deduce that this is false just because miracles and strange events start occurring. It may seem impossible, but we're dealing with different states here. The next part of the book makes the subject even more insane. The next chapter in the Book of Cow covers the artificial generation of a rational animal by a similar ritual with the cow, but this time it's with a female ape. It says that her offspring undergoes appropriate manipulations. Is this where monsters and cryptids come from? Even different type of deformed humans like the one-legged man? This directly connects the monstrous beings from Christianity to the alchemist and artificial creation. Could this knowledge have been wiped? The Book of the Cow was very difficult to find, and there are no full English translations. They would literally create mythical beings, whatever they wanted, and they would sculpt, shape, and create these deformed beings physically, like merging different pieces from different bodies, and then doing this at such an early stage so that the being would then grow into all sorts of creatures. Think about it, the basilisk, monsters with human heads, even the demons from Grimoires. These are all different types of homunculus. In the book, it also discusses how one can take the organs of the creature and rub them into certain spots to gain the powers of that organ. Since the homunculus is a magical creature, the organs are magical and are connected more in tune with the astral, and therefore they can see and communicate with spirits. By rubbing the eyes of the homunculus into one's eyes, the ability would be gained to be able to see all spirits and demons, like the homunculus can. Henry Cornelius
Whoa. Wait a second. Okay. So based off of what he just said, the homunculus is like a bridge between like halfway through the spirit and the material. That the actual homunculus being can see both realms, the spiritual realm and the physical realm. But if the homunculus rubs its eyes into the human's eyes, it then allows the human to see the spirits as well. Is that what all these modern day prophets are, bro? Not modern day, but like all the profiteers of our ancient scriptorial past that are in all sorts of different scriptures of being able to see ghosts or God or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Melissa says seraphim, right? It seems insane to think about that it says in here that if the homunculus blesses the human by touching their eyes, they can see the spirit realm as well. Seems kind of fucked up to me.
All spirits and demons, like the homunculus can. Henry Cornelius Agrippa actually references Plato, but scholars say that he's not speaking of the actual Plato, but of the same author as Picatrix in the Book of the Cow, as an authority on the manufacture of magical lamps. Again, why would these alchemists, the people who were writing the earliest versions on the book, say Plato? And then this was also believed by Agrippa? The Book of Laws, or also known as Liber Numic, the Hebrew translation, we can see clearly that Agrippa references the artificial generation of monsters and how they are not according
The moon and the sun again, bro. You see it everywhere.
to the laws of nature. The Book of Cow also interestingly has other extraordinary rituals that can cause the moon to split in half, and also to cause the appearance of giants. Is it possible that someone could create a giant homunculus? There's a phenomenal paper by Liana Saif called The Cows and the Bees, where she really dives into the Arabic sources and the differences contained with the Book of the Cow in comparison to Pingre's analysis of the book, concluding that it was an example of Neoplatonic thought.
If you're here, can you just please If you're here, can you just please drop some hearts or some aliens or poop emojis in the chat just to show some engagement and interaction while we're fucking knee deep in B shit. You know what I mean? We're just knee deep in this shit right now, just in the zone, locking in about this spontaneous created humans. You know what I mean? So any sort of comments in the chat will just really help the algorithm, player.
She breaks down some really crazy sources, but first, we need to discuss the bees. If you haven't seen the Ancient Cloning Factories video, go check it out as it's going to start really connecting here. There's bee symbolism throughout masonry, occult brotherhoods, and royalty, not to mention alchemy. Yes, even the postcards. Now we know what they're referring to. Because this ritual discussed in the Book of the Cow or Liber Vaccae is actually an ancient ritual of spontaneous generation that has been practiced for thousands of years. Supposedly, again, I have different views on the timeline, but forgetting that for now. The Book of the Cow and the Latin translation are dated around the 12th century, but the original Arabic sources could be of an earlier age. However, we can find a reference to this exact same ritual in ancient Rome, which we now know was used to create some type of demon homunculus, one that was prophetic in nature. The proof is contained in Book 4 of Virgil.
A demon homunculus? You guys caught that? A demon homunculus. Like, really think about that. And then I'll just say it again, like Yeshua the Nazarene, Jesus. If they're openly talking about creating a demon homunculus, then the idea that someone like Jesus could be artificially created and have like a divine, like, light god energy versus a demonic energy. Can you make the connection that this alchemical practice is realistic based off of everything that we've learned so far? Poop emojis in the chat if you agree.
Georgics, which is a famous poem. Virgil was an ancient Roman poet who played a vital role in shaping Latin literature. In lines 281 through 314, we get instructions very similar to Liber Vaccae, but 1,000 years earlier. Quote, "But if someone's whole brood has suddenly failed, and he has no stock from which to recreate a new line, then it's time to reveal the famous invention of Aristeus, the Arcadian master, and the method by which in the past the adulterated blood of dead bullocks has generated bees."
The adulterated blood of a dead bull can generate bees. What the fuck?
Well, that line on the stock was a little suspicious. They had to recreate a new line? But let's continue. What we're looking at is an ancient reference to alchemy, but it just wasn't called that yet. No, that was from a later translation. It says a dead bullocks, but in the original Latin, it goes, quote, "First, a small and contracted place is chosen and adopted for the purpose, and they press the walls of the narrow roof with tiles and add 4 hives at the corner, 4 slanting windows for the winds. Then a calf already curling its 2-year-old horns on its forehead is sought. The double nostrils and breath of its mouth are stopped up with many obstructions, and having been killed by blows, its entrails are loosened through its intact skin. So they leave it lying in a confined space and put broken branches beneath the rib bones, and fresh thyme and cassia. This is done when the west winds first drive the waves."
Dang, that's crazy. What? That's why fucking they worship the bull. What the shit, dude? What the shit, bro? You just made a connection to Baal. Isn't Baal a bullhead? Or Baphomet is a bullhead? That's why they worship the bull, is because that's the homunculus type humans that were created by the bull. Are we making connections right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why that specific group of people worship the bull and they have to sacrifice things for that bull, is because they directly come from a bloodline of homunculi type humans who were created from the bull. What in the fuck?
Before the meadows blush with new colors, before the chattering swallow suspends its nest from the rafters. Meanwhile, the moisture heated in the soft bones seethes in the miraculous animals that are to be seen by the modes, first deprived of feet, then buzzing with wings, mixed together and more skim the thin air. End quote. So hold up. That's alchemy. And they're even using herbs and timing references. They even are hermetically sealing the cow. We'll come to find out there's actually a name for this ritual. It's called the ancient art of Begonia. This was an ancient ritual on the generation of bees, and they even try to say on the wiki that it was more just poetic or some learned trope rather than an actual practice. I think that seems like a cover-up because it's clear that this is not poetic. This is the exact same ritual that's mentioned in Liber Vacae. It's also found in Byzantine Geoponica. Perhaps the earliest mention is by Nicander of Colophon. The Hermetic Charonides reported that worms are born after 1 week and bees after 3 weeks, which again confirms without a doubt that is what we were dealing with in the Book of the Cow, but it specifically ties the creation of the homunculus to far more earlier origins. It's called the ancient art of
What the hell? What the helly?
Nicander of Colophon. The Hermetic Charonides reported that worms are born after 1 week and bees after 3 weeks, which again also found in Byzantine Geoponica. Perhaps the earliest mention is by Nicander of Colophon. The Hermetic Charonides reported that worms are born after 1 week and bees after 3 weeks, which again confirms without a doubt that is what we were dealing with in the Book of the Cow, but it specifically ties the creation of the homunculus to far more earlier origins.
What's up, Cynthia?
Especially if we consider the queen bee with Diana of Ephesus. Quoting Ovid's Metamorphosis 361-68, Florentinius of the Geoponica reports the process as proven and obvious fact. Quote, "If any further evidence is necessary to enhance the faith in things already proved, you may behold the carcasses decaying from the effect of time and tepid moisture change into small animals. Go and bury slaughtered oxen. The fact is known from experience. The rotten entrails produce flower-sucking bees, who, like their parents, roam over pastures, bent upon work and hopeful of the future. A buried war horse produces the hornet." End quote. So,
Okay. Are y'all here with me? Who's here with me, bro? You guys. Oh, shit, dude. We're getting deep, bro. I got to potty again. I got a motherfucking potty again. I got to go to the bathroom again. Because I've been just in here fucking drinking jet fuel over here, bro. The fly, the bee, the hornet. It was that order, correct? The fly, the bee, the hornet. What in the shit, bro? Oh man, that's insane, bro. All right, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Back over to Base Forge. Vibrational wizardry. You guys ready for this? Please, I hope to see you when I get back. It'll only be just a few minutes. Please just spam the chat while I'm gone. You know what I mean?
A long time ago, knew about this and that and this and pass it off as magic. I'm fully convinced. For real, someone was probably sitting on a cliff, looked out at that, and was probably like, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's just waves. I'm now a wizard. For real. Telekinesis, it's sonic levitation. You can do it with energy too. And it makes you can trap particles in a tube with just sound. You can do this with a laser too. Same concept, except with a laser, you can literally break the molecular bonds of metal and rock. If the wizard knew what the laser was going through, he could bend it like a Jedi. Telepathy. Got it. That's how we transmit all data anywhere. This is how radio stations work. Exactly. Wizardry. Moses with the snake staff. Moses was a wizard. We probably just had knew about electricity, put it through some ball bearings and some oil, made it crawl like a snake. Ferrofluid, you can make it dance. Same concept. It looks like magic, dude. It looks like magic because it kind of is. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. I can't remember who said that, but you showed me that 1,000 years ago, I'd be like, wizard, he knows about it. He knows everything. He knows it all. And then you can record it in these things and then show and teach other people your wizardry. First capitalist ever was a wizard. Now you got to sit in one of these and learn the boring way. This video is 1 minute long. If you know everything about water that I'm about to show you in this video, I'll buy you anything you want off the dollar menu. Let's go. This is an atmospheric water generator. It pulls the water from the air so that you can drink it. That's what it looks like commercially, and you can put one of these anywhere in your home. You don't need a well. You just plug it in, and it pulls water from the air. Cactus needles work the same way in the desert. We can put water into the air by hitting it with ultrasonic vibration, and it creates mist. That mist eventually falls down from the sky in rain that gets caught in these Hindu stepwells, which are many thousands of years old. Sometimes the Indus even put lingams in the river to purify the water. When light passes through little water droplets, it can create the entire spectrum of color. But the deeper you go into water, the more color it filters out. In some parts of the world, they put these poles in the ground and water condenses along those poles and freezes at high altitude. They do this to store water for droughts or for farming, irrigation, or just to cool off. Some places are even reviving deserts this way. There's a similar phenomenon underwater called a brinacle, and it can freeze these poor little starfish right in their tracks. The currents under the water make it look like an ice tornado. Water responds to frequency. Frequency bends moving water into crazy shapes, but standing water can organize different materials within it. It's a relatively new field of study called cymatics. It is unveiling the interaction between frequency and matter and relating that in terms of geometry. You can see this in frozen cymatics. Now, Veda Austin's work is probably my favorite thing in this whole video. Exposing an image to some water in a glass petri dish and then partially freezing that water will cause the water to mimic the image. Water is amazing, and you are water, so you're amazing. This kind of shocked me. Water has this tendency to mirror whatever it's exposed to in its liquid crystal state. So if you show it an image and then you put it in the freezer, right before it completely solidifies, it will reflect back to you the image that you showed it. Initially, I thought this was probably a Jesus in the toast phenomenon, but clearly we have a ton of examples of this working. This is deep. Different types of water freeze differently. Water from a spring looks different than rainwater. Filtered water looks like it went through the filter, and tap water looks... This is wild. This is a singing bowl. Left image was before the singing bowl. Right image after that. They look the same. Left image, spring water looking natural like a leaf. Right image, microwave water. So I left something out of this image. This is what the water looked like when it was frozen. The water was not exposed to that image or the one over there, though. It was only exposed to Veda's thoughts. She was literally just thinking of a medieval helmet. So what exactly is going on here? We kind of don't understand, really. We do know that water reflects frequency at an extreme level. You can see harmonics and water droplets. You can see rainbows and the entire visible light spectrum through a water droplet. In a way, it's kind of a window into the unseen. Even the forces of nature and their respective patterns geometrically can be seen when we look at things like vortexes. And I've seen a lot of cymatics and a lot of interesting frozen frequencies, but if you want to explore all of this, Veda has a brand new book. She was kind enough to send it to me. It's literally hundreds of pages of evidence of this happening. She shows you the technique. It's a very interesting read. We're...
What? Yeah. Yeah, this is called cymatics. That shit's crazy as fuck, bro. Crazy as shit, bro. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. My kids were giving me a little bit of issues. You know what I mean? I got 3 boys, all freaking, all of their birthdays are within the same week, and they're all 2 years. And from my oldest boy to my youngest boy, they're exactly 2 years and 3 days apart in chronological order. So the oldest is May 10th. The youngest is May 16th. They're all Tauruses, bro. They're all just bulls and just butt heads all the time, dude. Everybody's just trying to be the alpha and shit. Here we are, 5 hours and 38 minutes into the stream, dude. Oh my goodness. Are we hitting a banger today, bro? That's awesome, dude. We're hitting a banger today. We got 10 people up on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, can you just comment something in the chat? Even if it's like, fuck, do your hair, bro. You look like a bum. Or, you know what I'm saying? You just be like, I'm grateful that I am here today. Not here in the stream, but just here in general. Thank you, Melissa. I see you. I see you. You know what I mean? We're hitting a record today, actually. Today, live on stream. I will have I'm streaming for like another hour and 20, bro. That's like a 7-hour stream. I don't think I've ever even hit a 7-hour stream before, dude. Don't forget, whatever platform you're on, hit the follow button, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Hit all them buttons. Koi Fish is here again. What's up? Moody Mermaid is here. What's good? Monica Canada. Cynthia's up here. Julia's in here. Alfonso's in here. What's up? Release and Transform. What's good? Cobra Kai is playing Cyberpunk, but he's listening. Hell yeah. GMC Dougal 40 dude. What's up? Kate Cleo's in the house. Let's go. Shit. We got the peeps all up in here. If you're new here, say what's up. Don't be shy. We're just trying. We want to chat with everybody. Anna Ray, you're right there. There you are, Anna. Hell yeah. Pretty sick, huh? I love you guys. Let's get right back up into this shit. Probably a duck. What's up, dude? What's up, dude? What's goody? Duck. I wasn't able to until today, but I've actually been streaming all day today because I don't have a car. But your package is going out tomorrow or Wednesday. I've got it all taken care of. I appreciate you so much for being patient with me, bro. I truly am just so appreciative, bro. So appreciative, Duck. Thank you for being patient.
Let's keep in mind that he mentioned the oxen and a horse, and he's literally saying to have faith in it because it is a fact known from experience. We didn't mention this, but John Baptista de la Porta in Natural Magic brings this up and goes into way more detail. The fact that Aristotle did not mention begonia, yet does have a section on bees, have led scholars to believe that begonia wasn't real. Well, the authors discussing this were not just being poetic, but also cryptic, similar to The Alchemist. Aristotle could have left that out because it's far too occult. Even Celsus, who spoke of the ancient Hyperboreans, was against the practice. This was a secret art form, or a cult ritual which was only known to the adepts of the order. Archelaus calls bees the factitious progeny of a decaying ox. And in De Agricultura, written by Marcus Gatto, also known as Gatto the Elder, in 160 BC, the conversation between Vasius and another character touches upon the concept of begonia, or the belief in the spontaneous generation of bees from the carcass of an ox. The Greek term begonias, born of an ox, is used to describe these bees. Okay, so it's not mentioned for like 1,000 years, and then out of nowhere, it just pops up again in Liber Vaccae, or Book of the Cow. Interestingly, it doesn't seem that the two are directly connected. But Petro de Crescenzi...
Are you talking about my bracelet? No, I just have a copper bracelet on, dude. I got the copper ring on my thumb, and then it's just a copper bracelet over here. Okay, real quick. How are you guys doing today? What's going down? How are you, bro? Dude, today's been a fucking banger, bro. I'm looking at this clock over here and it's telling me that I've been live for 5 hours and 44 minutes, bro. That's insane, bro. I haven't hit one of these long ass streams in a long time, dude, and I just still got energy to keep going, homie. Just to keep knocking that shit out, boy. All right, so it's been about 2 hours or so, I think, since the last time I did this. I'm just trying to bring you guys up to par. You know what I'm saying? Just bring you guys up to par for anybody who might have just been here for just a little bit. There's a link in all the chats, bro. Link in all the chats. I just want everybody to know because they're going to go quick. Bro, this tie-dye right here with the third eye bear. Got this little meditation bear that's up on the front breast pocket. This Tripoverdrip purple and pink tie-dye with the alien on the front. There's already been 5 of them purchased. There's only 5 left total. You better get them. They will be signed by me and my wife, Queen Trip. There's not going, once they're gone, which there's only 5 left. They're only doing 5 of each design. 5 of the bear, 5 of the Tripoverdrip. And then after that, if we continue to do more tie-dyes, it will be a different pattern of the tie-dye and a different design on the shirt. So, you know, because everybody can just go and buy all the stuff we have. I'm wearing this one right here. The Stop Protecting Pedophiles released their names. Team Human merch. I'm wearing this shirt right now, actually. We got the angelically accurate angel or the seraphim we've talked about with the Tripoverdrip, Be Not Afraid merch, bro. We got stickers, we got bags. Yeah, I'm still going, Mike. We got I was actually the reason I'm here, bro, is I'm letting you know I just dropped a link to tripoverdrip.shop. These 2 tie-dye ones, the Awakened Bear tie-dye and this Tripoverdrip tie-dye. They're going to be tie-dyed by me, bro. Everything's all me. To the tie-dye, the stencil, I'm only doing 5 of each design. They're going to also be signed by me and my wife. So get yours before they're gone. That's all I'm trying to say. Cuz we also just dropped a new coffee mug too, bro. A new Tripoverdrip 20-ounce Stanley cup, bro. You know what I'm saying? We got all sorts of stuff. We got these tote bags that are made out of 100% heavy canvas recycled from jeans. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I'm going to be streaming for like another hour and 15 minutes. But yeah, bro, just if you guys want some of this limited edition tie-dye merch, go grab them cuz there's only a couple left.
An Italian jurist, agronomist, and author refers to Begonia around 1304 in the Book of Rural Benefits. Also, Begonia is very close to Bologna. I wonder if there's a connection there. In 1475, Conrad of Megenberg, in the first German book of natural history, claimed that the bees are born from the skin in the stomach of an ox. Michael Herring gives a detailed description of Begonia drawn from Geoponica. Johannes Kolletisch, whose book constituted the book of reference for many generations of apiarists expressing the same belief in Begonia. The method appears even in European apiculture books.
You're right. I can never, after this Begonia stuff, bro, I can just never, Oh yeah, Julia has a bag. I already told you, Julia, I'm gonna send you one. Maybe I'll make you your own little custom one because you've been there for with around on Team Human for a long time, since the very, very, very beginning, for months and months and months and months and months and months and months. I already told you I would make you one because I know that you just she just purchased the day they came out. She purchased these Divine Feminine ones. We got the crop top and the long tank top for the girls with the matching Tripoverdrip freaking shorts, bro. We dropped the Divine Masculine tank top and the shorts because there's a heat wave, bro. We need shorts and tanks. We didn't have anything like that, bro. So you already know. Tripoverdrip.shop, like I said. But yeah, Julia, you already know I'm gonna send you one regardless.
Books of the 1700s.
Oh yeah, because she bought the bags. Julia says she's on Facebook. You guys, anyone who's on the other platforms can't see her, but she's on Facebook. She wants the tie-dye bear so bad. If you come for the Bible Unveiled Part 2, I'll let everybody know in all the chats we're gonna give away a couple tie-dyes actually. Just for the people that have an opportunity to get one if they can't afford to purchase one right now. You know what I mean? But yeah, I love you guys. Let's get back into this.
So, you're telling me that this was an ancient practice in Rome, referenced by several reputable sources, but mainstream scholars tell us it's just poetic? Then over 1,000 years pass by, and then it's referenced as a very real thing by Italian and German writers on agriculture. It was still referenced and discussed as a practice up to the 1700s, so... Even Cato the Elder makes reference to the Bible that has a story or allusion to this. Quote, "Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness." Judges 14. In the book of Judges, where Samson puts forward the riddle of "out the strong came forth sweetness," referring to a swarm of bees found inside of a dead lion. There are several commenters, including Vasius, who cited this allusion to suggest to Varro that while he might not know nothing much about cattle, his attempt to deal with the subject might prove some useful discussion. This reveals that obviously this was a secret practice. That will become more clear as we proceed. Okay, so let's go back to the Book of the Cow, or Liber Vacae, and take some more notes. So essentially, this strange book discusses how to use blood or sperm to produce an artificial or spontaneous generation of a magically powerful, rational animal that can tell the maker anything that it would like to know. This tends to lead people into thinking that it's just fantasy, but this just dives into deeper aspects of the occult that are not known by most people. This book is essentially showing you how to create a god being, some type of prophet. They obviously are not giving the full details and being cryptic, but we will see more examples of this as we proceed. They wanted to create an intelligent being that can learn, talk, and even give wisdom, but there became an issue.
Whoa. This is where shit starts to get weird, homie. Do you see what we're looking at right here? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what we're looking at right here? This is Mary, the mother, and there's Jesus, the Christ child, Humonculus. Because the whole goal was to create beings that were smart and intelligent and could be trained, and certain spirits or energies could be put inside of them. It's weird, bro. It's weird.
Because this was grown outside of the womb of the mother, it would seem this leads to dark and negative manifestations, as the homunculus would turn demonic in nature. Some scholars argue that it's evident that Paracelsus read the Book of the Cow, or Liber Vacae, and it had influenced his writings. The fact that he didn't bring it up shows how well preserved the secret is. The author of the original Book of the Cow seems to view this being as demonic in nature, but interestingly, There are other techniques described where the adept can get around this issue and make a wholly new species, including, for instance, a girl with the face of a boy, or even, with a bit of luck, a being with prophetic powers. They were discussing how to literally cause changes in the way it looks, even the face. Okay, now this is insane. Inside the text, it begins to discuss a method in which you can get around the issue. How to create a non-demonic homunculus.
How to create a non-demonic humonculus, bro. What in the fuck, bro?
The text explains, by placing the glass vessel that contains the being in a large metal rotating sphere designed to simulate the effects of the crystalline sphere that rotate about the Earth itself? Whoa, what? None of the later alchemists mention this device whatsoever. And think about that. We're getting really deep in this fantasy if it's all just imagination. They literally were designing imaginary machines? Or is it possible that this was actually a real device?
What's up, Queen Trip? She's in the house. Let's go.
Very strange. So there are more methods for creating a more pure homunculus written in this text. They knew exactly what they were trying to achieve. Also, some early alchemists who referenced or wrote on this text explain how the female seed is not necessary at all to contribute to generation. All that is needed is the male seed. We should also mention that the book does cover some extraordinary rituals, such as how to cause the moon to split in half, and also how to create giants. It would seem the subject of giants may be related here, as Paracelsus even makes reference to this. So what do we know so far? Well, it would seem this Liber Vaccae book is discussing experiments that require sex with an animal, the creation of a human-like being and or monster-like being, depending on the variables at play, and also some type of skin that can be made from alchemical powder in which the creature is placed in this growing skin. It's quite detailed. Then it continues explaining the different abilities and powers of these beings. In this case of the cow, it would seem all holes must be closed in the female animal's private...
Whoa. What? No. What the fuck is this? I don't know about you, but I see right here, this is an image that kind of just fucks me up right here, bro. I'm just being 100% honest with you. Can you guys please just tell me in the chat, you guys see all the shit that I see in this, bro? Sorry, I had to freaking snapshot this picture, bro. This image is insane as fuck. Okay, this is my breakdown. Boom. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know all of the symbols, but I'm pretty sure, obviously, look, there's the sun and the moon, right? Sun and the moon. We got the sun and the moon. We got the eagle's wings coming out the top of this homunculi vessel. We've got the fucking weird medical symbol of the freaking star at the top of this thing with the serpents intertwined down the staff, which is our modern day fucking medical symbol for ER, bro. They've got all the zodiac signs. It looks here they've got earth or water, earth, you know, the four elements, wind, matter. It's got this like weird angelic being here. It's got the seal of Solomon right here, or what people would say is the Star of David. This image in itself is pretty insane, bro. There's Mercury down at the bottom, bro. Are one of these two signs in black Saturn? Which one's Saturn? It just seems crazy, huh? Insane, bro. fucking insane, bro.
Parts plugged. But there's another component to this powder skin. They had other methods. Now this is insane, so prepare yourself. But literally, the text discusses how you can actually design a skin or a costume for the creature in which to place it in, and it will grow and form into it. Basically, once you have the early form of the creature as the animal gives birth to this rotting tiny creature, then they use this powder and or create an artificial skin that they designed literally with different animal parts and or heads, and this outfit would wrap around the newly created being. So now let's look at the work that inspired the Book of the Cow. Because on its own, it doesn't really explain too much, and it seems as if it may just be one rare example. But that's the point I'm trying to make clear. It isn't. And the reason that we don't see more examples of this is because it was literally a secret art, and they only spoke about this between members of the Brotherhood. Why do we know this? Well, because they literally were translating this by hand, and it was kind of a thing that would be shared between the bros where they would copy the text, and they were even found in Christian monasteries.
Does anybody else find it weird that he just said they talked about, they shared it with the bros? Yeah. Shared between the bros. Is that like a fraternity reference or like a brotherhood type thing? That was a weird reference, huh?
So what were the monks doing with this information? Even John Dee is said to have owned a copy. What happened is these actually come from older Arabic sources, and around the 12th century, they began translating and exchanging this text between elite members. However, this led to the text eventually being released to the public, as there are some in private collections. Let's start off with Nabatean agriculture, a 10th century text by Ibn Washia. This is a very important text and claimed to be the most influential. Literally, the first text or book on agriculture. Really, and even the author claims that it's based on a 20,000-year-old Mesopotamian text. That's interesting to note because that means they got it from somewhere else. There is a chapter on the Abraham tree where the author gives instructions for artificially generating an extraordinary creature. He described it as having the form of a winged, two-handed fish. This account is actually repeated in multiple texts. The generated animal has special occult abilities which are used to cause certain effects in the sky and stars.
Wait a second. Dude, I wonder how many people... Who's here, bro, that's been here most of today, bro? Listen, this is start to getting kind of crazy, but now that we're talking about, I guess... we're talking about this fucking... We're going off now that these homunculi have occult magical powers, bro, and they were created with these magical powers to be able to create astrological events and shit. What in the fuck, bro?
The author even cleared...
Dude, I'm telling you right now, as of right now, everybody who's in here, I'm so happy that you're here, bro, because we just hit a record on my channels, bro. We just surpassed a 6-hour stream, bro. We got at least one more hour to go. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate every single fucking one of you guys. If nobody's told you today, like, you truly do mean a lot to me, bro. You guys are the ones that keep all this going, bro. Each and every single one of you, bro. I'm a human just like you, bro, trying to figure out all of this shit, you know what I mean? And it just makes the fact that I can come and figure out all of this shit with all of you guys, it just makes figuring out all this shit just all the better, you know?
Really states that these were secret operations. Okay, so we gotta bring up Picatrix, which is suspected to be the first grimoire or the first major release on magic. This...
Picatrix. I want to read this, actually. Picatrix. Picatrix. A 24-hour stream? That would be insane, bro. 24-hour stream. See, the thing is I haven't gotten to fucking, I'm not really monetized on YouTube, or, you know what I'm saying? YouTube would be where the 24-hour stream would come in if I was getting ad revenue. You know what I mean? Fuck. It's insane. Picatrix. That is a book. Yes, you are right, Alfonso. That is a book. But if you guys like these longer ass streams, bro, I've been telling Queen Trip actually for a little bit now. I've been entertaining the idea of like a 24-hour stream, dude. You know what I'm saying? That'd be so crazy, bro. I don't even know what we would do for 24 hours, bro. Dude, we would have to plan. I'd have to plan a whole bunch of shit. I could probably get it set up all crazy, like to where I could play video games and shit, and we could hang out while I play video games. Maybe get up on a Fortnite and shit, and have some of the homies who play Fortnite up in here get up in there with me. You know what I mean? That could be sick. That could be fun as shit, bro. Me and Queen Trip, we're all here on a live stream, and me and Queen Trip are playing Fortnite. You know what I'm saying? And y'all could just like get our little freaking screen names and come jump on a Fortnite game with us or two. You know what I mean? That'd be fun as shit, bro. Live live on stream, as well as like we're conversating on together as a team. You know what I'm saying? Carol Burleson, what's up? YouTube, what's good? That'd be so fucking fun, huh? That'd be so fun. I love you guys. Let's get back into this.
Arabic text inspired all other.
Oh yeah, I wanted to read that actually. That's why I paused. I kind of got hit with the tangy. That's why I paused. But Picatrix is the Latin name used today for a 400-page book of magic and astrology, originally written in Arabic under the title Giyat al-Hakim. I don't know, how was that? Was that a good fucking? Did I read that good? Giyat al-Hakim. I don't know how to say Arabic words. I'm sorry if I butchered that. That was not meant to be anything negative towards people who speak Arabic or of Arabic culture. I'm just being facetious. Which most scholars assume was originally written in the middle of the 11th century. Through an argument for composition in the first half of the 10th century has been made. The Arabic title translates as the aim of the sage or the goal of the wise. The Arabic work was translated into Spanish and then into Latin during 13th century, at which time it got the Latin title Picatrix. The book's title Picatrix also sometimes used to refer to the book's author. Picatrix is a composite. Sorry about that. Is a composite work that synthesizes older works on magic and astrology. One of the most influential interpretations suggests it is to be regarded as a handbook of talismanic magic. Another researcher summarizes it as the most thorough exposition of celestial magic in Arabic. What in the fuck, dude? What in the shit, dude? Oh my gosh, you know what would be so crazy, bro? I need to figure this out because I could do it with my own web. If I could get somehow the data, like the data set for this 400-page book, Picatrix, I could put it inside web, bro, and we could fucking use web to look through it, dude. Oh, shit, bro. I'm going to have to figure this shit out, bro. We're going to have to figure it out, bro. Picatrix. Indicating the sources for the work as Arabic texts on Hermeticism, Sabianism, Ismailism, astrology, alchemy, and magic produced in the Near East in the 9th and 10th centuries AD. Eugenio Garin declares in reality the Latin version of Picatrix is as indispensable as Corpus Hermeticum, or the writings of Albumazar, for understanding a conscious part of the production of the Renaissance, including the figurative arts. It has significantly influenced West European esotericism, from Marsilio Francini of the 15th century to Thomas. Let's see here. Okay, it's just some information about it. Picatrix. I want to remember that. Picatrix. You gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon. Oh my god, dude, what if Pokemons are just homunculi, bro? And the little Pokeballs are the hermetically sealed things, bro? What if Pikachu is just a homunculus, bro? You see the symbolism, dude? With the all-seeing eye as the little center of the homunculus jar, which contains the homunculus, these weird creatures that have magical powers and shit. What the fuck, man? What the shit, dude? No way, bro. You're crazy, Trevor. You better chill out, dude.
The first major release on magic. This Arabic text inspired all other grimoires from the Western tradition. It was the foundation for the Western alchemical tradition. Picatrix is a Latin name. The original title is Gayat al-Hakim, which most scholars assume was written in the 11th century, though arguments have been made to place it in the first half of the 10th century. The name of the book translates to the aim of the sage or the goal of the wise, and there are some interesting things to take from the book. It's not so graphic as the Book of the Cow, but we bring it up because it's actually its counterpart, and some scholars argue that they were written by the same author. One recent study in Studia Islamica suggests that the authorship of this work should be attributed to Qasim al-Qurtubi, who, according to Ibn al-Faradi, was a man of charms and talismans. The Picatrix reveals how to create talismans using astrological influences, and in a sense, capture their energies into an object. Now, although there's no homunculus mentioned, there is a part on artificial generation. The Picatrix does include examples for the artificial generation of both rational and irrational animals, not by penetration, but how to create green scorpions and snakes, which shows Paracelsus had been reading these earlier texts, and others like Della Porta. He also mentions that the Indians are masters at this art, and I thought that was interesting because of all the references from ancient Greek historians and philosophers discussing as a fact that India was full of hybrid-like creatures and monsters such as werewolves, blemmies, and the one-legged Bigfoot human. There's another Arabic text named...
Have any of you guys ever heard of that? This is the second time, bro. This is the second time that he brought up the monopod, the mythological dwarf-like creature with one single large foot extending from a leg centered in the middle of their bodies, bro. Has anybody heard of this thing before, bro? Monopods appear in Astrophanes' Play the Birds, first performed in 414 BC. They are described as Pliny the Elder in his Natural History. So that is true, Melissa. It kind of makes sense, actually, bro. I don't know, Crazy Truth. That's an interesting question about thinking outside the box. But if this thing did this mythological creature that lived on land and had one big foot, then it means that the fucking mythological creature, which I don't think is mythological, which are called mermaids, I'm pretty sure that's just like the polarity of that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Kitab al-Sumam, we find a description for creating a rational, wild animal, which is a beast with a human head, a tail and 4 feet, 2 of which will be hoofs. By looking at the creature, it can cause death. Well, that might be our earliest basilisk reference. It's just a slightly different variation. Interestingly, there's only one instance for the generation of animals with the heads and bodies resembling different creatures, and it only survives in one single manuscript. It's called Oyun al-Hakal Ik. Saif gives us information on this in her The Cows and the Bees. The text translates to The Sources of Truths and the Explication of Paths, a text on the magical practices which contain 26 chapters that correspond to the sections in Liber Vacae. This gives us a glance into the Arabic reception of Kitab al-Nawamis. Quote, of the Arabic texts which bear some relation to Liber Vacae, al-Iraqi's Oyun al-Hakal Ik corresponds most closely with the content of the Latin translation. End quote. She doesn't provide a full translation, but we do have the original text. It would just take more time to research. However, we do know that the text references the instructions on how to generate scorpions and snakes. Quote, description of the fermentation of snakes. If you want this, take as many big spiders as you can, put them in a glass bottle and overwhelm them with jennet milk, enough to submerge them and leave it in manure for 4 weeks. A red snake will be generated from it. If instead of spiders a big tarantula is placed, a snake like a serpent will be generated from it. If it stings a human, it kills him on the spot and in the same hour.
You guys can have a popsicle once you bring me back my cup.
Or having no antidote. This book is really strange, and it has all sorts of creatures and hybrids. Perhaps they're methods in which one could create their own monster. There's even a human-like creature hybrid with horns. Saif makes the argument that these writings correlate both with the Picatrix and Liber Vacae. The Arabs were the Saracens. This would hint that the Saracens revived this art and then it was erased. They were also connected with the Templars. They obviously did not want this to be known. Did they have the ability to create hybrid creatures?
Thanks, Vox. Appreciate you, player.
It would explain more clearly why they have hybrid symbols on their churches. We'll come back to that. The author of the Picatrix was greatly influenced by Ibn Washia's Nabatean agriculture and Jabir ibn Hayyan. He's an even earlier Paracelsus and is the author of an enormous number and variety of works in Arabic, often called the Jabirian corpus. The works that survive today mainly deal with alchemy and chemistry, magic, and Shiite religious philosophy. However, the original scope of the corpus was vast and diverse, covering a wide range of topics ranging from cosmology, astronomy, and astrology, over medicine, pharmacology, zoology, and botany to metaphysics, logic, and grammar. We know this because several authors throughout history have made references to his books. Jabir ibn Hayyan is one of the most brilliant and intelligent scientists in the golden era of Muslims.
Okay.
He is famous for inventing various instruments for chemistry experiments. He discovered new chemicals which include hydrochloric acid. He was the first to produce sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Sulfuric acid is...
What's up? There's a new chatter up over here. What's up? Who's here? Who's here still? Medellin? Medellin just joined on Kick. What's up? How are you? What's good? How's it going? Let's see here. We've got 10 people up over here on freaking on YouTube. I'm doing well. Where did you find me? Medellin. I've never seen you up in here before. Monica, Canada. I see you, Austin. What's good, bro? Thanks for being here. Horns on its head and hooved feet like Baphomet. You know what I'm saying? We've got Julia in the house. Carol Burleson's up in here. Koi Fish is up over in here. You know what I'm saying? Team Human, what's up? Where did you come from, Medellin? How did you find me? Alfonso, what's good, bro? What's good? What's good? I love all of you guys, bro. You guys just come and hang out with me all the time, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What's up? McDougal, what's good? GMC Dougal. Or it's probably GMC Doug Owl 444. Is that what that is? I don't know. When you only know people by freaking their screen names. Melissa Clark's up in here. Probably a duck. Angel Blue has been up in here, bro. You're Turkish. That's interesting. Do you live in Turkey, Miss Medellin? Dang, bro, you're in Turkey, dude? That's insane. Istanbul? Bro, one day I want to come to Turkey, actually, because... Oh, that's Scruffmeister. I didn't know GMC Dougal 444 was Scruffmeister, bro. But I wish I want to come to Turkey, bro, because I want to go see Göbekli Tepe and shit, bro. I also heard that there's a rumor somewhere in Turkey that they think they have found Noah's Ark. I live in America. I live in the great state of Utah. America. America. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you. Let's get right back up into this, though. What's up, YouTube? What's up, Twitch? What's up, Facebook? What's up, Kick? Prestige Worldwide. Wide.
Is used in car batteries today. Heian was a prolific writer, authoring more than 3,000 research articles and treatises in his life, and more than 70 books were translated into other languages. There's even some debate about whether he was actually able to complete that many works or if it even existed. This tends to lean towards the idea that they were actually manipulating the timeline and creating false figures to represent bodies of knowledge and then compiling that under a pseudonym or figure. Forgetting that, Heian is well referenced and considered to be one of the founding fathers of chemistry. In his works, Heian says that artificial generation...
Hey, I gotta give it out to Austin, bro. Austin's over here. He just came across one of my videos on Facebook, bro, and pulled through and came up onto the live, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today, Austin. I go live every single day, Monday through Friday. I'm just going to help hook you up right here if you're on Facebook, bro. You could probably just come up over and chill up over here on freaking YouTube if you wanted, bro. YouTube, Twitch, Kick. We only got Monica over on Twitch right now. She's up over on Twitch because if you're on Twitch and you earn channel points, you can earn like a painting that me and my wife will paint for you. You know what I'm saying? I have been on planet Earth, Medellin, for 38 rotations around the sun. 38 rotations around the sun is how long I've been on planet Earth. Thank you, sir. But let's get back into this.
Of minerals, plants, and animals is the art of imitating nature, and that he also relates it to the Greco-Egyptian and Hermetic practice of animating statues. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Heian argued that you could not only mimic God and his creations, but also produce ones never seen before. Heian...
Thank you, Austin, for coming up over to YouTube. Let's go, bro. We got Austin up over there. Let's go. Hell yeah. We've been in it today, bro. But yeah, I stream every day. I do not know any Turkish words, actually. I do not.
even refers to an experiment with elements familiar to us by now. Whoever takes a bowl, it is best if it is red, then leads it into a house, throws leaves of hashashia to it, shuts the door through which it has entered, opens 4 windows above it and around the house, and abandons the bowl until it dies and putrefies. As a result, bees will generate from it. Jabir ibn Hayyan describes experiments of his own in his Kitab al-Tajmi. Using sperm and blood, he placed a medium inside a sphere that contained the image of an animal to be generated. Now this is insane, because we're getting into
Let's just see here.
more details on these devices.
I believe in magic. Madeline. Madeline. Oh, shit, boy. Oh, shit. I do believe in magic, so I'm going to translate this. I have to do it. Sorry, Madeline. Oh, I see. It's okay, bro, if it's bad words. I'm not worried about bad words. But she was just trying to teach me how to say son of a bitch. Hell yeah. Motherfucker. I mean, that's like, I think that's like natural for like, you know what I'm saying, dude? Lots of people know a little bit of Spanish and they only know the bad words, you know, like puta. You know what I'm saying? Pinche, you know? Verga. They say bad words and shit, you know what I mean? It's all right. No hatred. I wouldn't even know how to pronounce that because I don't even know what sounds that makes.
Is now. This is what makes Heon's work differ from others is he actually describes this thing as some type of apparatus with concentric half spheres in which you were to place your mold, or in some translations, the image of what you want this being to be. It was a homunculus rotisserie machine, more so like some type of advanced armillary sphere to mimic the cosmic system, and the homunculus in its artificial womb would be rotating within a sphere within a sphere. Heon's works goes into how to change the face or to give it different genders and different levels of intelligence. He even discusses different schools or methods in which you could create a winged man by mixing the sperm of a man and a bird. I don't know about you, but I feel like this deserves more attention because not only is this the foundation of all the other alchemists we brought up earlier, but it shows the deeper, disturbing aspects of this art. It's quite shocking to realize that this is what some of the most influential minds of history were actually getting into. To explore.
That's an insane image right there, bro. I gotta get that one. Gotta get that boom, 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 boom.
More. Heon discusses this in more detail. This homunculus device was created to solve the issue of the demons manifesting. They wanted to literally create an intelligent human. So the works of Heon and Al-Qurtubi, the alleged writer of Picatrix and the Book of the Cow, prove the subject of Begonia is connected to artificial generation and the creation of homunculus. This is because they are part of the same science and art of encapsulating a soul, as mentioned earlier. This encompasses many different works on magic, including talismans and causing change from a distance. Al-Qurtubi also speaks on the necessity of the planets and the infusion of their energies during spontaneous generation. This is something that is crucial to the process, but not brought up by later authors on the subject, and if they do mention it, they left details out and or were being cryptic. This seems to be one of the most crucial aspects to the art. The one who is ignorant, if they do mention it, they left details out and or were being cryptic. This seems to be
What does this image think? What do you think this image is depicting, bro? You know, last time I watched this, we never really took a pause to really just like look at the imagery when we watched it on stream, bro. We like definitely, I just burned through it. This is a 10-hour documentary, bro. We are only 2 hours and 11 minutes in, bro, and I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, bro. Okay, so is this Eve? Is this Eve with the weird sun and moon stuff? Here's the astrological signs up over here underneath the freaking bridge. What's with the raspberries, bro? You know what I'm saying? Just curious. See you later, Madeline.
One of the most crucial aspects to the art. The one who is ignorant of making talismans cannot artificially create life, or the homunculus. That's not to say the homunculus is just a talisman, but they're connected. But keep that in mind that the generation of animals require fermentation or putrefaction. Also, in Nabatean agriculture, Ibn Washia tells us that the astrological elections are essential in artificial generation. Quote, none of these operations of generation can succeed without making sure that the moon is waxing in safe.
I don't know. Smoke. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you, frickin' Austin. I'm not sure. They look like the astrological, like the zodiac signs. That's what it looked like. The ones that were underneath that bridge.
From malefics. Also, the tail of the dragon cannot be in its node nor in a crooked sign nor the end of signs. These creations and generations follow the same course as talismans, where they need elections and making good the moon in the same manner.
Wait a second. That's what that is, bro. What the fuck? Bro, do you guys know what this is right here? Let me show you. Come on, let's go. Give me them images. Takes forever sometimes. That is a moon calendar. Do you know what that also really looks like? It looks like the Hadron Particle Collider. That's insane, huh?
Signs. These creations and generations follow the same course as talismans, where they need elections and making good the moon in the same manner as these talismans require. End quote. Al-Qurtubi defines tafin as creating a, quote, moist material at the location of generation and the utilizing the receptivity of images and form, end quote. One of the authors that influenced Shabir, another author under a pseudonym apparently, Apollonius Sir al-Khalika, The Secret of Creation, a work that discusses on how at the moment of conception, when semen and blood congeal, the resulting embryo stays still for an hour. Then it undergoes fermentation. The heat of the fermentation initiates
You're right, or cymatics.
its development. In one of the experiments of artificial generation related in the Gaia, which produces a semi-brute, Shib Hayawan, by inserting human or other animal semen inside an egg. The process of fermentation is referred to also as Hid Ana, incubation. So wait, is that the story that Agrippa was referring to? So they were inserting human seeds into eggs to hatch? Where have we seen that before?
What the fuck? What in the actual fuck all the way back to the Cabbage Patch, bro? wraps around all the way back to the old cabbage patch.
Also, in his work Nabatean Agriculture, Ibn Washia elaborates further on the theory of artificial generation, particularly of plants. He emphasizes the benefit gained from the practice in it. Quote, the chapter with the greatest benefit, it is superior to grafting because it leads whoever knows it to achieve the generation of takwin, of fruitful trees, and the generation of tal-lid, of pulses, herbs, beneficial medicines, and harmful poisons. The process called takwin, tal-lid, or tafin requires the power known as the nature of natures, tabi al-tabi al, which humans are able to reproduce. This is a gift bestowed upon them by the god.
333, thank you, Queen Trip. We're still going strong. 27 more minutes.
Every plant originated from an ancestor generated by an ancient inventor, Al-Qadim al-Makhatari, who gave people the power to emulate his actions. The most essential natural action for the process is fermentation, tafin, which requires the joining of moisture and heat in the soil. If standing water remains stagnant, it will make the land around it wet. If the land is wet, the moisture in its cavity becomes salty and is absorbed by the soil. Moist and hot air hits it, a soft heat. Then the sun heats it with the heat that is fiercer than the heat of the air, and as a result, fermentation is achieved. If it ferments, it is changed, and if it is changed, it is altered. This alteration is a transformation. Once it is transformed through fermentation,
Wow. Look at this fucking crazy ass image, bro. Wait a second. How many are underneath here? How many people are up underneath in this cave? Shout out by the Bible Unveiled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With the sun and the moon up top. That's kind of crazy, bro. Sun and the moon on the bottom. What in the shit is that, bro?
it forms the nature, which is the power generated from the four qualities in the earth and the collaboration of the two heats, air and sun, overwhelming the two colds, water and earth." End quote. So this is important because it's connected to Aristotle's account on generation, quite mechanistic, and does consider the influence of planetary effusions and rays, yet the Arabic sources do. Which makes no sense because some of these Arabic sources take on pseudo-names and credit the works to these Greek philosophers. This would lend to the idea that Aristotle was leaving information out and or is from a different time period than they tell us. In a later passage, Ibn Washia...
That is kind of crazy, huh? Why he uses the sun to represent himself. That's kind of insane. Mind unveiled, huh?
adds that fermentation happens by constant exposure of moisture to heat, which leads the moisture itself to be transformed into a state
I already
between
told you no,
water
bro. You
and
already
oil.
asked me that.
This is how a truffle coagulates into a soft, solid mass. Then, a second fermentation is required to initiate growth. The Arabic sources go into more detail on the power of the moon. The prominent astrologer Abu Mashar al-Bakhi notes the moisture and fermentation, tafin, are both lunar effects. This influential 10th century coterie of anonymous philosophers known as Ikhwan al-Safa, the Brethren of Purity, explain in their Al-Risala al-Jami'al, the comprehensive epistle, that the motion of the moon generates truffles and also some animals, like birds, silkworms, and bees, adding that most of them are created in 14 days and emerge after nursing in 21 days, for this is the period of the moon coursing from day of incubation until exiting from the sign. Basically what they're saying is that this is literally a natural process. Not just that, yes, sexual intercourse happens naturally, but they're describing phenomena in which animals are being generated due to astrological influences alone. During certain conditions.
Oh no, Alfonso. He wasn't asking about Minecraft, actually. He was, I I like to clean up my house every day before my wife gets home from work. So when she gets here energetically, she doesn't feel rushed or feel like she has to clean right after she gets home from work. So I just set a timer for them, and he had asked me multiple times if he had to vacuum, and I just had told him, no, bro, I already told you didn't have to. I already told you no, you didn't have to vacuum, bro.
And/or time periods, this could spawn a variety of different animals. According to these ancient sages, it has to do with these energies being the crucial component to artificially generating life, and that it actually occurs in nature without human intervention. Okay, so there's actually another section of Nabatean agriculture where Ibn Washia discusses the bee ritual, but he mentions something else this time. Now this is insane. Ibn Washia discusses spontaneous generation of fauna and the generation of bees from bulls. This time, we also learn about regions where humans and animals exist only through spontaneous generation. For example, he relates that in the Indian Sea, during springtime, sometimes
I love you, Team Human. Thank you guys for being here, bro. I love you, Team Human.
a hand emerged which people reported and contemplated. Every year, this hand had a different color, proving that the sightings related to many individuals, not just one. In the same sea, mermaids and mermen were reported to have been caught in fishermen's nets. They were alive, sentient, and mobile. The adult mermen had beards and were called the doctors of the sea, Tabib al-Bal, while those without beards had tiny teeth like those of boys. Weird that he mentions that because there's barely any historic images of this begonia ritual, the bee from the cow ritual, and the one image that there is of it literally shows mermaids, so not sure what to make of that other than they're telling.
Weird, bro. Isn't that a weird ass image right there? The only artwork depicting motherfucking begonia, bro, also has mermaids inside of it. You guys believe in mermaids? Huh? You know, like mermaids. It's kind of crazy, right? Has mermaids in the begonia, which a mermaid would be a begonia. It would be a humonculi, an artificially created, hybridized creature.
You what this actually was. Even Washia continues and says, humans, or human-like creatures, can be artificially generated too. We're told about this magus, Ankabutha, who described in his book on the subject how he generated a creature which was like a human but lacked speech or understanding. Ankabutha received this information from a certain book on the mysteries of the sun by Asclepius, messenger of the sun, Rasul al-Shams, related how he created the cosmic man, Al-Insan al-Khani. Ankabutha asserts that the artificial generation of humans in the microcosm is a sublunary reproduction of divine creation. Even Washia admits that for his own part, he failed to achieve an operation like this, whereas Ankabutha did not fail due to the virtue of his knowledge in talismanic and magical works, because in practice, the method of generation is the same method of making talismans and magic. Whoever is able to make talismans, all the works of creation and generation are easy to him. So look at this. These ancient alchemists, who supposedly are the first sources, all write about earlier sources as if they did not compare to the original masters. Supposedly, the author failed in creating humans with intelligence, but the author of the book that he got his knowledge from was a master with even more wisdom, which proves that they had the art of creating humans mastered before the source. Therefore, in Ibn Washia's works in both Kitab al-Sumam and his Nabatean agriculture makes it clear that the understanding of fermentation.
Whoa. This is crazy, huh? The square and compass with the skull and crossbones, and then the Freemasonic G over here with the freaking Star of David and shit. Weird as fuck.
Spontaneous generation, astrological influences, and occult properties is essential in performing artificial generation, or in other words, the creation of a homunculus. In these works, we actually also find a theory and operation which fit into the alchemical and magical tradition that includes the Picatrix, Liber Vaccae, and the works of Paracelsus. Understanding this proves that the Book of the Cow, or Liber Vaccae, and the Arabic works connected to the Picatrix are a part of the same tradition. There was an ancient Greek reference that we left out at the beginning because it's quite strange. However, we now have arrived at one of the earliest accounts of the homunculus. Zosimos of Panopolis, a Greco-Egyptian alchemist and Gnostic mystic who lived during the transition between the 3rd and 4th centuries. Zosimos is credited with authoring the oldest known alchemical literature, the Chirogmeta, a Greek term meaning things made by hand. He is one of about 40 authors represented in a compendium of alchemical writings that was probably put together in Constantinople in the 7th or 8th century, copies of which exist in manuscripts in Venice and Paris. In Ibn al-Nadim's Kitab al-Farist, 4 books by Zosimos are mentioned, although attributed to Thosimos, Dosimos, and Remos due to transliteration inconsistencies. Fuad Zeskin, a historian, located Zosimos manuscripts in 6 libraries worldwide. Zosimos' works significantly influenced the Arabic alchemical tradition, as it is referenced in several works. While Zosimos' conception of the homunculus differs from the traditional alchemical version, renowned psychologist Carl Jung identified it as the first instance of the homunculus idea in alchemical literature. In his
There it is again, CERN. CERN, it's in our face in crazy-ass ancient artwork.
work on virtue, Zosimos recounts a series of dreams that demand symbolic interpretation, providing an intriguing glimpse into the early development of the homunculus concept and its relationship to alchemy and mysticism. Quote, I fell asleep and I saw a sacrificer before me on the altar in the form of a flask. The altar where the priest was had 15 steps. I heard his voice coming from above say, I have undergone the action that consists in descending the 15 steps, radiating darkness, and in ascending the steps sending forth light. The sacrificer himself is remaking me by rejecting the thickness of my body and consecrated out of necessity. I am perfected as Pneuma. Having heard the voice of him who was in the flask, I asked him to tell me who he was. I am Aeon, the priest of inaccessible places, for someone has come at the break of dawn, running, and he has made himself my master, cutting me apart with a knife, tearing me asunder according to the constitution of harmony, and skinning my entire head with the sword that he clasped. He intertwined the bones with the flesh and burned me up with the scorching fire from his hand until I had learned to become Pneuma by metamorphosing my body. Behold the intolerable violence that is my lot. And as he was saying these things, I was pressing him to talk. His eyes became like blood, and he vomited forth his flesh. And I saw him change into a mutilated homunculus, Anthroparion, biting himself and wounding himself with his own teeth. Seized with fear, I thought, is it not thus that the composition of the waters is produced? And I was convinced that I had understood well. End quote. That seems way more than just a dream. And where did they get the imagination for this type of stuff? Zosimos provided one of the first definitions of alchemy as a study of the composition of waters, movement, growth, embodying and disembodying, drawing the spirits from bodies and bonding the spirits within bodies. End quote. Why is the eye such a prominent symbol?
Okay, let's just finish this little segment right here, and then we're going to do some breathing.
Within bodies. End quote. Why is the eye such a prominent symbol in occult secret societies? Let us explore further, as the symbol should be quite clear to see now. Let's dive down the rabbit hole with an alchemical text, and let's just break it down. The work Kabbalah by Spiegel der Kunst und Natur in Alchemia, 1615, which translates to Kabbalah, mirror or art, and nature in alchemy. And in this fascinating alchemical text, authored by Stefan Michelspacher, a German alchemist, and features 4 captivating engravings by artist Rafael Custos. These are very unveiling because the idea behind these works is that it would merge Hermetic symbolism, single point perspective, and the concept of mirrors, or a double self, to guide the reader through an alchemical journey of understanding. They literally put the meanings into these images to be decoded.
I agree with you, Richie.
It's obvious once you see it. The book attempts to use the concept of mirrors to understand the self, the mysteries of alchemy and divinity. The emphasis on mirrors is also connected to a trend during the 16th and 17th centuries, where several publications used terms such as the speculum or spiegel. What's interesting is that this single point perspective was literally a device in which they would communicate this secret meaning. Think about it. Perspective was just being developed during this time, so images with this technique, which revolutionized art and visual representation, were believed to have a deeper, mystical significance during this time. It brings you into the image, you go into another world, you go through the mirror. And they understood this type of symbolism extensively, but the stranger part of all this is their connection to royals and, well, human farming. People began to think that images drawn using the single point perspective system could create magical mirrors capable of revealing hidden knowledge and truths. They literally believed this to be a portal for demons and higher metaphysical beings, including John Dee, who was known to use magic mirrors, but also believed the single point perspective system could be a magic mirror on its own. This idea was rooted in the belief that such images could serve as a bridge between the material world and the spiritual realm, providing glimpses into the mysteries of the universe and the divine. We must consider that from this point on in our journey, we must look at this information from a more occult or esoteric point of view. The knowledge of the alchemist is secretly encoded within these images, and they're actually telling you within the text. They're attempting to speak to the inner levels of one's psyche. This knowledge is encoded within the image or speculum, the magic mirror.
The magic mirror. Oh my goodness gracious. Who's still here, bro? 6 hours and 51 minutes in. Dang, dude. The speculum. This one's dope. We're going to do this breath work. If you're here, you know what I'm saying? We actually, everything we went over today, bro. Dude. It's been a fucking mission today, bro. We went through some shit, dude. We went through some shit today. And I just feel like when we go through a lot of just different energies and all sorts of different stuffs, bro, that at the end of the stream, I don't want to leave you with any sort of negative or dark energy. So I really like to just do like little breathwork meditations at the end of all of this. Obviously, if you're not somewhere where you can sit or lay down and relax, then you shouldn't be, you shouldn't be trying to do this breath work because you might get, lightheaded and shit. You know what I mean? So let's just get right up in here.
All right. Welcome, all you beautiful breathing people, to another guided breathwork journey. In today's session, we'll be doing 5 rounds of energizing breathwork, followed by breath retention starting at 30 seconds, with the last 3 rounds being 40 seconds. The breathing will be in through the nose, out through the mouth at 2 different paces. It'll look and sound something like this. Start the breath in the lower belly, move it up to the heart, and let it out, and then double speed. Beautiful. So sit or lie down, whatever is more comfortable for you. Put a smile on your face, and let's get ready for today's journey. We'll begin with round number 1. In 3, 2, 1. Fill up the belly, move it up to the heart, and let it out. Bring in this energy, breathe in this prana. And we'll move on to double speed in 3, 2, 1. 30-second breath retention. Stay focused in the present moment and just become aware of what you feel. All right, we'll take that big breath in. 3, 2, 1, all the way in and hold. Squeeze your pelvic floor muscles, squeeze your abdominals, tuck your chin as you send this energy up. Create an energy lock. And we'll let it out in 3, 2, 1, let it out. Beautiful work. Gentle smile as we move on to round number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Session is focused on powerful inhales, so stay present with each breath. We're almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2. Last one, fully in and hold. Let it out in 3, 2, 1. Let it out. Relax for 30 seconds. Take that big, beautiful breath in 3, 2, 1, fully in and hold. Squeeze everything tight, send this energy up. We'll let it out in 3, 2, 1, let it out. Yeah, beautiful work everyone. Round number 3 in 3, 2, 1. Speed in 3, 2, 1. Beautiful, big, powerful inhales. We're almost there. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2. Last one, fully in. Big breath in and hold. We'll let it out in 3, 2, 1. Let it out. And relax fully for this 40-second breath retention. The more that we practice becoming aware of this present moment, the more that we can improve our concentration and focus. All right, we'll take that big breath in 3, 2, 1, fully in and hold. Squeeze your pelvic floor muscles, squeeze your abdominals, tuck your chin as we create a lock, holding in this beautiful energy that we're all cultivating. And we'll let it out in 3, 2, 1, let it out. A little smile to the face as we go into round number 4 in 3, 2, 1. Double speed. In, out. Beautiful work. Stay present and mindful with each breath. it out. In 3, 2, 1, let it out. And fully relax for this 40-second breath retention. All right, we'll take that big breath in 3, 2, 1, all the way in and hold. Squeeze everything tight, tuck your chin, send this beautiful energy up your spine, and enjoy the sensations. We'll let it out in 3, 2, 1, let it out. All right, 5th and final round in 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Fill your entire being with each conscious breath. All right, double speed. This is the last round. We're almost there. You're doing great. 5, 4, 3, 2. Last one for you and hold. We'll let it out in 3, 2, 1. Let it out. Relax. Just become aware of your heartbeat or any other sensation that you're feeling. Remember, all of that is here and now, and this is how we're going to improve our focus and our concentration. All right, we'll take our last final breath in 3, 2, 1. Fully in and hold. Squeeze your pelvic floor muscles, squeeze your abdominals, send this energy up and tuck your chin. Beautiful. We'll let it out in 3, 2, 1. Let it out. Beautiful work, everyone. Just allow your breathing to return to its normal rhythm. Be proud of yourself for showing up today and cultivating this energy. Now it's up to you to decide what you are going to do with this energy. How can you positively impact yourself and the others around you? Much love for all the supports. Remember to breathe and remember to laugh. Peace.
Holy cow, bro. That shit's insane, bro. Did you know that we did that all right there in 11 minutes, bro? If you did that breath work with us, bro, that shit is crazy, bro. We are energetic beings, bro. We are fucking divine, godlike beings, bro. We can do anything that we set our minds to, bro. You were able to do all of that in literally 11 minutes. And all you did all of that with simply just your breath, bro. That's insane, right? I love all of you guys. 7 hours and 3 minutes, bro. I love you guys. We'll continue Humonculus tomorrow. If nobody's told you today, you're not here by accident, bro. You came here for a reason. You have purpose.